Time to steal content. Let's go. JK, I'm gonna add enough of my commentary to this. Promise.
Hello.
As we all know, this is the last episode where Hasan and Ethan were friends. Just look at the title. Hasan is leaving leftovers. They're gonna fight. This is the part where Ethan Klein punches Hasan directly in the face. Let's go.
Are all domestic terrorists.
Ugly intro, IMO. Well, frankly, that's kind of part of the aesthetic of the show.
That's right.
Ladies and gentlemen.
Okay, also, this isn't a real studio. I'm pretty sure this is all green screen.
We are all domestic terrorists.
And I got myself a tasty coffee with that flavored cream in it.
Yeah.
Goes good.
All different flavors.
Dude, I feel like the skinnier you get, the better you get at debates. And you've owned me too hard. Let's just get it out of the. Let's just start off by saying, this is the last episode of Leftovers.
Yeah, after our last episode.
Yeah.
Dude, Ethan has been losing a lot of weight. God damn.
In the heated debate that we had, I realized that I was a class traitor, and that
I don't know why people said that, because that's a good thing in your situation to be a class traitor.
Well, but also he's not against capitalism, so he's not a class traitor. Like a class traitor would be someone who betrays the working class or someone who betrays, the bourgeois. And Ethan is a capitalist. Like, there's no betrayal to be had there. It would only be a betrayal if he was advocating for the workers of the world because he's a socialist, which he's not.
I don't think they meant it like that.
Yeah. That doesn't make any sense.
I like what you're saying, though.
You'd be like Engels, you know what I mean? Like the guy who co-authored it and was facilitating it, but also had a factory. You know what I mean? So that's not a bad thing. Engels was a class trader.
That's right. That's me. I'm Engels.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Ethan Klein is Engels. He's supporting the work of the poor, struggling Hasan. Without Ethan, Hasan would be no name, no reputation. Wouldn't be able to publish his thoughtful treatise on YouTube.
Definitely.
But there was crazy fallout from our last episode, which is kind of nuts because ignoring all that though, it seemed like a lot of people did like the conversation. I myself am pretty ignorant on the methods of governing and histories and all that. So I do think this conversation of, I'm not even going to say capitalism because that seems to trigger people. I'm just going to say social democracy.
Okay. Part of my issue though is it's the conflation of governmental policies like social democracy versus an economic system, which is capitalism. You guys are talking about capitalism. You're talking about economics. You're not talking about governance. Conflating those two things makes everything so much more confusing.
When people hear me say capitalism, they shit their fucking britches.
Yeah, because there's a lot of, first of all, we're online. So no matter what you say, people are going to be very passionate about it. One of the things that I do quite frequently is yell at people to be normal, because people just have no fucking way of being normal online. So there's that problem. And then the other side of it is there's a lot of, baby socialists out there who are on their own journey, okay? And they get really passionate. And the goal always is oh my God, we have to convert every single person to socialism immediately.
Or anyone to the right of me is part of the problem.
There's that too. But of course, it takes a while. It takes a while to engage in any kind of movement building, and it's something I stress quite a bit.
It's hard to tell how much of it was Um, anyway, regardless, I
How would you convince Ethan not to be a capitalist? Well, okay, so frankly, I don't think that anyone has ever explained to Ethan Klein how one could transfer realistically with real policies that can actually be acted upon, how one could transfer the current American system of economics and commerce into one that is owned and operated by workers. A lot of the people that Ethan Klein is talking with are of the kind that are saying like, oh, we'll just elect Bernie Sanders and Bernie Sanders is just going to wave a wand and everything will be socialist. Oh, we're just going to get Medicare for all and that means we'll have socialism. Oh, we're going to overthrow the White House and overthrow Joe Biden and we're gonna do that with 100 anarchists, and then everything will be right. It'll just be an anarchist wasteland utopia. Like none of the things that he's surrounded with are actionable policies that actually relate to making America, predominated by democratic worker co-ops, or how to make that happen. So I would focus on tangible policies that the United States could move towards in order to, shift the economy to primarily rely on democratic worker co-ops. Because over time, I believe that currently the data shows democratic worker co-ops are more efficient. They lead to better paid, happier workers. Workers have more agency within the companies that they work at. They reap more of the benefits. They benefit the local community. They're more like open with information. So like they're not going to like try and defraud the local governments that they work with. There are a lot of different elements here that are good and positive for places where democratic worker co-ops exist right now. And there's no real reason to think that if we adopted them on a wider scale, those benefits would decrease or anything like that, right? So I think that we could talk once we talked about that. Once like I could like have some studies in my back pocket on democratic worker co-ops. Could pull some of those out, and then I would talk about, okay, so we know that democratic worker co-ops are good. How could we incorporate them more into America? Because I think, again, a lot of people who talk to folks like Ethan Klein are like, oh, we would just seize the companies, five head. We would just seize the companies from the capitalists. And it's like, well, from the capitalist pig dogs. Well, no. That wouldn't actually be a very successful way to transition our economy. And frankly, would we want to live in an authoritarian state where the government could do that at any given time? I don't know. I don't know that we want the government to have that power. That being said, there are other ways we can do it, right? We can have investment into that particular model of business. We can have, the plan actually Bernie Sanders proposed several years ago about, when a company fails, when a prominent company needs is thinking about selling itself to some other entity, like a private equity firm or something. They first have to offer the company to the workers at a fair price, give the workers the chance to buy the company and then run it collectively. I think having policies like this, like policies at the top and policies at the bottom, over time would transition the economy, kind of like a vice. A big issue is so many people were individually attacking Ethan because of how his podcast is organized. I mean, I haven't seen the attacks on Ethan. All I know is that a lot of the people in the online left, and there is a large number of people in Hasan's community who fall into this category, do not have fleshed out ways of actually talking about how to transition to a primarily worker-driven society. And there are ways we can do it, but those ways are not things that are generally actually talked about, So talking a bit about what socialism is, why I think democratic co-ops are kind of the vehicle for socialism in America, and then the policies we could pursue and enact that would get us to kind of that better future. And like we can, I in the long term believe in a lot of like communist ideas. I just don't label myself a communist because I don't really have policy proposals to abolish the commodity form. Like I don't have policies about how to abolish the state. But I do know how we could potentially reorganize our economy, and that could be really, really good. So I focus primarily on that. And I figure as we move towards that project and then reduce the coercive power of capital with universal programs like healthcare, like Medicare for all, like, free college education, stuff like that. As we move forward into the future, like addressing or reducing the need for money the way we have it now could be more possible in the future. I just don't think I or many other people on the planet can really conceptualize what a moneyless society would look like with like modern logistical needs and systems and commerce. And I think even less I think people can even less imagine what a stateless society would look like. So let's just seek to address capital right at the root, which is ownership of the means of production. Let's address that, and we'll figure out the other details later. So, there we go. Hope that answered the question. Yeah, and guys, if you want to bother Ethan Klein to try and get me on Hee, which I've now been told is not how you pronounce the name of the podcast. You call it H3H3, which seems silly to me since Hee is right there, and it's a funny show. It seemed like Hee would work, but if you guys want to send that clip to Ethan and bug him to get me on the show, by all means, go for it. Yeah. I'd be happy to do it. Hee.
I was actually invigorated by the conversation in that, I don't know what I'm talking about. And so I've been thinking about our conversation a lot, and I've been educating myself a lot. And I want to continue the conversation today, but I don't want to have a debate. I want to have I want to go on a fact-finding journey for myself about how socialism is addressing certain issues versus social democracy.
Okay.
And to understand from you, a socialist, what really that is and how would it be, enacted. Yeah. Dan, are you a socialist, would you say?
I'd broadly I'd say so, sure.
Dude, we're about to get executed after this. Ethan's called.
Dude, everybody was riding for you guys.
This is Ethan's McCarthy trials. It's like, would you say you're a card-carrying communist? Okay, very good.
No, being a socialist is cool, apparently, online.
No, dude, it's like
sick.
There
no,
are
he's right.
What?
It's super cool.
It is
for as
dope.
many
It's
for
cool.
as many
It's
like
dope. It
very
is cool.
Well, of course, there's a lot of
you're for the
people here.
bro.
There's a lot of people here that would be like there are very few places online where you can just be like out and about and openly defend any kind of economic organization, society beyond capitalism without a tremendous amount of scrutiny.
Well, I got
we do
roasted
exist under a
in our
capitalist
community.
dogma. Well, of course, the other side was defending you. That's why you didn't notice it. You know
See,
what I
that's
mean?
not good though. I don't want Tim Pool defending me or whoever. I didn't watch all the.
No, I don't think Tim Pool did anything.
Absolutely.
But one of his one of his commanders, the guy who's like always the really weird like failed musician guy.
That I think
was, like-
describes all of them.
Yeah, that literally describes like Tim Pool and all of his friends.
Yeah, that's true.
But I want to better represent my position because I don't really know a lot, and I feel like I've done a lot of research in the week following.
Let the conversation
So
begin.
What did you do? What did you read? What kind of research?
I had a very in-depth conversation with ChatGPT.
Respect. Okay, that's good.
I asked it really kind of.
Well, Ben Shapiro thinks it's socialist, like ChatGPT socialist. So like, ChatGPT probably
ChatGPT
Lenin.
is
Right,
so
yeah.
real.
Yeah.
ChatGPT keeps it so real. You don't even
Yeah,
know.
ChatGPT Lenin pilled you.
So,
Yeah.
is Lenin a socialist or a social democrat?
No, that's Lenin is the revolutionary figure that is probably more important than Marx even.
What's
in-
his
What? No, actually.
deal? He's just a socialist.
Yes, he's
All right.
the first. Like, I mean,
What-
this is
what?
we're the father of the USSR.
Guys, you don't have to die on the hill of defending Lenin. You really don't. To be fair, out of Lenin or Stalin, at least Lenin would be more defensible than Stalin. But like, you don't even have to go down that road, really.
That was a nice legacy to have.
Could have been.
I'm just kidding. I'm sorry. I should've- I'm gonna go start
No.
already.
You're no. There's nothing. I don't think it's that controversial to say that like.
Yeah, I mean USSR, or well, Joseph Stalin was basically.
Right.
Whatever. That's not what I want to get into right now.
Stalin definitely had a lot of issues. I will admit.
First,
What the hell, man? Stalin had a lot of issues, like marrying a 14-year, or sorry, having sex with a 14-year-old girl, and also the mass purges, and also the Holodomor. Like, I mean, I'm glad he'll admit that doing some genocides is probably not good.
I want to say that I promote my shit all the time on the show, so now I want to give Hasan a shout out.
There's no reason to promote it. It's already all sold out.
Oh, it is?
Yeah.
Good for you.
New ideology drop, immediately sold out. Kind of annoying that it sold out so quick, but I'm sorry, except for the hoodie that I'm wearing currently. That's it.
Which one is that?
This
one?
Haas anger management one. Yeah.
Get the president on the phone, quick.
Yeah.
No, I don't want to hear it.
Buy,
Buy,
sell.
buy.
Buy,
Yeah.
sell.
No, literally, yeah, that's the vibes.
Buy
That's
it
the vibes.
now.
Yeah.
Nice. Good for you. Scum, capitalist scum.
I fucking love it, dude.
I'm just kidding. I know you work with unionized people for that. Of course, teddyfresh.com is that sale going on. Support my exploited workers today.
Still?
It's ongoing. Most of it is gone, but it's worth a browse.
All right,
All
I'll
right,
take a look
so-
at Teddy Fresh.
I don't want to do all this news shit. I want to get straight into it. Oh, I have a separate doc. Okay, that's why I didn't see it. Hold on.
This man has his own doc, dude.
Oh,
Well, no,
shit.
because I put
You got some notes. That's fair. That's
what
fair.
email is this? I say let the conversation begin. All right, let me just share.
While you're looking for that, though,
When
can I
the
just
chat said chat CCP.
chat CCP?
good.
That's
Yeah.
good.
That's really
Okay,
good.
That's funny.
that's pretty
I love that.
I'll just announce some breaking news I saw right before we went live. But Rupert, our boy
He died.
Rupert, did not die.
Yeah, it's good. It's fun.
Well, wouldn't you argue that morphine might be better?
But like,
Heroin?
there's massive consequences. It's the same drug.
right, in a way.
It's just
that
a matter
already
of
happens
intensity.
with morphine
But
trips.
there's no drawback because obviously you don't want to be an addict during the middle of your life. There's so much you need to do, and being a heroin addict is just not compatible with living a normal life. But if you're in a retirement home, then
I
you
feel
know.
like it's also more ethical than the
Let's
way
get
that they
it.
currently operate those places because it's like full of fucking theft and like
our
assault.
boy David P&P is making a cleaning, dude, suing all these elderly homes. Anyway, let's move on. Let's
There's
get
a lot
on.
of awful
We
shit
have a lot to
happening there.
discuss, but we should get into that.
The hell?
But like run an elderly care
Yes.
facility.
And then all the fans can send their parents,
yeah.
and we'll kick it back to them. We'll give
And
them
we'll
half.
just fucking give him heroin. And then yeah, the goal is
Base.
we take
Kill them
half of the
fat.
inheritance. We take half of the inheritance and then the other half goes to the children.
It goes back to
Interesting.
them because
Yeah.
they weren't going to get that money.
And that way it doesn't even get hit by the estate tax because we already fucking taxed them.
Pound it.
Boom.
Genius shit. All right, first I want to make this
People say
clear.
capitalism is not innovative, but we just innovated under capitalism.
I agree.
So fucking true. That's the entrepreneurial spirit.
Based.
I agree.
Yeah, this is some dude. By the way, Gary Vee is gonna do this.
Hey, little morphine, Annie.
Yo, I've got a great idea. Let's make
What?
NFT critters out of your dead grandparents, you guys.
Bro, you know, yeah, I saw like
Okay, where's the conversation start though?
social democracy is still capitalist.
True.
With serious, severe market regulations, right?
Mm-hmm.
Some forms of viable social democracies you can point to right now is places like Norway, an example I use regularly. The issue is twofold. One, social democracies don't address some of the domestic problems because when there's still capital accumulation,
So which domestic problems?
domestic problems such as labor issues, homelessness, like there's no way to fully eradicate that because the inherent class contradiction between the owner class and the labor class
I
still
feel like
exists.
that's an assumption. I don't know that that's true. That there's just going to be, there's not going to be homelessness in
Well-
socialism, but there will in social.
Well, so again, this is why I think we need to really get down to the basics of who owns and operates capital. You know, if you get bogged down, and we talked about this when we were covering the Benny video the other day. But if you get bogged down in like, oh well, the socialism is when no homelessness, like that's not socialism though. You can get similar outcomes in like well-regulated capitalism, in like a Nordic model of capitalism maybe. But like that isn't sustainable. The problem is inherent in the capitalist system itself. Capital will accumulate power and try to undo any restriction placed upon it. It's why capital buys politicians to rail against any of those regulations that cost them money, The regulations exist to protect the public, but the companies want to pay politicians to get those regulations taken away. So like this is what we're talking about. That is a one form this this problem can take. So I think that socialism needs to be focused on ownership of the means of production. From there, you can spiral outwards and talk about the need to lessen the coercive power of capital by providing universalized programs, decommodification of certain aspects of society, things like that. But you have to center it on the labor, because that is fundamentally what this is all about.
Social democracy?
Well, the idea is that completely abolishing the profit motive in certain commodities like housing, for example, will address that problem because then you're making housing specifically for need rather than so you can make money off of existing units.
Right, but there'd be government housing, like for example, I think that exists in Sweden.
Yeah.
Where if you're
plenty of
homeless,
places.
what?
Yeah, it exists everywhere.
So that's what I'm saying. There's not a profit motive. There's a humanitarian effort to house the people that need homes. And
Sorry, he was eating a napkin.
so I don't know what you mean that there's homelessness won't exist in socialism, but
Oh, she's eating all your tissues.
oh, nasty.
Oh yeah, she's eating all your tissues. Sorry.
That's gross.
Dog.
Girl,
Yeah,
shame on you.
yeah. She being a nasty girl today.
Better used to do that.
She being a real freak. Sorry. What
Like,
were you
what's the
saying?
homelessness in Sweden? That just as a, I mean,
Oh,
gotta
before
be
we look
really
at those
low.
numbers, something to consider, something to remember always is that homelessness is tracked very differently in different countries.
okay.
So like those numbers will always be, those numbers can be very different. Like you could think like, oh, it's so much worse. Like rape statistics in Sweden. If you look at that, I think
Let's
Love
say-
can attest to this too. You'd be like, whoa, what the fuck? It's crazy out there. People are raping like crazy, and it's because they have a different methodology for tracking rape. Like each individual act of sexual assault is tracked as like is written up as like one
So
individual.
then
act.
the actual number then isn't that important. But we acknowledge that in a social democracy that's run ideally, the homeless and whoever else needs a home for whatever reason would be provided one. So I don't understand what socialism does better in that case.
at the end of the day, these countries, the social democracies that we were talking about, still have a lot of wealthy individuals, a lot of people who are making money off of finance capital and capitalism in general. And their interests are always going to be to further erode the welfare state as best as they possibly can.
True.
In an effort to claw back all of those areas that they could still technically
You're
privatize.
putting that on them, but that's not. If you have a strong social democracy, that wouldn't be possible.
Well,
my question to you would be: if everybody's provided for in the society adequately
Mhm.
and fairly,
Mhm.
then what? Why do you care how much money somebody has?
Because, well, first of all, I don't, but the real reason is not necessarily money, but more so how people make their money. And how people make their money being through capital accumulation is always going to work to erode this nation, the social democratic state that you're mentioning. And the example I will use is Europe. Because, like, if you look at European social democratic reforms throughout history, things that a lot of people take for granted, even the NHS in the UK, for example, is not immediately privatized, obviously, but it is crippled under conservative administrations deliberately, specifically so that they can inevitably privatize certain aspects of it. It's kind of like how the same.
Yeah, a good example of this would be the U.S. Postal Service. Republicans for a long time have wanted to essentially destroy the U.S. Post Office and replace, like, basically turn it over to, like, FedEx or UPS, you know?
Same neoliberal reforms under the Reagan era wanted to openly starve the beast, the American government, which is why Americans no longer have any sort of confidence in the government to do any kind of social amenities, any kind of offerings, right? Like, you understand, you and I, we both are in the highest tax bracket. We live in Los Angeles, California. We pay a fuck ton of taxes. We pay like European taxes, right?
Yeah.
And the reality is we both recognize that those taxes don't necessarily go to the places that we would love for them to be spent on.
Definitely.
Roads, schools, libraries.
But what's that have to do with social democracy? That, like, my utopian social democracy?
Well,
because all that money in this, situation, it does go to those places.
Because America is still a capitalist nation, just like all of these other countries are.
Yeah.
And in a capitalist nation, you are always going to have the influence of capital.
Well, let me ask you this then.
Okay.
In a socialist nation, on the other flip of the coin, wouldn't you also have a similar movement of people, a party of people wanting to move towards capitalism?
There will always be, yes, people
So what's
who are
the difference?
counter-revolutionary.
See, this, I think, this question is worth Ethan asking. But I think if you are divorcing this from, like, worker ownership and the benefits that worker ownership provides, then it's a lot harder to adequately answer this, I think, to someone like Ethan's satisfaction, you know?
Revolutionary.
Well, not just that. I mean, there's a move, because capitalism, social democracy, there's a certain level of individualism that you don't have with socialism, perhaps I would say. And so I would ask you, what's the difference? You're saying that social democracy nations the rich people are always going to be trying to erode the system. That's an assumption, by the way.
Well, it's not an assumption necessarily as
it's just not. It's
as
just
is
not
descriptive in comparison to, like, I mean, it's descriptive if you look at how it has played itself out in Europe, where we.
And you're right. I agree. That's what they'll be doing. So I'm not even going to argue.
Even America had a lot of social democratic principles in the New Deal.
I'm not even going to argue that. But I do think that in a socialist country, like I said, there's going to be a sizable amount of people moving towards capitalism. So what's the difference?
I don't know if it'll be as sizable, and they're also
Because, like, here's the thing, right? If you are able to talk about the benefits of socialism, if you are able to adequately, like, talk about it, you can just reply that over time people would infinitely prefer to be paid both more and also have better benefits, have better, like, local stability, and also have more agency in making decisions at their workplace. You know, like, those are all things that make sense for people to want. And over time, it would be a harder case to make for private corporations that are just going to suck up a ton of money for someone at the top who isn't doing nearly as much work as everyone else.
Also, always has to be a state mechanism of control, which exists in neoliberal capitalism as well. And this is actually an area where I very much diverge from other socialists, I would say, or even more orthodox Marxists. That I believe the neoliberal mechanisms of control, specifically, it's just, how do I describe it? Free market. Markets are better than the government at dealing with everything.
Okay.
So I think that there is two different, as reductive as possible, there's two different types of control. Control is always going to happen. This is what the state is there to do, right? Under liberal capitalist democracies in the West, you have a neoliberal mechanism of control that dulls the masses through commodities, gives you the false notion of choice.
Again, I don't think Hasan's rhetoric here is particularly effective for someone like Ethan who just wants to know, like, on, like, down to brass tacks, how will this work?
You feel like you have 32 different brands of Oreos, even though they're like owned by 3 companies that price fix, right? And they basically control all matter of commodities, and those markets are completely captured. But there's this idea that there are, this endless, boundless amount of choices that you can choose from. On the other side, the more authoritarian mechanisms of control, which have existed
What's your opinion?
I like the neoliberal one. I think that even in a socialist state, you should still very much give the people the false notion of choice and make it feel like they have a say in the process while doing the bidding of, I mean, it's a pretty cynical worldview, but I think that, that's what states are supposed to do.
Let me ask you this.
And that will create a structure where there are significantly less people who are like, I hate the system right now. I don't feel happy. I don't feel good in the system that I exist under. So I should, do counter-revolutionary capitalist reforms.
Well, and likewise, I don't think there's that many people in Sweden or Norway who are saying, no, we need to move to a pure socialist because everybody there is provided for. I don't think there's a large. I'm speaking at a
No,
turn
you're
here.
So this is just incorrect. But part of that reason is the strong unionization that happened in Sweden and Norway. Workers have the ability, albeit in a more sideways and less direct way, to, have better, pay and conditions at their workplaces. However, they still have the problem, and again, we talked about it earlier. They have the problem that a lion is still a lion. If you take it into your house and you train it to not be a lion, it's still going to be a lion. And capitalism is still going to do what capitalism does, even if you take it into your home and you treat it real nice. Even if you take it into your home and you treat it real nice, it's still going to try and kill you to make a profit, because that's what capitalism does. And the Nordic countries have been seeing a lot of lobbying from private corporations that want to take away a lot of the rights of unions, that want to take away the government regulations, the things that keep, the economic, vaguely socialistic society they're living in working. That's all stuff that capitalism is constantly trying to take away from those countries.
Absolutely right. You're actually 100% correct.
So like
some Orthodox Marxists actually hate the welfare state for this reason, because the welfare state is a continuation of capitalism by offering certain amenities.
Seems like
the liberal capitalism has thrived and has created a structure where, like, the inherent contradictions that exist under capitalism that I think everyone would agree with, including yourself, those inherent contradictions become a little bit more muddied, and they never end up getting to a point where they converge and capitalism erodes into some socialist formation.
Let me be, I guess, more specific. If you're in a socialist country, is there one party or multiple parties?
Okay, this is a good question because a lot of people conflate a socialist economy with a nominally socialist government, and the nominally socialist governments that have been on the planet tend to be extraordinarily authoritarian. So I know what Ethan said, I know the words, but what he meant was, so is the socialist society you're talking about authoritarian or democratic, or what is it? Because again, this conflation is so strong and so powerful that it's hard to really parse, you know?
It depends. I mean,
wait, is decommodification a goal under social democracy or just socialism? I think that you could have a social democracy do a degree of decommodification for like housing or food. That being said, and that's part of why like I'm saying a kind capitalism, one that maybe decommodifies certain aspects of the economy or what have you, is still a society under which capitalism would be continuing to screw over workers, and over time, the forces that are accumulating capital would turn that capital towards the end of trying to re-commodify things that had been decommodified.
Because one party's scary, right? Can we agree on that? A one-party system is not a good system.
I think you and I would agree that we...
No. I'm just asking you. I don't care about the United States. I'm asking you about socialism.
I think...
Goddamn, Hasan's so goddamn cagey. Just have a straight answer for once.
That there are different forms of governance, and the United States is not that different.
I don't care about the United States. I want to know. I just want to talk.
Dude, are you fucking kidding me, dude? Why can't you just say you can have a socialist state with a democracy? What you can have a socialist economy with a democratic government. That isn't a hard thing to say. It isn't hard to say you can have a democratic government and that would be good, and a single party dictatorship would be bad. You can just say that would be bad. You don't have to be like, oh, well, you know, single party democracy. Well, the United States is pretty bad, and we're a democracy. No, shut the fuck up. Just give a straight answer, for fuck's sake. Weaselly little dude over here. Hey, Tipster, how you doing? Thanks for stopping in.
Talk about a socialist.
I think that no matter what happens, the state does what the state is supposed to do. You can either do it.
What? No matter what happens, the state does what the state is supposed to do? That doesn't mean anything. That doesn't mean anything. No matter what happens, you know, the state does what it's supposed to do. Well, what it's supposed to do varies depending on what type of state it is, what type of government it is. You know, in a democracy that is prioritizing ensuring fair and free elections, well, then what the state is supposed to do is ensure fair and free elections, and that would be good. But if a state is an authoritarian dictatorship, then the state just cares about consolidating power behind its authoritarian dictator. And that's what the state is supposed to do, given that that's what the state is in an authoritarian dictatorship. So it matters what type of government you're talking about. Why is he such a spineless weirdo on this topic?
At the behest of your citizens, because you genuinely, earnestly believe that, like, that is the best possible way of developing a society, or you do it at the behest of capital owners and capitalism.
So you're saying you don't think it matters if there's one party or...
I don't think it matters as far as I care about direct democratic participation in local in local
one-party
positions.
systems with socialism or communism has pretty much always been a catastrophe,
Yeah.
like a humanitarian disaster.
No, I agree with that.
There's just so much risk in having one party.
I agree with that. I think that a multi-party system is obviously going to be better. My point is that it doesn't even matter if you have a parliament.
Then why can't you just say that at the beginning, dude? You waffle around for like 2 minutes before you say something like that. Why? Just say what you mean.
It doesn't even matter if you have a multi-party system. The changes that are being made in one direction or the other are oftentimes incredibly marginal. And the differences are not born out of like the party disagreements. The differences are born out of like genuine material conflict, like even including like the Civil War. It's never like the kindness of people's or like one party of individuals being like, we are kind, we want to do good things, and the other side is bad and they want to do bad things.
So what I want to say was this then.
What?
If you're in a socialist country with multiple parties, and one of the parties is a capitalist party, which would surely exist.
Yeah.
What would you do if that party started gaining momentum? And it was clearly like people wanted that route. They wanted that route.
Yeah.
So what do you do?
I think I would do what America has done, not to the same degree.
Which is what?
Not to the same degree as like McCarthyist trials or anything like that. But I would offer additional amenities to ensure that people are comfortable and happy, because I feel like
But what do you do if they're like, nah, fuck that, we're doing capitalism?
Well, if everything is given to you.
See, by the way, when I talk about democratic worker co-ops, right? When I talk about democratic worker co-ops, one of the things and one of the reasons I talk about the research that's been done on democratic worker co-ops is so that we have a rebuttal to that question. Rebuttal is not the right word, but so we have an answer to that question. Right? Because if you, in a society of that's predominantly democratic worker co-ops, you can have people who are like, fuck this, I'm going to make my privately owned company. And that's fine. It's just that you're going to have a lot harder of a time as a private business owner trying to, retain employees when they can go and have more agency and be paid better at a job elsewhere in your community. Like, that workers would freely choose to work at a democratic co-op that pays them better, that has more rights and privileges and agency, decision-making ability for them. We know that. Workers like that. And that's kind of the rebuttal here. Because in a private business, the profits are going to the private owner of the business. Like, people would know that there's a difference there. Hey, Zuiro. Vouch Raid? Oh, Kira Tanikel. Hello, how you doing? Welcome, Raiders. My name's Riverboat Jack. We are going over this insanely frustrating H3H3 podcast. You look so pretty. That's because I'm moisturized. And also have a lot of buttons undone on my shirt. That tends to bamboozle a lot of you. Hello, everybody! My name's Riverboat Jack. I talk about the news and politics. Hit the follow button, you fuckers. And also consider coming over to riverboat.gg and come over to YouTube and hit the subscribe button and the like button. All that stuff really helps me out. And consider dropping some donos and subs if you are inclined, because it helps me to pay my rent and food. And by help, I mean it's entirely the reason I'm able to pay my rent and have food. So, welcome, Raiders. Buckle yourselves in, because we are only 30 minutes into this death march of a podcast. Here we go. Wait for Hasan's answer. Oh, no. Oh, dear. Oh, dear, oh, dear, oh, dear. Also, Vouch offliners, just come over to riverboat.gg, you silly gooses. We got a bunch of fun folks over here, including a bunch of VGG offliners. So get on over here, you silly billies. Hey, Penny.
Yeah.
At that point, if every single thing is given to you, if all of your problems are solved, which I think we can both agree is not under capitalism and has not happened.
No.
If all of those problems have been solved, then there is no need for conflict of that regard.
But
the reason people start private businesses isn't because they lack food, water, or shelter. Like, we're talking about why someone should prefer democratic ownership of the means of production versus private ownership of the means of production. And you're not providing a rebuttal to that at all. This spineless little weasel, dude.
They're
It
saying
should
no.
come
We
to
want
an ultimate.
because they're like, yo,
Later,
this is a free
though?
country, right? But we
Okay.
want to do capitalism. We think the market should regulate the prices and shit. Like,
It will
and we don't
always-
think the workplace should be socialized.
Okay, that's a great question.
And what if
You have
because-
to ask why though at that point, because
well,
like-
people never can be explained by why anyway. You know what I mean?
some people are gonna be dumb. You're right.
It's like you don't. It's just gonna exist. You know it is.
Yeah.
And so
Just
if
keep
the
it-
if the will of the people is to go back to do more of a social democracy, is that something that a socialist country should move towards, or should there be resistance in the government to keep socialism?
I think the resistance should be akin to how capitalist governments have resisted historically any kind of socialist movement, not to that same degree of violence, but I think that yes, the solution to that would always be education and offering.
This is not okay. Okay, fellow lefties, we need to talk. Okay, we need to talk here. Okay, when you're talking to someone who is not already on board with like socialism, you need to be able to explain why it would be in a worker's best interest to work for a democratic co-op versus a private business, and just saying, oh, we'd educate them better so they just wouldn't do that, isn't an adequate answer to questions from people who are open to the idea of socialism but just don't know enough about it, which I think is what Ethan is in this instance. So what's the deal with this H3 guy anyway? He looks like someone who'd make vaping his personality. He has like Tourette's, and he's actually pretty chill and cool. He does like I think he did comedy for a while, and now he just kind of does like comedy podcasts. I don't think he vapes. I think he's actually been on like a health arc recently. I shall instead, through 23 terminally online niche lefty terminology at them, consecutively discombobulate. I got that reference. So don't say a one-party state should just educate away. Yeah, no. Yeah, the solution to, this conversation conundrum shouldn't be one-party states are fine and we'll just re-educate the capitalists. Like that this is some like kill all the sparrows thinking, okay? This is some we'll simply put them in the re-education camps thinking. No, like the solution is just point out how it would be in workers' best interests to be in democratic structures. Once you put it in those contexts, I think most people can readily understand why they would prefer to be in that type of system as opposed to the system we're currently in. I'm someone not super knowledgeable in this topic and genuinely want to know more, so I listened to this convo hoping to learn something, and Hasan is so bad at explaining things I left the convo just legitimately more confused. Well, Tipster, if you ever want to come on and like we could talk about it on stream, I'd love to talk with you. I need to get better at reaching out to people. I'm just so fucking bad at it. But if you ever just wanted to pop on and like ask questions and have me sell you on the idea of socialism or what you're confused about, maybe I could help you. I'm better at putting things into like simple terms, I guess.
Bring more
Re-education?
Yeah, Ethan picked that up. And again, Hasan's answer here is just so dog shit. I can't believe the conversation goes on as long as it does.
Education, certainly, yeah. I know that's like a
Let's put
trigger
them in
word.
camps.
No, not like that. I know there's a trigger word because everyone goes, "Oh, re-education." What do you mean? Like immediately people think like, "Are
Well,
you
China
talking
does
about?
that.
Are you talking about like resident schools? Are you talking about the
China has
Xinjiang?" Yeah,
re-education
100%. They
camps.
do. They do it. They did it in Xinjiang,
Which
which I
isn't
think
good,
was,
right?
No, I don't agree with that.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think it was good. This is something I have openly criticized as well. Like that's not good. The massive surveillance apparatus that they built in Xinjiang is not good.
So what would be
Even
good
though
about a socialist re-education camp for capitalists?
It wouldn't necessarily. I don't think it'd be camps. I mean, it depends on.
yeah,
It depends
not
on
camp.
crimes,
Yeah.
right? Like, are people committing crimes at the behest of this? Because if there's a socialist state and someone is doing like white terror, let's say, or someone is doing
Stealing
South
wages.
Korean style, purges of communists, which has happened historically in every country that America is aligned with, because they were anti-communist, where they've launched, military dictatorships, whether we recognize it or not. Those things have happened, right? So in a situation like that,
Yeah, no problem, tipster. Like I'm not like the smartest person when it comes to socialism, but I can at least articulate the basic concepts and like basic policy proposals that I think could get us, to a predominantly worker-oriented economy.
I think if there's any kind of like terrorism happening,
Sure, yeah. If there's violence,
then yes,
that's
I
obvious.
I do think that there should be an enforcement mechanism, and in that enforcement mechanism, I think like rehabilitation, which would include re-education as well, would probably be a lot better than like, a prison structure where they have slaves.
What do you think a re-education system in the state you are proposing, hypothetically? You like he could be proposing like a much better society, and his response is just like, look, the prison system could also incorporate some re-education. And it's just like, well, why would it? Why is this your proposal? You could be proposing so many better policies.
Slavery,
Why?
like in the
Why
United
die on
States
this
of
hill?
America.
I'm still a little bit confused about the ideal mechanism of a socialist country, whereas where people still have individual freedoms to like form, to assemble, and can also be like, yeah, I'm a capitalist, so what? And we're trying to grow our movement. I don't
Off topic, but do you have any knowledge of Bulgarian folk music? None whatsoever, First Frog. But also welcome.
understand
The she, her army
organization of a
grows.
socialist free country, because it seems to me to have a socialist country, there needs to be some amount of dampening of rights,
Well,
because like for what I
yes
said.
and no, because my point is always the same. It's that this is a constant. This is consistent. What you're describing is consistent with the American formation. It's consistent with capitalism. It's just a reality that will always exist.
Mhm.
Violence, and who gets to do violence, is an inherent part of politics, because politics is,
True.
at the end of the day, a distribution of resources and a distribution of violence. Who gets to have what resources and who doesn't have the resources as a consequence of that. And if they do something to get those resources, what the state will be able to do. The state has a monopoly on violence across the board, no matter what happens, right?
True.
I'm not an anarchist. A lot of anarchists will get mad at me for saying this, but the state should have some level of a violent mechanism, because
Well,
no
there's
matter what
wars and
happens,
stuff,
and
sure.
there's different forms of violence as
Yeah.
well. The structural violence of poverty, or direct violence in the form of military boots on the ground, military warfare, imperialism, police violence, police brutality. These are all different forms.
Oh, Kairyu.
Smarter than Hasan, baby.
Look, this is why we need to get bigger than Hasan, folks. Put me on H3H3. Now that I know that it's not called he. Put me in, coach. I'll convert Ethan. I'm a progressive, but my understanding of the finer details of politics is still hella normie. As I mentioned on Twitter, I'm still new to this space, but I'm super interested in learning, so I genuinely appreciate that. Everyone in this space has been very welcoming and helpful, and I really appreciate it. Well, Tipster, I appreciate you. Like you've just been a really like great presence to have in my community, and like I'd love to talk with you more if you're curious. Does Hasan actually think that socialism is when China but gooder? Penny, unironically, after having listened to so many of Hasan's takes here, I think the answer to that is yes.
Forms of violence.
There will be some exertion of force required
Yes.
to maintain a socialist country.
Yes, not just a social country, any country.
Sure, any country.
Yes, I agree. Until we reach a point of I guess, until we reach a point of production and our productive output has gotten to a point where it's so streamlined and so organized that there is no need for a state. But I don't know if we will ever be able to get there.
Yeah, again, that point, that like the point of like abolishing the commodity form, money, or like abolishing the state, these are ideas that are so far beyond our level of like social and cultural development that like honestly it's not that useful to talk about them at this point.
Where the state withers away and we have a classless, borderless, moneyless society.
Yeah, I mean, if it is, it's
Like
not in a long time.
Techno-communist.
It'd have to be like post World War III or something. Let me ask you, I guess.
I mean, not necessarily, but sure.
Another angle here. Worker exploitation seems to be at the heart of socialism.
Wait, I've never understood why Hasan is so popular. Is it because he was first or something? It's because he had a built-in audience of people from when he was on TYT, and because he's super conventionally handsome and hot, and people like looking at hot people. And because he puts out kind of like that dude bro energy that like a lot of people on the left don't really have. You know, we don't have a ton of those dude bro like college frat guys who are actually interested in talking about like socialist or left-leaning positions, you know? Yeah, he reaches the coveted himbo demographic. And yeah, he gained a lot of mainstream appeal because he also just does like content that appeals to normal, non-politically brain-poisoned people like me. Being good looking is, you know, if you're gonna get into making videos, I recommend being good looking. It helps. Though I feel like as like a trans person, I feel like I'm always trying to fight to try and get into like the category of like looking hot enough to bring in normies. And today I just clearly didn't try that hard, but you know what? That's fine. He does, yeah. But the normie content it works. You know, if you can incorporate normie content to kind of like honeypot your your viewers into politics, I'm all for that. It's actually pretty effective and good. Should raid Middlebury College. Nani?
And communism.
Yes.
And so I want to ask you this question. If an employee is fairly compensated, and by fairly I mean that factors like work, compensation, you know, they're being paid well beyond the means of living. They can afford comfortable housing, food, pleasure, vacation, savings, all the things people would want to do with money.
Again, this type of question is exactly why you need to have a response to why workers would want to choose socialism in the face of kind, restrained capitalism.
If they're provided in all those ways that we see as important, is that still exploitation?
In the Marxian sense, yes. In the capitalist sense, no. Capitalism is seen.
Mark, when you say Marxism, you're talking about socialism.
Yes,
right?
yes, yes.
Okay.
So, in the Marxist perspective, under Marxian economics, Marxist theory, exploitation is not a good or bad thing. It is just a thing that happens.
Okay.
And it goes back to something I've described many, many times over, which is that there are two classes. There is the labor class, the wage laborers, the proletariat, and the bourgeois class, the capital owning class, right? And these two classes have two inherently contradictory interests. You've worked jobs when you had a boss and someone was paying you, and you have been a boss, so you have gone through both of these stages. So as someone who worked in a job as a wage laborer, as a W-2 employer, 1099 contractor, you wanted to work the least amount of hours for the most amount of pay. That's understandable. That's like perfectly reasonable, right?
Yeah.
Like you want more money and you want to work less hours. You want to have more freedom. Your boss, on the other hand, wants you to work the most amount of hours for the least amount of pay. like that they can get away with.
Yeah.
So this inherent contradiction is at the heart of capitalism and is how commodities are produced under a capitalist mode of production. Now, when you have this imbalance, those who do have capital end up always being able to pay you much less than your actual output.
So that is what's happening now.
Yes.
My question is, in a situation, as I outlined, where the employees are fairly provided for, which I outlined before, is that when I say exploitation, I mean, like, I think that also has a vernacular, like when the ruling class is committing some kind of harm or injustice on their workers.
No, it's beyond that. You could be paying your employees fairly and still engage in the act of exploitation.
So then, because
Okay, so that's this is part of the problem, right? Hasan needs to be able to articulate kind of the origin of profit as a concept. Like, profit is derived from using, the labor that people make. You use the labor, and instead of paying them the full value of what those people produce, you pay them a wage. The wage is less than the value of what they produced, right? Now, that would still be true in a like a democratically run society where like your businesses are democratic worker co-ops. That might still be true to a degree. However, there is an incentive structure there within the democratic process of democratic worker co-ops to try and bring that number as close to the full value of what they produce as possible, right? So, like, you can imagine a situation where someone that worked at a democratic worker co-op, like, worked there for, like, 30 years, they might make, the company structure might provide for, like, oh, you worked here for X amount of time, you make slightly more money than everybody else. I think that would be fair. But each democratic worker co-op, much like every private business right now, is going to arrive at how they decide wages in a different way. However, in a private business, the incentive of private business owners is to pay as low of a wage as possible. It's the reversed priority. In a democratic worker co-op, there are systems in place to raise the employee wages as high as possible. In a totalitarian structure, like a private business, the incentive is to pay as low of a wage as possible. So that's the inherent difference. Even if you could provide for all of the needs of your workers, right? And it was a kind version of capitalism, you would still be incentivized by the nature of capitalism itself to pay workers as low of a wage as you could get away with. So this isn't the inherent kind of difference between these two systems. And additionally, like, yeah, it might not be that bad for a worker to be paid like a decent wage in a society that has a bunch of universalized systems that takes care of them. They could have a pretty decent life. But it's still exploitation because it's still not paying them the full value of the labor that they create. And again, I'm not sure that we can ever reach parity with that, like just on the nature of just like how human beings interact with the world. However, we can set up systems that try to reach that parity, even if it's not possible to 100% reach it. What is the game on screen? This is a roguelike called Battle Brothers.
because I don't want
From
to
a
get caught up on
market
that because you're saying exploitation is neutral. By
Wait, did my explanation make sense, chat? Also, hello, Crush Dupe. How you doing? Folks, if we get 10 more follows, by the way, we will hit 9,200 follows on Twitch, and I would really, really like that to happen. And also, if we get like 90 some more more subscribers on YouTube, we'll hit 2K, which is very exciting as we're just building the YouTube from the ground up. Heard of it, but haven't played. It's pretty fun. I like it. It's also hard as shit. Boiled peanuts, hello.
Yes, exploitation in the Marxian sense is not good or bad. It's just descriptive. A lot of what Marx has talked about with
But so
respect
what
to
does he mean
capitalism
then?
is descriptive.
What does he mean then when he goes the exploitation of workers? Clearly,
Again, the exploitation when Marx is talking about it is like the difference between the wage and the value of the work. Because the wage is always going to be lower than the value of the work. There is exploitation going on there. Because the boss is exploiting the worker to then take advantage of that value gap. That's the value gap, and the taking advantage of that is the exploitation.
clearly he wants to end the exploitation of workers.
Yes, of course.
So is it still exploitation of workers if they're fairly provided for?
Yes,
It is.
because the fairness in this regard is not met on the metrics of like living standards, but instead on the metrics of what their output is. So when and this gets into the labor theory of value.
Excuse
right?
me, goddamn.
The labor theory of value, which is different than marginal utility, which is what we use currently when we ascribe when we say this is this much, like something is this valuable, right? Ice cream is $4, but if it's really hot out, maybe ice cream is $5 because, well, there's a little bit of scarcity on the supply, but the demand has gone up, so now ice cream is more expensive. Whereas from a Marxian perspective, the value of that ice cream is stable. It's just what kind of labor went into the production of it, what were the resources used to make that ice cream, what kind of capital was put into the ice cream factory.
So even
all
if the
of that,
employee
and then also the moving part in that situation would be the labor of it.
If the employee is extremely satisfied,
Yeah.
and they feel well provided for, I mean, in a sense, it's like, who are you to tell him he's being exploited?
Well, you're
Again, being able to articulate this in being able to articulate this in simple terms like I did would save him so much effort, because he just is he's struggling so hard, dude.
Again, I
You're
know
saying
you
that
want to
again
get
because,
caught
like,
up on
because
that,
it's
the
not- because
definition of that word, but you know what I mean.
Yeah, no, I understand. It's what I would say in that situation is this, right? Relying on the magnanimous nature of your boss
Yeah.
and hoping that like your boss doesn't succumb to greed and choose to change certain things about your workplace conditions can be great. And there are people like yourself out there who are, as far as I understand, pretty good bosses, right? But that is never going to be that's never going to be the
Right.
constant. That's never going to be the case.
But in social democracy,
Yeah.
you set up the bumpers, you set up the systems where
Yeah.
they have to do that.
Well,
That's the bare minimum they have to do.
well, and then we go back to the erosion of the amenities that
I
the
don't feel
state
like that's
offers
a
and the
strong enough
regulations.
argument to say socialism's better.
No, as long as there is some kind of capitalist compensation in any sort of sector, they will always choose to monopolize. This is what most companies, like this is what every company does when they become a company, a corporation. Their job is their goal is to inevitably become a monopoly. You can do that by rent
Well,
seeking.
so what? So what? If they still have to follow the rules.
Well, no, when you are becoming a monopoly,
Yeah.
you are either engaging in horizontal integration and expansion or vertical integration and expansion, mergers.
We've wandered so far away from Ethan's question. Like, just answer the question, dude. It's frustrating. It's like he's talking about like monopolies and vertical integration. You don't got to get into all that, my guy. You don't got to do that. You could just answer the question.
Acquisitions, and what Amazon has done, for example, in
I feel like he's using the same arguments that kings and slave owners used. It's not exploitation if they feel protected. Well, that's kind of it, right? And Beata, you need to be able to explain what the exploitation is. and then you need to explain how your new system would lessen that exploitation or eliminate it. In this case, I'm not sure if there is a way in like complex, you know, logistical systems and worlds like the one we live in to completely eliminate it, but we can set up systems that are designed to get us as close as possible to eliminating that, you know? This has been a criticism of Hasan for years. I haven't watched a ton of Hasan content, but I've been really kind of invested in this Ethan Klein leftward arc. I have genuine hope for Ethan, and I think he could actually become a really, really great like platform for leftist content. And it's frustrating to see Hasan kind of piss this away. Also, this is a really good screen grab of Hasan. I like the face he's making a lot. They both sound sick? Maybe. I think, well, Ethan consistently has been far closer to leftist positions than Hasan recently, which is why I think it's so interesting.
E-commerce is a great example of this. And when you get to that point, especially under a capitalist state that still has market reforms, you end up using
Ethan was
the
sick.
additional capital that you've accumulated in the form of profits from your workers to lobby the government and erode the safety nets.
But you're talking like it's a guaranteed. And again, I
It
go
has
back.
been a guarantee every single time.
And it's been a guarantee by the same metric that any socialist country devolves into disaster. I mean, it's not fair to put that out there like it's just given. Because on the other flip coin, you can say, this, like I mentioned, socialism. There's going to be people moving towards capitalism.
So socialist
But
nation states,
it's too hypothetical.
Socialist nation
Too
states, however,
hypothetical.
historically, most of them at least, have not eroded or been destroyed due to like people who are just like, I want to be capitalist. Usually those people are being goaded or supported, facilitated by a much more powerful nation that is using the inherent greed to their advantage to cause divisions. But the real material issues in socialist nation states, historical socialism, real socialism in the real world that has happened, has always been due to mishaps, famine, or the government exercising too much authoritarian control.
Yeah, you could say the same thing.
These sorts of things are the real reasons as to why socialist nation states have failed, not necessarily.
Hasan talks theory, not normie. That's my biggest criticism of Hasan. He overexplains too much to Ethan during this. But like the thing is, like with the Hasan talks theory thing, like Hasan, I've read theory, at least to some degree, enough to know what I talk about and what I advocate for. But Hasan seems like he drops certain phrases or certain Joker Oker, thank you very much for subscribing with Prime. I appreciate it. Hope you're doing well, friendo. But he drops phrases and like lines of argumentation that come from like reading theory, but he does it in a way that doesn't make sense to me. You know, it in a way that indicates to me he's read the words, but he hasn't internalized the theory or the concepts enough to actually simplify it into real terms. You know? Like that's the issue. You need to be able to put it in terms that normal people can understand. And when he talks like this, he's not doing that. And I think all it really does, like tangibly, when he's talking like this and inserting kind of these cut and paste arguments as answers to questions that didn't ask for them, I think it just generally is virtue signaling to his audience. I don't think that that's his intent, but I think that's the effect of what he's doing here. So, yeah.
their economic mode of production switching over to a more labor.
I think he said he hasn't fully read theory, to be frank. Well, like, again, you don't have to fully read theory. You know, I've read very little of Capital, okay? That's going to be a project for me at some point, but maybe when I have like the ability to take like 2 weeks off, I'll read Capital. But like, it's fine. You just need to understand the concepts. You need to understand, okay, what are the key parts of what socialism is? Be able to rattle them off. Be able to rattle off how we can at least achieve the most core concept, which is having workers democratically own their workplaces. Okay, look into how we can actually do that. And then be able to explain, those are the key concepts. Here's the most important one. Here's how we could achieve that. You don't need to drop like 3 or 4 paragraphs to answer a question about one of the basic components of your ideology. Like, you shouldn't have to do that. Jack is a patriot for reading the Bible. Unironically, I have read at least the entire New Testament. I also tried reading the Old Testament. It's very long, but I've read most of the Bible. My eyes just kind of glaze over when they start going through like family lineages.
Focused economy, and then also there are so many different types of socialist developments, like a socialist mode of production, that there is no like one absolute perfect one, and I'd be a liar if I told you I know which one it is. You know what I mean?
So go back to the original question. Let's just ignore this theory that in social democracy, and I'll say this, you know, obviously we have antitrust laws that are not good, that have not been effective in the least bit.
Yeah,
But it's
I would
also
ask you
something
why.
you can regulate.
No, but I would ask you why.
Well, because our government is super corrupt.
Mm-hmm. Why is the government corrupt?
Because people are inherently flawed.
You think the government's corrupt because people are inherently flawed?
Okay, so this is another thing, right? So Ethan has the opinion that people are naturally hardwired to do capitalism. So I think one of the ways to kind of counter that argument would be to actually, like, okay, let's talk about that. Because I don't think people are wired to fuck each other over. That's what capitalism does. Capitalism wires us to fuck each other over. But we aren't wired to do that. Historically, we're wired to be social creatures. We are wired to work together for the greater good of all of us. That is how the human race has survived, has been able to build society. Society itself is predicated on the ability for us to trust one another and work together. So, like, if Ethan's going to make the naturalistic argument, then you have to be able to, then you have to have the rebuttal. And the rebuttal is all evidence in the world indicates that, yes, we might fuck each other over in capitalism, but on a base level, we are wired to have one another's backs. And I don't know that Hasan's going to actually respond in that way.
Corruption in that sense, I disagree with you there.
Some people, not all people.
No,
That's another thing I said.
I
People
know.
are inherently greedy, and people lost their mind. Some
I think it's okay to think this, by the way, but that's why, again, the other component of my argument, if I were to be talking to Ethan, right, is to make it clear that democratically running businesses, workers having the ability to participate and the agency to participate and make changes in the company, that is in workers' self-interest. You get paid more from all the research we have. Democratic worker co-ops pay their workers more. The workers are happier and they have more agency and they have better benefits. Jobs are more stable, etc. Their jobs are better able to withstand any economic downturns that happen. Overall, there are a slew of benefits that come with democratically owned and run businesses. And the conception that I think Hasan is giving to Ethan here is that businesses won't exist. because nothing like all of your self-interest will be accounted for, which sounds just like it sounds made up. It sounds like something you pulled out of your ass, some utopia that would never work. And you need to be able to translate it into, okay, well, if you think that this is in, people would only do what's in their self-interest, well, yeah. But it would be in their self-interest to participate in a democratic workplace. That's the argument here. Yeah, well, Hasan has already said this doesn't need to be a democracy. You're right, Sashi.
Some people are.
The
Actually,
reason-
I want to talk about that at better length, but go ahead.
That's actually a great take as well. We can cover that as well.
Yeah, I do want to.
I always butcher this quote, but I forget who it was. It might have been Mark Fisher, might have been someone else. But assuming that greed is inherent in human nature under a capitalist organization of the economy is like assuming the black lung is inherent
I'm not
in human
saying
nature
capitalist.
if you work at the fucking coal mine.
See, that's not a good analogy.
Because no, you're
In my
right.
opinion.
Greed is a part of it. Self-interest is a part of it. Not greed necessarily, but self-interest is a part of human existence. Why we have built societies and how we've done it. However,
It's a biological survival
exactly.
mechanism.
However,
If we didn't have self-interest, we wouldn't survive as a species.
I don't disagree with you.
Yeah.
You're absolutely correct. My argument always, and many Marxist arguments actually, have always been around individualism and self-interest, and how socialism, as a matter of fact, creates more opportunities for individual liberties for the person. It's only been sold and told to people as though it is, this gray, brutalist architecture, city blocks. You have to, do your government mandated coal mining job or whatever the fuck. But the ultimate goal has always been to open up more individual liberties. I'll give you an example of socialization that you and I both agree with, right? Healthcare. Nationalized healthcare or socialized medicine in general gives you more liberties as a person that you can actually leave your job if you fucking
that would
hate
happen
it.
in a social democracy as well.
Yes.
See, that's part of the problem here. That's the immediate response he has. Like, yeah, that happens in a capitalist society too. See, that's why moving it away from worker rights to just being treated well under a given system doesn't work. It doesn't work. People respond to incentives provided by the society they're living in. If those incentives are bad, then you're going to have bad outcomes. Yeah. Hasan is not a leftist. He's contrary to he's a contrary who happened to fall into leftist and tanky beliefs. He believes one thing and one thing only, and that's America's bad. Well, I think Hasan, again, I've given my opinion on Hasan, and I think it's the correct one. Obviously, I'm a bit biased, and I think that he has good leftist domestic policy, generally speaking. His foreign policy and his grasp of like socialist theory is not good. It goes domestic policy, theory understanding, and then foreign policy. Like that's the tier list, or foreign policy. Hasan has said multiple times over the years that he hates politics and just wants to stream and be a React Annie and be a famous streamer. I mean, I think he can have that goal and also talk about politics, Like, I don't mind someone who is doing politics and is generally doing good stuff, even if they want to actually do something else. I'm okay with that. Generally speaking, I think Hasan has been a boon to like getting more people into the leftist streaming space, both as content creators and as viewers. And I don't think that that's bad. What I do think is bad is when he advocates for bullshit and dog shit foreign policy, and when he is fumbling trying to get his co-host to come over to being like an actual socialist, which I think is within reach. But also, I do think he cares about this. Otherwise, I don't think he'd be talking about it. He's big enough to not have to talk about politics ever again. Anyway.
However,
we got a lot of this to get
like
through.
I've said, there has to be the countermeasures in a social democracy the capitalist forces are significantly more powerful because ultimately the state is still operating as a capitalist state. That is still the norm.
So I think we're having like a kind of just like a disconnect, or not a disconnect, but maybe at an impasse on that idea. But what I'll say, I want to give you a specific example because this is interesting to me. Let's just take this workplace as an example because we're all familiar with it.
Mm-hmm.
So I started my career 10 plus years ago, and I was successful by myself with 0 employees.
Yes.
I made a lot of money. I did well for myself. And then, 5 years ago into my career, I made the podcast, which obviously you all are watching now. So let's say we go back to 5 years ago when I hired Dan as a freelance. You started as like a consultant.
Yeah, or a freelancer. Yeah.
And obviously you moved to full time, and I'll get to that.
Yeah.
So he started as like a freelance consultant. So what would be a fair way of compensating him for that?
See, this is why, again, you gotta talk about the actual way that this translates into labor policy. Is there a way to, just use exclamation point Discord. A lot of this is alleviated by just being like, well, in a democratic co-op society, like, you could have non-voting members do co-op work. Like that could be a thing. Now, I think there would need to be legislation around, like, if a consultant does X amount of work, then they become considered an employee, like a full-time employee. I think there would have to be laws around that so that, like, people aren't just like hiring up contract laborers and like doing consulting work as like loopholes to like underpay workers and exploit them. But like that's something I think that can be worked out in the long term. It's actually one of my bigger people bring up Mondragon as an example of like democratic worker co-ops. I actually don't think it's a great example just because I think some of its contracting policies are pretty exploitative towards workers. So you would have to have like some legislation around like who is and is not considered full-time employees, but I think that there's plenty of space to be carved out for temporary contract workers to like both be like paid a similar wage to someone who's going to be who's working full-time, and also something that mandates that they become a full like employee able to facilitate changes within the organization, after X amount of time. I think that'd be fair. Good night, Akira Tanakel.
In your situation, it's like, what is the most like socialist way of doing it? Is that what you're asking?
Well, yeah, because that's what we're talking about, right?
It would be profit sharing.
Okay, but profit sharing isn't enough. Profit sharing isn't enough for that, okay? You can't just say, oh, well, profit sharing would fix the problems, but it wouldn't, though, actually. You need to have more cohesive policy.
So this is interesting.
So
hold on.
This is interesting. You're right. Because this is actually the most difficult aspect, in my opinion, of like trying to create the most ethical way of existing under a capitalist organization of the economy while you are also productive and you're doing like an owned and operated media company where you are the product.
So I hired Dan as a consultant.
Yeah.
Just to help us out to get things
and I have hired
beautified.
people as well.
So then I'm profit sharing with him? How much profit am I sharing with him?
So the way I do it, and I think this will be this is instructive for many others as well. The way I do it, like the most ethical way to do it, is basically try to make an assessment. Sure, there's market considerations on the one hand, like what the normal wage would look like, but that is like the minimum. You know what I mean? That is like the minimum. That is the worst possible amount to pay someone in the form of wages, in my opinion.
Okay.
So you have the market considerations on the one side. which I don't necessarily care too much about. On the other side, you have your productive output, right? Let's say you were making $10 before Dan came on, and now that Dan came on, you're making.
That wouldn't be measurable metric.
No. I know. I completely agree with you.
Yeah.
I know. Which is why I'm saying it's a tricky situation.
It seems almost impossible.
Yeah. Well, technically, the other side is also very cruel, but we just like have.
I mean, yeah, the issue is it would be based on like how much money you're making. It would be based on like what you're paying other employees. It'd be based on like a number of different factors. And those are things we can figure out, right? The same way that like a contract would be like negotiated now, like worker contracts can be negotiated. Freelance terms can be like negotiated and like decided upon by workers. All of these are things that are subject to negotiation, obviously going forward. But I think that there would need to be some democratic protections for, consultants, essentially. Hasan's a great intro to the left. I'd agree with that.
That's
Normalized.
not true, because in social democracy, people are fairly compensated. It's not cruel, in my opinion.
No, there's. I don't think. I think
people
think
could be
of social
more or
democracies- we
more
think of social
fairly,
democracy-
less fairly compensated, but like generally speaking, they'd be more fairly compensated than what you would see today.
Yes, in comparison to the United States of America, which technically would be a mixed market or social democracy, social democracies in other countries, there is better compensation.
So here's the unintended consequence of that.
Due to regulation, government regulation.
If I'm just hiring Dan to come in and help me with cameras and stuff, and I have to cut him in on profit share, people are not going to hire as many people. They're going to think a lot more before they bring more people on.
Well, can I just chime in real quick, just to clarify this point?
People aren't going to hire as many people. Well, that could be true. That might be true. However, in a society that slowly transitions, in a society that slowly transitions to a democratic worker co-op society, to a socialist society, there's a lot of intermediary time. It's not like you're just Thanos snapping things. So new startups would build in like kind of these cost concerns, these ideas, places hiring consultants to come in and do temp work would have that built in already. There would be less capitalist coercion going on to kind of force people to move into jobs too quickly and without, really giving it thought just because they need the money. Otherwise, they'll go homeless and suffer and die. Speaking of, drop some subs over on riverboat.gg. Subs and donos very much appreciated on this 4.5-hour stream so far. Would it be Pog to have a Vosh video on how Jack destroyed Hasan? But when we're talking about this, right, less people might be hired at individual companies, but there would be more room for people to take risks and build their own. There would be more room for the mom and pop organizations that are currently pushed out of markets by Walmarts. You'd have more small restaurants that are collectively owned by the people who work there. Like, I think that would actually be pretty cool and based. There would be more options for places for people to work, and if they didn't want to work at the places available to them, they would have access to the potentially, if they had a decent business model, start up their own democratic worker co-op business with like a few of their friends or old co-workers or just people who are interested in the same thing they are. This is how that would work. So like individually, you might not be able to hire as many people, but other people could, or the people who aren't getting hired can do their own thing. I think fundamentally this is a better system than people just needing to get a job, otherwise they're going to suffer. Otherwise their kid's not going to have health care.
Are you still talking about the period of time where I was working as a contractor?
Yes. I haven't gotten to the full time yet. Well, we're going to move to that.
Right. I will just say that at the time, I was essentially operating as my own business as well, because you weren't my only client at the time.
Right. Okay.
I did that professionally for a lot of people, and you were one of many people that I would come and do shows with until you offered me a full-time thing. So just because we're using the specific example, I just wanted to clarify that, because I think that matters in what the dynamic was when we were initially working together.
I don't think that matters in such that I'm more focused just on the profit
So
sharing.
the reason why I was bringing
And like
up
the implications on to a business and business owner of that.
Okay, but the reason why I was bringing up the revenue is because let's say you were making you're making $10. Dan comes on, now you're making $15.
Yeah.
Right? Dan has brought in $5 extra of revenue for you, and I think that the best possible way to engage with that would be to cut Dan in on like offer Dan living wages plus whatever Dan has brought in the form of revenue.
So here's a big problem.
And that moves.
Good night, Ashley.
That
Get good
moves
sleep.
into direction like you make, and then later down the line you make 100.
Again, I think that revenue sharing might not make sense for contract workers, but it makes sense for full-time employees. I don't think a contractor would necessarily be someone who might make revenue share. But that's, I think that's something that could be negotiated.
$1,000 and
it moves with
now Dan is moving with it as well.
Here's where this seems more like it's a nice theory, but like in application it makes no sense. Who decides how much value he's brought? How could you possibly decide that? If my show is growing, Dan joins, and let's say now I'm making $15, but the show was organically growing. How can I attribute all 5 of that to Dan?
You're absolutely correct on this as well. This is a big weakness.
50-50 with him?
This is something that I do not have an answer for either, which is why,
it doesn't
like
make
I
sense.
said, I said, you make do with you try to do your very best.
Can I be? This seems like
I mean, this is the issue, right? Like, I think without enough specifics, without enough policy that is actually actionable around it, I think Ethan has been led to this point where he's like, this just seems like a pie in the sky, like utopian ideal that could never actually work or exist. Pay the excess value. Nah, I don't necessarily agree that paying consultants in shares would be the best way to go. I'm not entirely convinced that shares of a company would be good unless you're going to cash those shares out. As when they stop working for you, you like cash out the shares, maybe. But that just seems that seems like a really roundabout way of just paying them money, They need to be able to trade immediately anyway. Yeah. I think I would just prefer, like, I think that it works best for contractors specifically to just pay them like an agreed upon fee. Because there'd be a lot more bargaining potential and also like a lot more clarity in those types of working conditions. That's just my take on it. I know that you could have like democratic worker co-ops that have share systems, but like that would I don't know that would need to be universalized. I think different democratic co-ops could run in different ways without shares. But yeah, you have to maintain cash reserves and invest capital as well, which doesn't allow you to pay higher. Doesn't allow you to pay the full value of labor. Well, yeah, that I already addressed that earlier. The issue is in a private business, the incentive is to pay the lowest possible wage. In a democratically run business, there are mechanisms there in place to try and pay a much closer to parity wage that is at least gunning for parity with the cost or with the value of the labor created. Those words made sense. Pretend that.
like a big problem to say you don't have a solution.
What's stopping so-called democratic co-ops from forming today? Nothing, except capital investment, baby. Because guess what? Private companies tend to pay out more money to investors. Private companies pay more money back on the money that's loaned to them. They're better investments for private capital. However, we could set up means of investing into democratic worker co-ops because the government actually has a pretty solid incentive structure to invest in democratic worker co-ops. They pay their taxes far more equitably and accurately than private businesses. They tend to stay local over long periods of time. They pay their workers better. Their workers are happier. Their workers have agency within the company. They're able to change things, in other words. So overall, they're far better for the economy. The main issue is they're not as profitable for people with money to invest in. So they just aren't invested in. However, that doesn't stop them from forming. You see, generally speaking, in the system we have now, the capital issue is what prevents democratic co-ops from forming. This limitation on investment, like startup money, essentially. However, that doesn't exist as much as a barrier when we're talking about agriculture. That's why predominantly in the United States, most democratic worker co-ops are in the agriculture sector. They're farmers. They are, working in the lumber mills. That's generally where you find democratic co-ops in the United States. And in the United States, we actually have a lot of them, in the Midwest, we actually have a lot of them. I live in Minneapolis. And a lot of democratic co-ops are pretty successful, actually, because farmers already have their capital built in to their farming business. And then they realize, oh, hey, if we, a bunch of farmers, work together and pool our resources, we can actually get more done than if we are just single solitary farmers. And so they make agrarian worker co-ops. However, there's nothing preventing this model of business from succeeding in other areas, like restaurants, like stores, like insert whatever. This business model can succeed in any of those avenues. The main issue is the startup capital. And that's something that we can take steps to address. And I propose specifically using having a return to postal banking, which was a system we had until the 1960s, that basically ensured that every single post office in America could also operate as a bank. If we brought that back, which, by the way, it was abolished so that we could privatize banks and run savings and loans out of business. So that's why we have huge banking crises these days. So we could just not have those as much and go to postal banking again. And that would also provide a vehicle for us to put government loans out that would subsidize the creation of democratic worker co-ops. Obviously, some of those would fail. However, as we know from research, democratic worker co-ops tend to, again, stay local, tend to pay their taxes, and also tend to survive harsher economic conditions better than private businesses. And my hypothesis here is that by having this system set up and getting more data on democratic worker co-ops over time, we can find better ways to implement them. We can find more efficient ways to implement them. And we can also then use the data we get from that to adapt larger companies. I think that we should maybe have legislation that mandates that whenever a company fails to such degree that it needs a government buyout, like the airlines did recently, like some of the auto manufacturers did during the pandemic, like the banks did during the 2008 crisis. When those companies come to the government for a loan, the government should say, okay, we'll give you your loan. We'll give your CEOs the golden parachutes, but then your company is going to be run by the workers who are at these companies. And then using the data we have from smaller democratic co-op businesses that have had time to grow, we can use that data to adapt larger business structures to democratic co-op models and have kind of this vice that slowly transitions the economy to a more democratic one. Anyway, you asked me one of my favorite questions, the people's elbow, so thank you very much. I appreciate it.
Solution for if you're advocating for a socialist society.
I agree, which is why I
'Cause it
always
doesn't seem like it's ready.
If every streamer on Twitch espousing the virtues of co-ops kicked in a few bucks, you would have plenty of capital to start a new business. I don't know about that. Most of us are pretty poor.
Well, can
Not
I just
ready.
chime in on this? This isn't theoretical. There are lots of companies that do profit sharing.
I do this as
I
well.
know, but it's not.
Okay, also, I hate the focus on profit sharing because democratic co-ops are not successful because of profit sharing. They're successful because of profit sharing and agency. Like, worker agency is an important component of what makes these democratic economies successful.
Like,
But
so
like
let's
big
say
companies,
this.
and they have various methods of how they do it.
The way
There are ways that do it that make sense.
I do this
But
as
the
well,
way that
Ethan.
socialism does it in the purest sense is like Dan joined 10 to 15. Dan gets half of the 15.
So
That's his
Ethan,
labor.
Ethan, this is if we're talking pure theory.
Hold on one sec.
If we're talking, but if we're talking pure theory,
Yeah.
I would rather have an imperfect structure that still
It's
absolutely
not
offers
imperfect.
better.
It doesn't work.
Well,
If you don't know
the
how people
capitalist-
get paid, how does it even work?
the capitalist structure also is imperfect in the exact same
Well,
way.
it's functioning at least.
Yes, I know, but the idea that like the other structure would not function is not correct. Especially when we're telling you that even under a capitalist organization economy, there's plenty of different ways of doing
But
this.
there needs to
one
be
of the most successful ones that I also have is a cooperative, right? I have a cooperative, collectively organized podcast, for example, where we just
I didn't know that. I didn't know his podcast was cooperatively organized. That's actually pretty cool.
split it 5 ways regardless. Obviously, my output in that situation, given that I am the host with the largest audience, would significantly outweigh my producers, for example, who could be paid with a very fair, very fat market wage, right? Market wage plus market wage times 3 is what I could pay him, and it would still be significantly less than what he gets paid now.
Yeah.
Because we're cutting him in 5 ways. We're splitting everything 5 ways.
Yeah.
And that is a perfectly viable way to do it because
I think that's very generous, but I don't think you should be forced to do that.
Okay, but that's the thing, right? In what I just talked about, I didn't say we would force anyone to do anything. Outside of if their company fails and they need a bailout, well, they can either just let the company fail or they can take the bailout and transition to a democratic co-op. But otherwise, like, yeah, we need to have the primary thing that Hasan hasn't done here is explain why workers and just generally would prefer a democratic business structure. Being allowed to fail is part of capitalism. It's distorted when it's not allowed to fail. Government intervention is not the answer. It never is and never will be. If you want corporations to feel some pain, unleash the free market upon them. Well, the issue is Han, Fixar, Cable, and when that happens to particularly large businesses, that means everyone else in society suffers too. You know, that's part of the too big to fail ethos, right? Like if your grocery store is going under in a town, right? Like the town obviously doesn't want the local grocery store to go out of business because then where are people going to buy their food? Again, I live in the Midwest. Some of the places out here, there's only the one grocery store to go to. Otherwise, you got to drive like 100 miles. So, again, I think being allowed to fail is actually, if you consider it a virtue, is actually easier in a democratic system. In this socialist system that I'm proposing here, would actually be more viable. Because if you fail in a socialist society that's predominantly socialist via democratic worker co-ops, well, the worst that happens to you is you just don't have a workplace anymore. You still have your housing guaranteed. You still have food guaranteed. You still have your healthcare guaranteed. You still have schooling guaranteed. Like, you're free to try again. We're actually free to try more things, which is why it's really cool.
I think
you should be forced to pay him what we've determined as a minimum wage, where he can live where he lives in a comfortable state.
Yeah, I don't agree with that.
And I don't think
And
that
it's not,
prevents
goes
people
beyond,
from being
it goes beyond wages too.
generous.
It goes
either.
beyond wages as well. There's also another aspect of this that many people fail to consider, which is decision making. So there's also the structure of decision making, the structure of autonomy. When we are setting up the time for when we are going to shoot the podcast, like, everyone has to be on board with it. It has to work around every single person's schedule. These are all scheduling conflicts exist usually, but it's like in good faith, every single person is like giving their most, giving their all, and it ultimately, I think, creates a pretty solid product.
Let me ask you. So, do you acknowledge that in this socialist theoretical country, where I go from 10 to 15 and I give Dan 15, hypothetically for any worker joining, that I, as a business owner, I would be less likely to be hiring people?
Certainly.
And that's not good, is it?
No, I don't agree with that. I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing at all.
Because, like, I don't know, because, like, I've gone through a lot of people that did not work out.
Mm-hmm.
And they were hired on, like, let's say,
You can still fire them.
exploratory. So is it at will employment in this situation?
In this structure, you can.
I mean, I think that it possibly could be, but I think hiring practices would be decided on by the people working at the company. Generally speaking, there would probably still be like worker protections enshrined in law, but yeah.
Still, of course, like, you can still have issues with an employee and fire them. It's ironic because, like, Japan, for example, is like the most capitalist country.
Yeah, Ethan Klein has Tourette's, Han Fixar. So if you see him moving around a little bit weird, that's what that would be.
On the planet. And yet, in Japan, they have this, like, very unique culture where getting into a place of business is very difficult. But once you actually have made it into the corporation, they don't fire you. They can't fire you. They never fire you. What they do is they ostracize you and make you into a social pariah within the company, and try to get you to quit.
Is it because they're trying to avoid paying some kind of severance, or is it just
no? It's like it's both cultural, and if I'm not mistaken, it could literally have legal implications as well. But it works, right?
Okay,
it technically works.
But I'm saying, why is it? Hey, why is it not a good? So as a business owner, I think the fact that I was not super hesitant to hire lots of people, find the crew that worked. I worked with a lot of people who were not compatible. So I was able to burn through enough people to find a team that worked, right?
Kaya,
and so if I was so hesitant to hire people because I have to profit share with them, I would do like a way more strenuous interview process. It would take way longer.
Yeah, you're making an argument for why it's stronger. Like, you
I don't
lucked out
think
with
so
Dan.
at all.
You lucked out with Dan.
I don't think that's a good argument, because first of all, it's good that people can go try a bunch of jobs before they find one that works. And as an employer, it's good to be able to try a bunch of people. Do you find the right fit for employees? If I had to go through this strenuous process to find each one of them, this podcast may very well likely not exist as it does today. Might not exist at all.
I disagree with you on that for sure. I think that it's better to have a strenuous process of ensuring that you have the best possible person.
For like the most entry level job.
Yeah, I think that it's.
But then
doesn't
that result in people not getting work?
So, yes, it will.
So there's.
But then we're talking about like an entirely separate way of organizing the economy.
Let me go back. Why is it better? Why is it better that I have to go through like extraneous, full-on HR processes?
We're talking about hypotheticals.
Yeah.
In this situation.
Yeah.
So it can I can just hypothesize that you found Dan. Not even hypothesize.
Well, no, we're not talking. Well, we're talking hypothetically, but we're
Like,
talking.
You found Dan, so you clearly.
But we went through
were
a lot of
able to.
people before we found Dan.
Yeah. Well, you could have arrived at Dan as well, is what I'm saying.
It would have
through
taken a lot
strenuous
longer, and the
process.
business might not have survived.
Okay. So
There was a point where the podcast almost got wrapped up.
yeah.
So why is it better in theory to have that extraneous of a hiring process than being able to kind of just people try things out?
This is only one aspect of it, but what you're talking about, like the extraneous hiring process, also would exist under a social democracy as well. It should exist in some form under a social democracy as well, like some level of protection from being fired.
But so in social democracy, you're not rev sharing. So there's like this big thing that you're like, I'm a business owner. I've created this business from my own sweat and blood and tears over the last 10 years, and I'm making a lot of money. I got to hire this guy who I don't know anything about, and I got to cut him in on my profits.
Well, again, this is why I'm just like, just I think having consulting work in a socialist society governed by, certain worker protections is totally fine. That's totally fine. You would still need laws for worker protections in a completely socialist society that has like abolished like the commodity form or some shit. You would still need that.
That doesn't exist in social democracy. So the risk to me as the business owner is way less.
But it's much smaller to a much smaller degree because it's supposed to exist through unions. And once again, it's not just revenue sharing. Everyone always focuses on that aspect of it, but rev sharing comes in the form of benefits. Rev sharing comes in the form of like how much we invest in R&D, for example, or what kind of R&D initiatives we invest in. All of these decisions are made by a board.
Well, that's all regulated.
Fiduciary responsibility to the shareholders that is not regulated under a social democracy. This is the major point of contention. What do you mean by rev
share then? Because you see, in our example,
like in Germany, they have a trade union representative that sits on the board of executives, but that's only one aspect of a larger board that is still representing the interests of the shareholders. Those who own the company, who never have seen the company. They can, even globally own it, right? So having one vote in that situation is not as good, in my opinion, as having all of the vote, all of the power, making these decisions as a collective, something that kind of is not legally enforced here, right, in your structure, but you abide by because you're a nice guy. Many people are not going to be like that. And I'm saying that we shouldn't rely on the magnanimous nature of bosses.
We're going back to this point because we don't have to with the right.
Well, even an example like the one I mentioned in Germany still yields terrible, still is susceptible to the influence of capital.
Let me ask you this.
Wait, yes, it is.
Germany arguably is.
Yes,
not as much as.
Okay, I don't know a lot about Germany, so I'm not gonna. I don't want to get into that.
America is a social democracy as well. The problem is, like, American social democracy is a laughable example of social democracy. So let's not use it then.
But going back, why is it better? Because I don't think I ever got an answer to have a strenuous hiring process.
Why is it better to have a strenuous? When you engage in commodity production with another person, I think it's perfectly valid to ensure that this person is not going to be like a scumbag and cheat you, fuck you over. I think it's good business practice, even in a capitalist sense, to ensure that the person that you're hiring is not like some fucking random dickhead.
That's just common sense.
And the more you
grow, do acknowledge that. So you do acknowledge the hesitancy to hire people.
I do. I'm not necessarily saying it's a bad thing.
I don't know what. Okay, we'll move on.
I don't think it's a bad.
I guess a bit of an impasse again.
Because as companies grow, you have different people in different units that.
I feel really bad for how frustrated Ethan is right now. Oh God. Also, chat. We've now been streaming for 5 hours. If you are enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button over on Twitch. Hit the subscribe button on YouTube. Hit the like button over on the YouTube stream. If you're watching over on Twitch and want to watch ad-free, consider coming over to riverboat.gg. There are no ads when you watch over there. And even if you're not subscribed. And if you would like to support the stream, drop some subs or donos, because those help me to not die, and I really appreciate not dying. And I hope that I don't know, if you're interested in any of this or find any of this valuable, feel free to drop some subs and donos, because that helps me a lot. This broadcast brought to you by viewers like you. Thank you.
Also are, engaging in hiring. Like, it's just that workers now have more of a say in which direction the company should go. And that's a good thing.
This
It's
dude
not a
worked
bad
for me
thing.
for like a week. After on my business, I spent 5 years building. I don't want to give him a decision on where the company goes.
I think that...
Why should he have that right?
Well,
you know what I mean?
I'm not saying the janitor comes in and unilaterally makes decisions. That's not how that works.
But I'm curious how it does work.
So it's communication. The other person is a human being as well. If you have a major disagreement, then you look for someone else to work in that position. This is how it works.
Okay.
The
I'm
only
not getting
difference
a
in
clear
that
answer on the
situation is
rev
that you don't
share
have
either.
the fear of like subsistence living at the other end of that bargain. Whereas like you have better amenities, better protections, and
So by
therefore
rev
you're more
share, you just
comfortable.
made good living conditions? Because
The idea is
that's what I'm
that
already saying. That I don't think that makes socialism unique, because we can provide good living conditions and
we
benefits.
can, but we haven't. Now that, by the way,
But
one aspect
again,
of social democracy that we've talked about is the domestic one. We have yet to even uncover the other much worse side of
Yeah, right? Right, exactly, quasi-spec. I mean, I haven't even really talked during this stream about, like, would workers really vote at a local factory to dump the toxic waste into their drinking water, into their own drinking water? Do you think the workers would be pretty, in a democratically run factory? Do you think that they'd be okay with, like, putting out products that are poisoning children? No, I don't think so. I don't think most workers. I don't think if you were like, hey guys, we got evidence that our lead painted toys are poisoning children. I don't think most workers in the factory would be like, yeah, that's a good idea. Let's keep putting out these lead poisoned toys. No. No. Hey, sweetheart's cat. Good point, quasi-spec. Thank you for bringing that up.
social democracies, which is resource extraction in the third world and imperialism. And that is a necessity under global capitalism. And that is the reason why we have the haves and the have-nots. On the domestic level, you believe that there is a regulatory agency that can make things more just.
I don't feel prepared to have a conversation about the third world stuff because I'm not super familiar with it.
Perfectly fine.
But like I can. I mean, I can
but
give
you
my
understand that
opinion
like
about
that's
stuff.
a part of
course.
how
I mean,
everything
listen,
works.
exploiting in the truest sense of the word is definitely what's been happening.
Even on a capitalist understanding, that's like hyper
I
exploitation.
mean, clearly, I think that all humans on this earth deserve rights and comfort and a right. To, you know what I mean?
It is funny
quality
though.
of
Like
life.
one thing I will mention in the domestic, going back to the labor force thing, is that like we're so susceptible and so programmed under capitalist dogma that we refuse to see a world outside of it, and we're so captured in that worldview that oftentimes the number one counter against a socialist governance or democracy in the workplace or anything like that is always like, what do you want, the fucking janitor just came in yesterday to make these decisions? Like, no one said he's the CEO now.
I just want to understand how it works because you keep saying rev share.
Rev share is only one component of
the
it.
janitor
Rev share can be democratically assigned.
If the say what?
Okay, here is an example. When I first started the podcast, I was originally under cast. It was fucking terrible. We quit. We started our own podcast, me and Will. We needed a producer because we don't have that skill set. We needed someone to change the cameras and maybe do a little bit of, someone to post the videos, do the captions, titling, thumbnailing, right? So in that situation, we looked for someone. We found someone. And we were splitting it 3 ways. We were splitting the revenue 3 ways, anything that we made, right? And even before that, I was also giving March money as well to make sure that he like at least had a fucking, had a revenue opportunity even when we weren't generating a lot of revenue.
Okay.
Right? So what did I do after that? The podcast grew. Fear and now has 5 cast members. We brought in Austin Show, my good friend, and Cutie Cinderella. And when that happened, Us three, we got together and we had a conversation.
Okay.
Do we need more hosts? Do we think that this will be beneficial?
Right.
Right? Do we think that we will end up making, more revenue, generating more revenue in the long run?
Right.
Will we have people with unique creative ideas? Like, I care more about the creative output than anything else, than revenue. I haven't even touched the fucking revenue that I've generated from the podcast. And we got together and we had a conversation. And I think that is a significantly more equitable and just and better way of doing business than me hiring March, me giving Will some money originally, like a fat salary, or maybe cutting in on the rev share for him, and then giving March like a super high fucking wage, right? Way higher than like the average producer, and then making these decisions single-handedly.
Let me add another aspect to your example. Let's say you need to hire a cleaner to come clean the office. She works for the podcast. She comes, she cleans the office. She works full time. How do you pay her?
The cleaner side of this is not like, I mean, I don't have an office like that, but the janitorial services,
theoretically,
in a theoretical situation where we have someone that needs to do it, we would also get together as a unit. Okay, the existing company would get together and decide what level, just like hiring the two other hosts, we decide what level of revenue cuts we are going to take from our 5% to give
so you're making her
to
a
the
job
other
offer.
person.
It's not really that different than a salary.
And once they get that job, and there are many different ways of doing this, but once they get that job, and let's say they worked for 2 years, 3 years, then they
most early progressive stuff the U.S. has is because of socialists, Crystal Eastman and Helen Keller, to name some socialists who did movements to improve workers' and women's lives. 100%. Like, most of what people enjoy, like the goddamn weekend, we had to fight for. Hey, do you guys enjoy having, like, fire escapes and fire exits? Guess what? That was worker rights advocates. Let's go.
Have a say in the revenue sharing structure and the power sharing structure as well. Because it doesn't have to happen, like, instantaneously. A lot of people forget that,
Well, my problem is that in the socialist economy, this is being regulated by the government. People can get together now and decide to do whatever the fuck they want in their company. And that's great, you know? But in the socialistic economy, there's rules that says you need to pay her X amount of rev share.
What you're saying is not true.
Again, this is why you need to delineate. And this is something that should have been cleared up at the very beginning of this. You need to delineate between, hey, this is, over here, this is what the economy is, and this is what government is. And socialism is an economy thing. It's not a government thing. Socialism, economies have effects on governments, but, like, you can have a capitalist country run by a king, Saudi Arabia, for example, or in Saudi Arabia's case, that'd be a prince, but you guys get it. Exactly, you need to define what socialism is, and I don't think they've ever done that on this show. At least not in a way that delineates it enough for Ethan. And Ethan is the one we need to win over right now. So you need to be like, okay, let's get back to brass tacks. Here's what socialism is. Here's what I'm talking about when I am talking about socialism. Let's go. What kind of government do you want? I want democracy, baby. I want a democracy without capitalism seeking to pervert it. Okay? That's what I want. Give me that multi-party democracy. Give me that, okay? In the long run, I would prefer, a stateless society. I'm anti-statist, if I want to get real pretentious about it. But I don't really have the means to make the argument for a stateless society outside of saying I think that it would have less coercion. But also, I think that we currently lack the ability broadly to even conceptualize what a stateless society would be like and how it would function. So I don't really spend a ton of time advocating for statelessness or for the abolishment of the commodity form even, because, like, we currently need to use money. It has a huge amount of utility for us in our modern world. So like even imagining a world without money is difficult for us, but we can imagine a world with more democracy in it, with democracy and democratic systems operating in our workplaces. We can imagine that. And I think that is pretty cool. Yeah, exactly, Sproxy. Whenever we talk about like what socialism is, I always have to be really careful to say like, here's what I'm talking about when I'm talking about this. I'm talking about when I talk about socialism, I'm talking about a system under which the workers control the means of production. Fundamentally, that is the goal when I talk about socialism. Workers controlling the means of production and reducing the coercive power of capital. And we can get into what that means, but like fundamentally, those are the two things I mean when I talk about socialism. And you need to do that. Otherwise, people think you're talking about the authoritarianism of like China, Stalin, etc. Like, oh, you're talking about North Korea. Like, no. Yeah.
Okay.
You want to know why?
Yes.
Because you want a social democracy, which kind of exists, and market regulation exists under capitalist formations, and plenty of capital owners hate that. As a matter of fact, I would say universally capital owners hate any kind of market regulation, which is why they choose to erode it as best as they possibly can, or they use it to their advantage to create an artificial barrier of entry into certain sectors.
I'm saying in a socialist economy, there's going to be laws that
Just
say
like
how
there
you
are
must-
laws in a
I'm
capitalist
just
economy
asking
that
you
capital
in
owners hate.
socialism how I'm saying the government is telling you how much you need to pay the janitor.
That's not how that would work.
Then how would it work? Because
It would be government.
Isn't that how is that functionally different than a minimum wage in our
that's
society?
my point. That's my point.
Yeah.
Why
Okay,
do they?
well then-
why
I
do?
think
But socialism is much more radical. We're talking.
it's not.
Social.
It doesn't have to be. I think it's
Moving America to a purely socialistic society. Instead of my thing is, I think social democracy is better than socialism.
So here's the thing, right? We need to be able to make the case to someone like Ethan. How is this better? And how would we transition to a socialist society, right? Because there is also an element here of like, well, if when you say we'd transition to a socialist society, you mean like we would just like appropriate the private businesses and like have an authoritarian central government, like distribute them, like that's how that would work. But we need to clarify, no, there are other ways that we can, shift to that take a longer period of time, Yeah, like Ethan even better as target capitalist that we need to convince as he shifts his audience over towards being able to honestly engage with socialist arguments. True. I like what Audruism YouTube person talks about, but I don't know how we could get him there. I don't know what you mean by that, Sweetheart's Cat, sorry. Democratic socialism with utilitarian wealth distribution are the qualifications of Hasan and Ethan listed. Yeah.
And you guys are explaining something that to me sounds a lot like something that we can already do without this huge undertaking of changing our economy from a capitalistic social democracy one to a socialism one. You're talking about a minimum wage. We already do that, and we can already do better with that via regulations.
But,
so why
but the reason why we haven't been able to is because, like, I think the best way to explain it is this way, okay? You like capitalism with socialist characteristics. I like socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Yo, you just said that. So we're both social Democrats.
So that doesn't mean that I'm
difference?
I still believe that the government
Wait, what's
should
the
be.
difference now? You said you like
right? Exactly. Like we shouldn't be an hour into this conversation with Ethan asking what the difference is. We shouldn't be this far into it Do they do a regular podcast together? Yes, Proxy. They do a regular show together. This is the show they do together. Light leg? Okay, we're good. We're good with leg? Okay, good. There are so many types of socialism and theories of how it should be done. So many hear it and think of things that aren't actually socialism. Honestly, at this point, it should be just rebranded to something more digestible. Super capitalism for the win. No, I think we can just call it socialism. Just call it socialism and actually just describe the tenet of socialism that's most important, which is worker ownership. Like, honestly, that would focusing the question of this entire conversation on worker ownership would be so beneficial if they had someone there to refocus it, but they don't. And it's frustrating because there are two guys who are flailing around here trying to get Ethan on this, and they're doing a terrible job. Distron, I'm playing Battle Brothers.
Social
The difference
capitalism.
is, no, I said I like socialism with capitalist characteristics, meaning that the governing economy, like the entire economy, still revolves around a socialist mode of production where the owners, the workers are the owners.
Battle Brothers
they
is
own the means
awesome.
of production.
It's just
they
very
have
hard.
They have a say in their benefits. They have a say in
And
what
I can
happens
fire
in
them
the
whenever
company.
I want, though.
Well, there will still obviously be protections against like unjust firings and whatnot, and there should be certainly.
There are now.
And there are now as well. Except
Really good.
America is a great example of.
In California, there are really.
America
good.
is a great example, however, of like how there aren't.
Which
because
how
the
it
right to
shouldn't
work
be,
state-
and it shouldn't be that way.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But the reason why it's not that way is because we have capitalism with like laughable socialist characteristics.
Dude,
we don't even
I
have
find
any
it
socialist
very
characteristics.
interesting that you're saying.
I'm honestly I'm a bit split on stock ownership by workers. I'm not sold on that as a concept for democratic worker co-ops. I've heard good things. I think there's potential for abuse. I go back and forth on it.
You want socialism with capitalist characteristics.
Capitalist characteristics in the sense that it doesn't touch the means of production or the mode of production, but offers an abundance of resources and offers the idea that you have freedom. One of the major problems with former historic socialist projects have always been commodity production being streamlined on necessity and not necessarily silly things like lighter production, industries that revolve.
What? Again, I feel like we've strayed so far from what Ethan has talked about.
Around making, I don't know, chocolate and coffee. Coffee was a major problem in East Germany. So like things of that nature that people need, I think those are things that we need to work on. And that capitalism, I think, has done a much better job at offering to people, and that has a very sedating influence on the masses.
I don't see
consumerism.
I don't see what's so great and humanizing about hiring a janitor for 0.000015% of the company.
What do you? I don't understand. That's not what I said. You just made that assertion.
But we're saying there's a minimum wage. There's a minimum equity share that janitor would need to get.
Well, are you talking about in comparison to doing
we're talking about a
profit-sharing
socialist
model?
minimum wage.
Right. But comparing it to a model where employees are cut in on the profit is what you're saying. Comparing that, what we have now to that.
Yeah.
Okay. So.
I mean, you wouldn't just pay them the 0.01 whatever percent. This is so fucking. We've gone too far astray for the conversation.
I mean, I would just point out that, well, so first of all, you had talked about it a lot earlier about like, well, what companies do that? There's a lot of examples of bigger firms that do this kind of thing.
Okay.
Do.
A great one is Southwest Airlines. Did you know that they have a massive employee profit sharing model?
How does it work? What's the details?
So it's a once a year payment, and they look at how they did the last year, and then a certain percentage of the profits they distribute as bonuses to all of the employees, and it's fairly significant.
Dude, that's great. But in a socialist country, that's it? That's all you want? Because that's easy.
Yeah, like that's the thing, right? This isn't the case for socialism, but they're trying to make it, and that's so frustrating. Even Ethan knows that they're not making the case for socialism and his system.
You know what I mean? Like, what are you asking for when you're asking for socialism? Just a bonus fund based on profit?
Just answer his fucking question.
That's easy.
No, not necessarily, but I'm listen, I wasn't trying to make any assertion about that. I was just trying to give you an example of, you were asking earlier, like, what companies do that.
I think that's awesome.
Here's a big one that does it.
I think that's awesome. And I'd even be in favor of regulating that and saying, yo, you need to put aside like 5% or 10% or whatever, I don't care, of your profits to distribute evenly amongst your employees. Is that socialism?
No,
Is that all it takes?
That would be some aspect of socialization, especially if it's like earned by the workers that have some level of collective bargaining.
It just seems so bureaucratic. I don't understand the workplace in your
Bureaucracy
world.
still is very much the foundation of a bourgeois state as well. It's just that we don't think
I'm
about.
talking like, this is bureaucracy on bureaucracy on bureaucracy.
No, I don't
understand your workplace.
I'll tell you
if
this
that's
much.
not good enough, then what is? I don't understand.
There is, I think it's called People's Republic of Walmart. It's a really good book. And so like
the title.
There was a genuine problem in the USSR with how to deal with crops and agriculture. And central planning, unfortunately, had limitations at the time because we did not have the computational power. One of the, ironically, steps in the right direction was actually coming from Chile, which then got their own 9/11 50 years ago, but we won't get into that because, you know, socialism bad. But there wasn't enough computational power to implement centralized planning at that time effectively, and it led to plenty of issues, right? So ironically, nowadays we have centralized planning inside of Walmart, inside of Amazon, and these companies are generating a ton of revenue that they could cut their workers into. Maybe they would be much smaller. Maybe they would be much smaller.
What's the minimum
size.
that would make it socialist? That's what I'm curious about.
I don't think there's like an exact dollar value, rather than, because you're looking for an exact dollar value, rather than I'm talking about an entirely different way of thinking.
But there's the law.
No, not a different way of thinking. It's a different way of organizing labor. Come on, dude. You know this. All right, I'm gonna burn off some of this energy. Thank you for getting me in shape, Hapsley. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I already lifted weights today, so that was especially onerous for me.
There's a law in a socialist country that says you must do
I'll
this.
give you one example. I'll give you a good example from your life, right? Right now, you have Cam, right? Cam does wonderful goofs, gaffs, and Photoshop.
Splaps.
We love Cam.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And
Let's give it up for
that
Cam.
nature.
Let's give it up for Cam real quick.
Yeah.
I love you guys. I love you guys.
So technically, if you were interested in maximizing your revenue, what you could have done instead of hiring Cam was outsource it to Fiverr, or I don't know, get like some Filipino graphic design company. If you were one of those like TikTok guys out there who's like, I fired my entire workplace and like fucking hired everyone in Pakistan for 5 cents an hour. It's fucking sick. Like, you could be one of those guys and do that. But the reason why you didn't do that is because you feel as though correctly that Cam yields better output. Hey, no.
Chewing?
She almost. I caught her.
Do it.
No.
You do it.
No.
Alfredo, you gotta enforce the law on her.
No.
Alfredo has no interest.
Alfredo, you have a monopoly on violence
Go.
in this
What
in
the
this
heck
office.
dog?
Sorry.
It's okay. A welcome.
Welcome to
A
Stretch.
welcome
Yeah.
break.
Yep.
Yeah.
Okay.
Please continue of how cool I am.
So
Please.
you don't do that, and there should be restrictions on that. Certainly, like there should be restrictions on being able to do that. Being able to just like completely outsource your workplace. Those restrictions can come in a capitalist country in the form of tariffs, which many do. Protectionist trade or protocols exist globally, with the exception of the United States of America, which has some protectionist policies, but others that, I mean, most protectionist policies still benefit the interests of capital rather than the working class there. And trade partnerships have created a structure where, like, labor has been outsourced overseas. Our manufacturing capabilities have been completely outsourced. These
Hey,
are very bad
McWiggin, how you
things that
doing?
exist exclusively due
Been
to
missing you. Where you been?
exclusively due to greed that you understand under capitalism that needs to constantly be put in check. But a government that is designed, a government that's full of rich people, that is interested in their own wealth and wealth accumulation, that has stock options and trades like Paul Pelosi, and has, you know, that gets jobs for their family members in Goldman Sachs like Ted Cruz and many other examples, is never going to truly represent the interests of the working class, and is always going to put the interests of capital ahead of the interests of the working class. You will never be able to have a real democracy. That's the difference between a bourgeois democracy and a proletarian democracy, or a dictatorship of the proletariat, rather than a dictatorship of the capital owning class.
I just want to know how the socialist workplace works. It seems so nebulous when you talk about it.
Why is it? I don't think it's nebulous at all.
Because he's not defining his terms, and he's not talking about how it reorients the actual system. It's happened with worker co-ops are good, but they can screw themselves over. That's happened to the co-op nonprofit insurance company in my state. The co-op board voted to be bought by a California nonprofit insurance company. So there's no co-op insurance company in my state now. The California company didn't even improve care. It's a sad truth with co-ops can be sold and dissolved. Well, that's the thing, right? We need to have a system that promotes the creation of more democratic worker co-ops than fail, because they're always going to continue failing. Like, it's not worth propping them up necessarily. They should be able to succeed on their own merits, but like, we can have a system that creates more of them than are destroyed. You know? And private businesses are created and destroyed every day too. Like, it's not a unique characteristic. My girlfriend fractured her knee, so I gotta do more around our place. Oh, I'm sorry. I hope she gets better soon. How am I? I'm doing okay. I've been stressed the hell out, you know? But things are returning to normal, and we're just getting some content done here. This is by far going to be like one of the longest videos on my channel. Jesus.
Gotta be.
I
Okay,
have a
maybe we should
living,
move
breathing,
on.
working
Right
example
in,
of it
Wes.
that I've given you.
Hit the follow button. We need 7 more follows to hit 9,200. Let's go. I believe in you, chat. Also, hit the subscribe button over on YouTube. Do it. Do it now. Do it hard.
I know, but like, there's got to be like a constitution that says, outlines, or I don't know, whatever the fuck you want to write, right? There's got to be something, and it says like, or rule laws that says, you know, this is the minimum that a person should get from the company.
Yes.
And
it
what would
should
that
be married to the
it'd be-
output. It should be married to the productive forces. It should be married to the output. That should be pegged.
We talked about this enough, though. I don't want to bore people.
That should be pegged,
to
winky
the
face.
performance. And I think that that is the best possible way to work.
I guess my problem on that is like, how could you possibly
enforce that?
no, not even enforce. How could you possibly even analyze that? Like, how much more how much more money are we making because the janitor comes in?
That's where we go to the Walmart example. That like we are already completely aware of that. We have, you know, we have actuaries, we have CPAs that are working in real time, making mathematical equations to figure out exactly what not to pay people, technically. and they could be in a
What's the
total
different science of
social
paying people?
reorganization of the economy with a socialist dogma.
Okay, so
would work in the opposite direction.
Okay,
It's kind of like this.
please, let's move to another topic.
Okay,
I don't want to bore people.
Well, wealth was one aspect of this, right? Like we already have property taxes, for example, in America, but we never make similar mathematical equations on capital gains, earnings that you make in the stock market. Wealth accumulation could work in the exact same way as property taxes, and yet we don't have any mathematicians working on that.
That's a good idea, but
and that's a great idea, right?
people probably do that in a lot of countries that aren't socialist.
Well, this is not just the distinction between socialism
But that's
and
okay.
whatnot, because there is. We talked about
But I think
theory.
that's
We talked a
good.
lot about theory, but then we also have to talk about like what is possible, right? At least in the
That's
short term, and that is the reason why I always try to tell more rugged, more rigid, more
That's
passionate socialists
That's where I'm coming from,
to
though.
cooperate. I know, to cooperate with people that are also perceived as radicals in America.
But I don't. It feels like he's grandstanding, but like he's just not making good points with his time. This is very frustrating. Happy to see a cute face. Thank you. I wish I was cuter. I was gonna wear a sluttier outfit for this stream. I would have known if I should have. I would have if I had known that 300 people were gonna raid into me from Vaush.
Like, there's a reason why Bernie Sanders, who has been a socialist his entire life, basically has only implemented,
my part. Thank you,
instituted, or advocated
Sproxy.
for social democratic reforms in the United States of America. That's it. That's the only. There's the only reason why he's done that is so that he can inspire the masses and create an opportunity where workers have more control over their own lives and develop autonomy and inevitably develop class consciousness, creating ample opportunity for, if you believe in that sort of thing, socialist revolution.
Right, but that would never happen if the people were happy with their conditions. I feel like that would not happen. But anyway, so let me ask you this to peg this down even more. In a socialist workplace, a socialized workplace, certain jobs are still going to get paid more than others, right?
Yeah, absolutely. Oh, shit.
Oh God, everyone's so
Yeah.
sick. Jesus.
So there's still going to be class. There'll be class, right? There'll be class distinctions in a socialist.
No, the class distinction is not on pay. That's a
No?
a liberal understanding. That's actually
You don't
why.
think people will be like, I see people like, you're the rich dude in the Porsche, and I'm the working class dude in the
Great
Toyota.
question. Great question.
You don't think people will see that?
So social hierarchies are inevitable. There will be different kinds of hierarchies. What you're talking about is
But-
perfectly valid, but the class distinction in a socialist economy is not is completely abolished, because the idea is that there will be those who have and those who have not, is what you're saying, at least in the interim.
Everyone will have. But there'll be
everyone
people
will
that have more.
Exactly.
People who will have a lot more.
Yes, some people that want to have more will be
Will have
able
a
to
lot
have
more.
more, and even a lot more. Yes, this is why I
And they'll be
always.
part of a class, don't
This
you
is
think?
why I always talk about because
Dude,
they have no control over the lives of others in that regard.
I find this idea that like people in a socialist country who have a lot more, they're able to make a lot more money, somehow won't be influenced by power or influence or greed. That somehow in this society,
you're saying no
it's
matter what
magically
happens, it will
dispelled.
turn into capitalism. Is what you're saying?
I
Like,
think
there
so-
will be
Well, these people are going to be influencing the system
concentration
to
of
benefit
power.
themselves.
Yes. The best way to stop that from happening is democracy. Democracy in the workplace, actual, we cannot even imagine. Mark Fisher once said, it's easier to imagine.
But again, you need to talk about what that looks like, bro. Have they talked about property and housing? No, they're just not communicating what socialism is. It's very frustrating. If you involve money, it will basically be capitalism intertwined. So no. You can have money and you can have markets in a socialist society. Socialism at its heart is about worker ownership of the means of production, i.e., workers effectively owning and operating their workplaces. That's what it's about at its heart, right? So it's not muddied by there being money involved. You can think of it as like the first major step towards, communism, perhaps, if you want to, which is a stateless, classless, moneyless society. But that also has workers in control over its own workplaces, So, yeah. But it's still such a long way. It still has states, it still has classes, it still has money. It just has fundamentally a different mode of economic production. I often avoid conversations around socialism because all the terminology around it confuses the hell out of me, because everyone has their own opinion and I don't know which one is the correct one or not. I mean, I feel like mine is. If any of you feel like you see like a flaw, please feel free to point it out. Like I want to improve my position, and I think I have a pretty solid base for everything that I've advocated for today, and on the day-to-day basis.
Imagine the end of the world than to imagine the end of capitalism, and he was right.
And Trans Girl Jade, if I've said anything that sounds confusing, please feel free to ask like clarifying questions.
This is capitalist realism, because we are having this argument within the boundaries and within the cultural understanding of like existing capitalism today. And the reality is, we have no way, you and I, as it stands, I have no way of like helping you try to imagine a world where like each individual worker has more autonomy and does not suffer from alienation in their workplace, which would offer them plenty of more educational opportunities, plenty more free time. I guess the example you can point to in terms of different degrees of socialization would be a person doing contracted work at Uber, okay, to make ends meet in America, versus like
Trans Girl Jade, I know you're not saying I'm wrong. I'm just asking, like, if you have any questions, feel free to ask them, and I'll try to answer them to the best of my ability.
Regular unionized factory worker in Germany, the level of autonomy that they have and the level of interest that they have and the level of engagement that they have in a workplace democracy or some form of it is drastically different than the contracted Uber employee. Their worldview is drastically different. Their democracy yields drastically different results as a consequence.
But let's be realistic. We're not going to spring into an alternate reality where capitalism doesn't dominate the world.
Which is why
we have to be realistic.
Which is why I always advocate for.
Which is part of why I'm saying.
No, but that's why I always advocate for. That is why I always advocate for, in the interim, social democratic reforms that will yield more opportunities for for workers to organize. Now, of course, you can prove you can.
I want to follow this out a little further because I think it's interesting. So, in a socialist country, there's going to be people who make a lot more, and within a company, are they exploiting their workers? The CEO, the founder of a car company, he makes a lot more than the workers.
As long as it is democratically organized, in the sense that, like,
the answer is yes. Just explain the concept of surplus value. Explain where the exploitation occurs. It's the gap between the true value of the labor that is being done and wages. The wages are less than the true value of the labor. And that's where profit comes from. This area here. It is a system inherently set up to be exploitative. Wages are exploitative because they are less than the value you are providing.
Every single person is like, no, your productive output in this circumstance is significantly higher than us. Then yeah, that would be
And how do they
valid
determine that?
through
They
a
do like
democratic process.
They have like
after,
a vote for everybody in the company has equal ballot power.
depending on like how long you've worked at the company and things of that nature. These are different formations at this point. Like this is now we're getting into like how do we organize our workplace and like how much power do we give each individual vote in the workplace? Yes, they would have one vote, but ultimately, what are the matters that they are tasked with voting on? And there's a like even in unions there's a structure, right? Like every single person does have a vote, the rank and file will always vote, but there's still a negotiations committee. There's still someone engaging in the contract negotiations.
Let me say this.
There's still elections being held inside of the union. Does that make sense?
It does.
But
here,
similar,
does this make sense?
yeah.
You're inside a, and I want to ask you, Dan, because I'm curious about your opinion. You're inside a big company. Let's just say they make cars. There's tons of employees there. The CEO, founder, he makes a lot more than the employees. Do you think that the leaders should make more than the workers, Dan?
Well, it just kind of depends on I mean, I think there's nuance there because I think it really depends on what the company looks like, how it operates. Should the CEO, who is on a day-to-day basis working and managing a company, make more money?
He works the same hours as the production people.
I mean, with more responsibility, I think should inherently come with some more privilege. However, I mean, now, are we talking about a CEO or are we talking about an owner? Because a lot of owners don't do shit.
No, I'm talking about someone who's working because the idea of ownership is probably different in a socialist.
Right, and
So again, I think that the answer to this is just yes. You can make more if you have worked at the company for a long time. If you have more responsibility at the company, you can work more. It's just that those systems are set up democratically within the company. They're agreed upon terms by everybody involved. So you don't have a CEO or like president or head of the board or chairman or whatever that is making $10 million a year while everyone else makes $15 an hour, you know? And of course, there needs to be a baseline of protection for workers. That goes without saying. And despite me having said it multiple times already.
And the owners may be private or it may even
economic democracy is a better definition of socialism than workplace democracy because it also includes control over natural resources. True. Although I think generally speaking, a society that is primarily driven by democratic workplaces would be one in which control over natural resources was not as hotly debated or could be left up to the state in a much easier fashion. Hey, I just found out the majority of female population in the world is already infertile from a study. And? I'm gonna guess that if you calculate how many women are in menopause and how many like children are not of childbearing age, you probably get about half the planet. Yeah.
even maybe a public company in
the CEO. So you agree he should make more. So let's
depends.
say, so let's follow this.
It just depends.
There's not room for nuance. There's just not.
What do you mean?
If you're living in a socialist country, this shit needs to be like laid out. Like there's not room for nuance. In every workplace, we're going to decide little different rules for everything.
Under capitalism, where you have the freedom to fucking
but there's
operate
rules
in that
like
regard.
minimum wage.
But with rules, exactly, you would have the similar structure pegged to like.
I'm trying to ask you guys what the rules, and I keep getting these nebulous.
Like a maximum wage.
Yeah, I feel his frustration. I'm frustrated.
Tied directly to your lowest paid employee.
This is what I wanted to say though. Let's say.
Do you hear what I said?
I did.
Maximum wage tied to like there could be a situation where like a maximum wage could be implemented under a socialist structure to ensure that every single workplace has at least a maximum
I
wage that is
understand.
directly tied to the lowest paid worker and their full-blown compensations and benefits package that they
Okay,
get.
let's just go back to so the CEO, he earns more. He has more responsibility. Oh, Hasan, you said
I don't
make
agree
a
with
lot
that
more.
either. No. I don't agree with CEOs having more responsibility or should earn more, for the record.
What? You just said
No.
that they should.
If you're
The
an
dude has the
owner
Porsche,
operator,
the
if
dude
you're
with
an
the
owner
Toyota.
operator and you're literally fucking, I was talking to Dan about this earlier before you got here, but it's like the difference between what you do and the difference between, like, let's say a jewelry designer is that a jewelry designer can outsource their fucking labor, but you are the main product here, which is why it's very hard for you to see it.
I'm using a different example.
Yeah.
Like
So if you're a fucking jewelry designer and you are responsible
This
for
is
all the
such a
beautiful
weird
designs in your jewelry
conversation.
that's like super competitive, everybody loves it, everyone wants to buy your fucking jewelry,
right.
You can still hire other people like designers to help benefit that process
And in this
make
perfect
better
democratic
jewelry.
workplace,
Okay.
where everybody's altruistic,
Yes.
they vote to say the CEO should make more money than us.
Yes. Well, the way that works would be slowly but surely, as you bring on more people into your company or as you expand and you grow, okay, in a democratic capacity, you are taking away the earnings that you have right now and eroding it because you're giving it to some people that are coming in because you think that they're valuable enough to be able to paid that way, to be paid that way. But that process is being democratically voted on. And ultimately, you know that you're doing that because you're in your understanding later down the line, if you care about this sort of thing, you're going to make even more money. Or rather,
money shouldn't be a motivator.
Money should not be a motivator. You're right.
Why
like,
does
in my situation,
why
it's
does
not.
the CEO care if his company makes more money? It's not. He's not going to make more money.
No, it's long.
Jesus. Because he might make more money if his incentives are tied to that of the company. He might make more money. Like, oh god, dude. Yeah, put me in, coach. I feel like I would do very well here. Also, Emu Ishru, are you suggesting that people are going around the world dropping infertility medication into people's water supplies? Is that really the hill you want to die on here? The degree of topic inflation is off the charts. Oh yeah, 100%. 100%. Remember, debate lord's bad. Yeah, honestly, like, I'm fairly okay at debate. I'm not the best at it, but I'm okay at it. And I just really fucking wish I could explain these issues here.
In the long term, you are creating more stability this way because you understand that every expansion of your productive output, okay, every single piece of expansion on your productive output yields better long-term stability and more money if that's what you're fucking motivated by. But ultimately, that's not the main motivator, and it should not be the main motivator anyway.
I think that's a horrible thing to say if you're considering socialism, that money's a motivator. That's like almost almost like taboo, I feel like.
No, don't worry about what other people say in this situation or what you think people will perceive from what I'm saying.
Let me go back
because that part is irrelevant.
Okay, so let's say in a world where the CEO makes more money, do you think it's a possible or even likely situation that the heads of these companies who make more money are going to want to influence the government and their workers to vote or support legislation that gives them more money or more influence? Is that a likely outcome?
Wait, can you ask that again? Sorry, I saw a comment saying you were rectangular, and it fucked my brain up a little bit.
I think that I think that yes, and I think that speaks to what Hasan was. saying.
Ah.
I think that's what it speaks to what Hasan was saying earlier about why a lot of Marxists have criticism of social democracy. That lack of elimination of the capitalist profit motive part of the economy
It doesn't.
will
Socialism doesn't
naturally
work.
result in what
Yeah,
you're
That's
saying.
my point. So thank you, Dan. In socialism, the motive, the money motive, doesn't. It's literally it's not compatible. It doesn't work because you're going to have people at the top who are going to want more. They're going to want more influence. They're going to want more power. They're going to want more money, and they're going to exert their influence, their status. Even if they don't make more money, they have status.
Yeah,
For
there's
sure.
going to be
They're going to have. They're going to be able to influence.
Socialism
shit.
is not egalitarian in
But
the
don't-
sense that there's
You see
like
what I'm saying, Dan? That
full-blown
there's a
equity.
problem here.
Socialism does not.
Socialism only exists when you
Socialism-
remove the money motive, right? Dan?
Socialism, and in the way we understand socialism, yes, the money motive is.
But
Now
that-
we're talking
but
about.
that doesn't seem
now
like
we're talking
something
about
you want to
eroding
do.
it.
You don't want to remove the money motive.
Because I'm in the middle ground where I'm talking about like what's
'Cause you're a social
realistic.
democrat.
No, I'm not. I'm talking
Sounds
about
like you are.
I'm talking about the realistic short-term period because I don't live in that I don't live with that
I
operational
agree that if we
basis
lived
myself.
in a
But I
agree,
know
if
that
we
other people
lived,
can't do that for
Dude,
the time being.
if we could just teleport into a utopian Star Trek world where money doesn't exist and everybody's equal, yeah, everybody would love that. But let's talk about real shit.
I am talking about real shit.
Well, that's
which is
what I'm
why,
try- that's
which
all
is
I'm
why
trying to do,
giving
too.
you, which is why I'm giving you an example of like the interim period of moving towards socialization or a social, a socialist transitional
I
state.
agree with that.
But the problem is when I describe that, you say, well, that's not socialism. I'm like, yeah, I know. Money being a motivator
no.
for certain
I'm
people.
saying once you move to socialism, the system, in my opinion, falls apart. It doesn't work because it falls to the same trappings. Because people are going to want more power, they're going to want more influence. You're going to have capitalistic parties. Thank you, Lena. That are going to want to
Yes.
influence. You're
And-
going to have these external forces that
those
want
who-
that freedom,
You're
that
saying
want that
there will
individualism.
always be, even in a democratic organization
And
in the
I believe the
workplace, there will
best
be
that
people
we
that make
can-
more, right? That's what
I
you're
believe
saying.
the best that we can do
Yeah.
is provide laws and regulations that guarantees people a fair, equitable life.
Let me ask you this.
Within those rules, I believe if you're operating within those rules, then you can do and make however much money as you want if you're operating the rules with a super progressive tax rate and everybody's provided for. Because if you want to move to a socialist system, I don't think that system actually works.
So the cultural differences
sense.
differences that we see in countries that are still capitalist but social democratic versus countries like the United States of America that are hyper individualistic and have like very little social democracy is the argument that I'm making.
Wasn't the Star Trek universe fascist? No, actually. It was pretty like utopian communism, sort of. It was definitely stateless in the sense that most countries on Earth aren't really like they're for all intention. Yeah, it's post scarcity, definitely egalitarian. I'm unclear about the actual governing structure of Earth in Star Trek, but then they have basically planetary alliances. So I'm not sure if that essentially replaces. I'm not sure if that replaces a state if you have a planetary system. I thought I heard it was like a military dictatorship, but maybe I'm thinking of something else. There are some like weirdos online who say that it's a military dictatorship or something, but like the concept of it is not supposed to be a military dictatorship. The concept is that there are planets, and on those planets you're basically free to do whatever as long as you're not infringing on like people's rights. And then there's a broader kind of military diplomatic alliance that explores space and makes sure that people, aren't invaded by alien space slug parasites.
Is that with more social amenities and with higher degrees of socialization, people's attitude towards money and money making becomes drastically different.
Status is important, though.
There are different motivators. Yes, status can be an important thing, but
That
that
can be-
social hierarchy, designed around status has nothing to do with the productive output and has nothing to do with like your material reality. It has the capacity to change like the way people perceive you. It's like an attractive person versus like someone who is maybe not as aesthetically pleasing, right? Those things are going to exist. Like there's always going to, socialism doesn't mean like LeBron James has to be the same fucking height as like, you know, like a 5-foot person to play basketball. There's going to be different earners. There's always going to be some level of competition.
okay.
This is not a bad thing. This is a good thing. This is
Okay.
how you innovate.
If there's different levels of earners, do you agree that that seems to be incompatible with Marx's theory of socialism? Because if
No, it's absolutely not. Because all, and correct me if I'm wrong, Hasan, because you're more read on this than me, but all that is being said at the end of the day is that people are entitled to the value that they create. If somebody creates more value than somebody else, then they are entitled to more value.
the theory is wonderful,
Yes.
but
And the
I'm
idea-
we're talking about real shit, right? So when people make more, they're gonna want to influence. I'm not saying everybody, but again, this goes back to what I was saying last week. There's people who are pathological. Okay.
Yes, there's always bad faith
And
actors.
even in a socialist country, the sociopaths are probably going to float to the top just because they're willing to do everything that other people aren't, or they care about status and power where other people don't. And so these high-functioning, highly motivated sociopaths are going to want to influence government and business democracies to increase their power and influence.
Like they do now under a
Yes,
capitalist
like they
system.
do now.
Right.
And that's why I think it's not realistic to expect that not to happen. And I think the most realistic and the best way is in between. Because capitalism...
Can I counter what you said?
Hold on. Capitalism doesn't work. We know that. And I think socialism doesn't...
Again, this is all being bred from not having defined terms and not being able to address in simple, tangible terms. And I'm not saying simple because I think Ethan is stupid, but like he's asking basic questions. You need some basic answers.
doesn't work for the same exact thing. Because people are going to want to... The psychopaths are going to want to move it. And I think the only realistic solution is in the middle, where you just create a sandbox that is good for everybody and operate within that sandbox. Because everything else seems like a fantasy to me.
Every single thing that you've mentioned in both of these equations still revolve around human greed, turning humanity and the way people operate into capitalist little demons who are driven by profit. I do believe self-interest is a thing that happens. That's certainly true, which is why you have to have certain restrictions placed upon people that ensure that they don't get out of hand with the level of power that they have. The way I describe it is this. In America, people always say labor unions are corrupt. They're actually really bad. They have a rigid hierarchy, and they are also susceptible to nepotism. This much is true in certain labor unions. So there's been a lot of reform in the Teamsters and the UAW. Shouts out to that. No, what do you mean? Historically, there absolutely has been. I
don't say that about
no, I know you don't say that about unions. My point is this, though. The way I counter that always is this. There's always going to be corruption. There's always going to be, bureaucratic red tape. There's always going to be nepotism. But I would much rather, if corruption is inevitable, I would much rather have a more just and more equitable, a more democratic process that at the very least by its very design, like in the union structure, offers tangible benefits to the workplace, to the workers, rather than the corruption that we currently experience on a daily basis under the capitalist corruption.
That's the same thing I want.
Okay, which is why I said, but you're not comfortable with socialism with capitalist characteristics.
I also think that socialism, when you consider corruption and high-functioning sociopaths, there's a lot more risk when you centralize the power at the top. Let's say one party for a dictatorship or tyranny.
That I actually don't agree with at all. I think that the democratic process in and of itself, whether it's a multi-party system or a single-party system or a two-party system like we have that yields like results exclusively, like the material changes that are made are done at the behest.
Hey, Mr. Anderson, thank you very, very much for becoming a member over on the YouTube. I appreciate that a lot. Thank you.
Of corporations and the wealthy, capital owners, no matter what, I think that a more democratic process is.
Well, okay, wait. I don't think. Okay, I just saw Bjortrick Rex. I think it's fine to have I think it's fine to have hierarchical structures. I think, especially Starfleet, which acts as kind of a military force and an exploratory force, because in a hostile universe, you need an exploratory force to be at least a little bit militarized. I think it's fine that it works in a hierarchy. Mr. Anderson. Does Hasan know you? Like, if I asked him to put a good word in a good word for you with Ethan, would he know who I'm talking about? Is that a good idea? I mean, I don't think Hasan has any idea who the fuck I am. I'm not big enough to be on Hasan's radar in the slightest. I'm big enough to be on Vosh's radar, not big enough to be on Hasan's radar. And I'm also just not that big in general. But you know, if you happen to be alone with Hasan in a room, you can be like, hey, you know what? I know a great streamer named Riverboat Jack, and she talks about socialism. And maybe she could come on and talk to Ethan. I mean, I'd be happy to do that. But yeah. I just, Solidarity Forever, UAW Local 900, hell yeah, Mr. Anderson. Let's give him hell. Jack is big where it counts. I am... Oh, wait, you meant here. Okay, yes, I am. I'm pushing hard for this H3 appearance. I would, again, I'd love to go on. I'd travel. I'd take that expense. I think Ethan would be a cool dude to hang out with. Unless it went really poorly, in which case I would leave immediately.
Always going to be a better and more effective mechanism at fighting against centralized power and sociopaths that want to assume control. I think that if there are, again, if that is an inevitability, no matter what happens, I personally believe that more of a democratic process is going to be more effective. I'll give you an example.
I like democracy too.
DuPont Chemical, under the capitalist, liberal, bourgeois democracy in the United States of America, was able to dump toxic waste into farmlands and destroy natural water supplies and delicate ecosystems. They still do it to this day. We have PFAS, the forever chemicals, right? That is everywhere. We have microplastics, all that good stuff, right? In a situation where, let's say, DuPont Chemicals was like at least democratically organized, the workers themselves have more power to say, what the fuck are we doing? You're destroying my fucking uncle's farm. You're destroying my backyard.
Right.
And that way they can put a stop to it, or at least demand changes to happen, rather than expect the government to turn around and be like, all right, we're the EPA. We just realized that we are going to...
so you want less government or more government? Because socialism is like all government.
Government, no, that's not true, Ethan. Socialism is simply giving more power to the individual in that regard.
Yeah. Again, if you just defined your terms, you could correct him, be like, no, I'm talking about this. I'm not talking about that. It'd be so much easier, though. Ethan just admitted he likes democracy and Hasan missed it. Well, that's the thing. That's why I think Ethan would be on board with socialist arguments that were actually hitting at what socialism is, you know?
You have a government that also exists.
You're telling people you do not have a choice. You cannot run your business this way. You cannot.
Yeah, I mean,
That's a stronger government than we have. That's a really
but I think you want a stronger
government
than we have. You want a stronger.
Well, I want a stronger government.
You want market regulation.
Yeah, but it's even stronger than the one that I want. That says, here's your workplace. You must exist in it. So you're saying on one hand, the EPA is silly.
Well, the EPA.
But on the other
in
hand,
DuPont, in the situation with
leave the-
DuPont,
let's
if you want
leave the
me to
employees
finish
up
this
to it.
because this is not hypothetical, this is something that actually happened. EPA said, "Sorry, we're gutted. We don't have like enough researchers." A lot of the researchers that work at EPA also end up getting jobs at DuPont, or vice versa. There's always a revolving door.
Citation needed. I don't know how often people at the EPA are getting hired by DuPont. I would need to see data on that. Like, I don't even know why he's going into this when you could summarize it and just say a democratically run company is far less likely to vote to dump chemicals into their own water supply. Like, god damn it, dude. Sean Fain's strategy has worked like the art of war. Yeah, we went over a clip of Sean Fain earlier tonight where he just, like, reporter asked him a question about, oh, what about price hikes for workers? And he just, like, judoed that shit. Just, like, judo flipped the question back onto, like, pro-union messaging. It was amazing. Honestly, one of the best things I've ever seen.
Tit for tat. Regulatory capture is something that these corporations do in an effort to monopolize and also improve their profit margins, as always. So in that structure, the EPA basically delegated DuPont with figuring out how toxic their pollutants were. And of course, until a journalist uncovered this entire thing, they were able to claim that these toxic pollutants weren't as bad, right? So there is no mechanism in that situation where we just
capitalism.
Yeah, so we just sit there and we expect the government that that is, appointing people into positions of power that literally have a material. No, listen. We expect the government to enforce certain regulations and restrictions that they do not, because the people that are placed into that position of power have no interest or need in placing said restrictions, or maybe even lack the know-how.
Maybe people in the
to
company
do that.
don't want to make less money.
So
maybe they don't have access to all the data that the CEO
the beautiful
has.
part about that is that, at least historically speaking, what you're describing has never happened. What I mean by that is, when you look at the UAW, for example, it is supposed to be in their best interest to be anti-EV, and yet for some reason, Sean Fain and the UAW is perfectly understanding of a Green New Deal.
There's also never been a company.
Wait, why would it be in their best interest to be anti-EV? I'm pretty sure a lot of these companies are transitioning to become EV producers. What?
That has a purely socialistic hierarchy where they
That's
make
not true.
less.
There's cooperative
People,
corporations.
okay, where they make less.
Like Mondragon is a good example of.
And have they been levied with the task of deciding to make less money to help the environment?
Yes.
When?
Absolutely. Not to help the economy, but they.
My point is that saying one is better than the other is just theory, Well,
we are talking about simply theory.
I think
because
a
we
strong
both agree that
EPA
capitalism doesn't work.
I think a strong EPA is great. In fact, I think you'd still need an EPA in a socialist country. I don't think it eliminates the need for the EPA.
Agreed, 100%. Which is what I was saying is, in that socialist formation, there is actual, real mechanisms of control.
The UAW wants transition rules to prevent EV going to cheap labor markets. Well, I mean, I think that's fair, right? Like, the union's trying to keep jobs. Like, yeah, good on them.
That can put a stop to this kind of thing, rather than power accumulating in the hands of the few at the top of the corporate structure that then make these decisions, make these hiring practices to get these people in the revolving door.
In theory, what you're saying is great.
In practice, it would be great as well.
I think in practice it would be great, but I don't think it's possible.
But okay, so now.
So let's go back to this idea of greed, right?
First you said the theory doesn't work. Now.
Oh, and they've already received the subsidies to build the EVs in the U.S. They're okay, cool.
You're saying in practice it won't work.
No, because it's not. And what I mean is that you can't organize it that way. It won't work. And you know what I mean.
But what I mean is that we do see different. You and I are in agreement that higher degrees of socialization is a benefit. Okay, we're in agreement. You like unions. You want workers to have more control. You want workers to have more power, more say, and have more autonomy ultimately. So you and I are absolutely in agreement on that front. So to say that that doesn't work in theory, I think betrays
I'm talking about the workplace specifically.
Well, yeah, in the workplace as well. You're in agreement, no?
That's a huge difference.
We spend 80% of our adult lives in the workplace. This is the most important
And I
place
believe
for
it should be
political
regulated.
organization.
Listen, we seem to have a disagreement about like greed. Like there seems to be this notion that people that live in a capitalist country, we understand greed and desire for wealth differently than an example I always see is like Native Americans, and that's part of why I can't conceive of a true socialistic country.
You're saying that like
Again, the proper way to reframe this is that people do what's in their what's in their self-interest. We currently have a system set up so that you need money in order to survive and not suffer and die. Ergo, it's in your best interest to get money. But not at all costs, necessarily, right? And in a similar way, your incentive structure under a socialist society that has democratic, worker co-ops, your incentive is very different in a society like that. Your incentive is still to get money, but it's not necessarily to, avoid suffering and dying horribly because you don't have health care or because, you can't get a house. Well, yeah, exactly. Wealth is how you get the things you need and also some of the things you want. And that's good. You should be able to get those things. But like under capitalism, profit incentive and the profit motive destroys any of the other impulses we might have in a lot of circumstances.
Like primitive communism or primitive accumulation.
Like we've literally pursued this line so far. We've pursued the profit motive that our planet is dying. And we've known for like 60 years that the planet was dying, and we haven't done anything about it until like the last 15. So that isn't because people are operating and they're just selfish, right? That it's a deeper thing than just like one individual person operating because they're selfish. People have always been selfish, right? But it's a wider systemic issue, which can be corrected by having a different system that encourages better behavior. And it's quite sure it's irreversible now. We have to prepare for it. I mean, we'll reverse it eventually, just not in our lifetimes.
Which has been the foundation of like societal development for much longer than the Industrial Revolution or post-industrial revolution capitalism, right?
I've seen a lot of people say that greed is learned. That if you grew up in a pure socialist society,
no, absolutely. Self-interest is a real thing that people have, but people can be taught, and people can learn that the collective aspects of societal development are far more important for self-interest than the individual.
This is like the first good response Hasan has had this entire goddamn time. And we're an hour and 40 minutes in. Oh my goodness, dudes. We did it. We finally got the first one.
The hyper-individualistic, like, I'm going to get mine, fuck everybody else.
So the point of going to this greed discussion
VCC
is
TV.
to talk about like human nature, and that I believe that in a perfect socialist society, there'll be forces of influence of wealthy people, people with status, people with power, wanting it more for themselves.
Mm-hmm. My argument
I believe that that's that's innate.
Yeah. If so, first of all, I don't think that there's a biological imperative. I think that, like I said,
what's the difference?
Self-interest can be.
If you have a resource hoarding and greed.
Yes. So
how is accumulating lots of money different than resource gathering or accumulation?
I will describe it to you. A society that heightens collectivist understandings, okay, as a consequence of it being directly tied to our, at this point, our means of production and how we understand it, how we generate commodities, is going to have the exact opposite opinion on collectivism versus hyper-individualism in the way that you see it under capitalism. More people will have a collective understanding that like we are in this together and that we're working side by side.
Most, not all.
Then yes, you're right. And the reality is that there will still be people who are self-interested, people who will still want to utilize the existing constructs, the existing hierarchies to their immediate advantage at the cost of others. But my point is that if that is an inevitability, which I agree, because there will be people who are sociopathic, criminals, charlatans, the lumpen pros and whatnot, okay? That will always exist. But even if that exists in the and I'm being very realistic about this, wouldn't it be better to have more mechanisms of control in the form of democracy and ensure a world in which everyone has more autonomy in a place where they spend 80% of their lives on?
It would be.
So yeah, then we're in agreement.
Oh God, you're so close to being able to get him, and you've been fucking around for so long, though. Oh God, dude.
There's a rubber band. You know, it's pulling us. The center of gravity is social democracy. Capitalism, socialism, and the rubber band's pulling us in both directions towards the center. That's what I believe.
No. No. Again, this is what results from not defining your terms. This isn't like a yin and yang situation, right? Inexorably linked, but can never come fully together. Like, and can never go fully apart. Like, they're not I mean, they are contradictory, but like they aren't things that can exist at the same time, because it's a question of who owns the means of production. You can't have the means of production both owned by the workers and by the private businessman. That's not a thing that can exist. It's a matter of who owns the means of production, who operates it. And the fundamental question here is, should one person be able to own a factory and all of the profits generated by that factory, or should the workers collectively own that factory and collectively have the profits generated by that factory and decide how those are distributed and how things are run? You know? I think the answer is very clearly the workers should, for reasons I have already said. Good night, sweethearts, cat. Get good sleep. So, God. You know, I don't think he understands. Does Ethan believe billionaires are ethical? I mean, probably not. Ethan, I think, is a good stand-in for just kind of like your average guy and your average guy's understanding of like what socialism is. And I think he's a good stand-in for us to look at for like, oh, this is what your average vaguely leftist guy thinks. And I think we can reach him. It's just that the answers he's getting are confusing and mealy-mouthed and not really explaining much in a way that makes much sense at all for the underlying questions he's actually asking. Like, how viable is this?
Okay. And my point always is that while marginal incremental reform in social democracies were made when there was actually a counterforce in the form of communists, trade unionists, anarchists, and the like, okay, they have been thoroughly eviscerated both in this country and in Europe as well, which is precisely the reason why you see Europe following the American attitude with its own conditions getting worse and worse year over year.
If you're willing to at least acknowledge that there are going to be innately, just as a product of the human condition, people that are born greedy with a desire to want to hoard resources.
Yep. That I fully admit that. That is always going to be true. But you know what tends to even that out? Democracy. Democracy tends to even that out.
I don't know why you're afraid to say greedy. They're hoarding resources. If you're
Yeah,
willing to admit that
bad
they're going to
people,
be bad people.
Yeah.
then that's okay for me because there was some takes I saw
No.
that pretended like that.
Don't have a conversation with
okay.
people on Reddit who also themselves will probably change their ideas. There's people are very rigid, especially under the guise of anonymity online. It's not reflective of the actual conversation that you could be having that's productive.
Okay, good. I'm glad to hear that.
But
So let's move on.
I fall into this trap too. I yell at fucking people in my chat all the time because I sometimes lose sight of like sarcasm and I can't get an accurate assessment because I don't know where
I
you're
have to
coming
pee
from.
really bad,
Okay.
but I want to continue this.
If you go to pee, I'm fucking everyone's a communist after this. I'm just letting you know.
It's okay. You can have.
While you're peeing, I'm just gonna.
Maybe
No.
we should both go so you don't get the advantage.
No, I'm gonna get
You
the
don't need to
advantage.
pee?
Yeah, like Ethan has very basic questions like, what is this thing? How does it work? Are you sure it works? Because, you know, I think some people have been selfish sometimes. Some people have been greedy. I've seen it. And, like, the answers he gets are, like, 15 minutes of, like, weird hypotheticals and then he just asks a simple follow-up question about one of the hypotheticals, and then another 15 minutes of hand-wringing.
You
No.
always pee before me.
No, I'm holding it in. No, I don't need to pee.
Oh, there's no shot you don't need to pee.
Yeah.
I'm not
Okay, go
taking
pee.
a pause.
Oh God.
No, do not.
You want me to mute his mic?
That's fucked up. I'm reading the
Nope,
comment.
I have control. I have control.
There you go.
Can
I think this has been a relatively productive conversation. I mean, God knows what people will do to pick this apart because every single time we have conversations, it's very frustrating that like there is a secondary market, like a cottage industry of people who will like pick apart every detail and
Sure.
make
Hey, that's me! It's me, the bottom feeder!
these like grand assertions off of it, which is very frustrating.
Okay, wait, I haven't made any grand assertions. Never mind.
Because it's like I guess if you're from one of these communities out there, and there's plenty of them, there's so many people that make videos, right?
I mean,
Don't
hell,
you
we
feel
do
like-
it. I'm
don't
not
you
going to
feel
say
like
that the
they're
H3 podcast is.
What?
I mean, I would say the H3 podcast. We do that too. You know what I mean?
Yeah, we do that as well. Yes, I do that as well. But like my question always is like if you're coming from one of these communities, like don't you feel like you're duped a little bit by whoever you trusted into believing that there is like genuine discord and division here? Like
Talking about you and Ethan
yeah, like
having
me
a falling
and
out.
Ethan, or even well, people didn't attack you as much. Surprisingly, it was more so me, even though you and him had a big disagreement as far as
Well,
I
nobody gives a
understand.
shit about me. I mean, come on.
It was
do.
odd. I don't know.
Oh, thank you, AB.
Because you have a lot of differing opinions as well, but for some reason you weren't getting criticized as much. It's almost like people are more self-interested in certain directions. But-
Yeah, I think there's definitely an element of that. People definitely have it out for you. And also, I think I saved myself a little bit by being at the beginning. I don't know if you caught how much of that conversation you caught, but I was very reluctant to engage in that conversation. And so, you know, anything that I said was kind of tinged with the fact that like Dan doesn't even really want to be here. So I guess maybe that softened people's anger. I'm sure people did get angry about it, but frankly, I was stressed about it afterwards just because like, I don't know. I don't like being the center of attention. And so I stayed off of social media all weekend. I just didn't look at it.
Yeah,
Ethan just said they were glazing me up. Well, I'm sure some people were, but
yeah, they were saying Queen Dan, Wan. They were saying Wan. Yeah.
you know, maybe I'll take this as an opportunity to drop a little bit of knowledge I don't think I've ever actually shared on the show. But
Knowledge.
my one side of my family
I'm back.
was actually I am descended from a bunch of like hardcore Bolsheviks in the Russian Revolution.
I knew it.
Fuck, dude, that's you. That's
I
right.
fucking
We were actually
knew
trying
it.
to draw this out of you, dude. You're fucking done,
God
son.
damn it.
My last name, Sverdlov, is a bastardization of Sverdlov, who was one of Lenin's like lieutenants in
You don't
the
want me to
revolution.
rub this out?
That's
Do
pretty
you
cool.
want this to go out?
So, I mean,
I'm kidding. I'm
th-
kidding.
We're talking like
Damn,
We're
dude.
talking like great uncle or something here.
I
you know,
knew it.
it's not really
like,
directly
your
connected.
your family's proletarian violence and his contributions have been noted, man. Yeah.
That's
We're Czarist here. How dare you?
sorry. I didn't want to
Yeah.
piss off the whites. Yeah.
So I know. I always see this picture and I'm always like, dude, he seems a little too comfortable in that outfit.
But like,
He's just filling that uniform.
It was a Halloween
little too
costume. It was a
natural.
Halloween
yeah,
costume.
totally.
I'm not a
Parody,
weirdo.
parody.
Thank you. Okay.
Red scare. Red scare.
yeah.
Red scare.
Red scare.
Okay, so I want to move on to some more practical topics, but before we do that, I want to say this. I think this is a great conversation.
I agree.
And anyone that's mad, you're wrong. Anyone who's upset right now about this conversation, you're wrong.
I'm only upset that it couldn't have been a little bit better.
It's a good conversation we're having.
You know, people get heated,
I
but
think so.
I've been keeping an eye on the chat, and I think a lot of people have found this really interesting.
Okay, good.
Yeah.
Wrong. The last time was a little jading, but I wasn't going to stop me. But anyway, also I want to emphasize that we agree on so much, like literally 95%.
In the
And I just
practical
don't-
application, in the short term, we are in agreement 100% of the way. If
Yeah.
you like Bernie Sanders, then you're good with me. That's my opinion, because Americans do not have any class consciousness, and you have to build that. There are certainly differing opinions, like people who believe in accelerationism or whatever, but I truly think that America will only accelerate towards barbarism as it has, and not necessarily socialism, without any kind of without people believing that like they have any kind of autonomy in the workplace, any kind of means of collective bargaining in the workplace.
Okay, so anyway, my point
69
is,
viewers
if
on
you're
Twitch?
angry,
Hell
you're
yeah.
you're being silly right now. This is good. This is a good conversation. And on my part, again, I'm pretty, ignorant. So this is good for me to kind of.
I think you
suss
undersell
out
yourself.
my-
I think you are, more importantly than anyone else, ignorance is one thing, but you're very curious and you're charitable when you want to learn things. And I think that is truly important, as opposed to being like, I've made up my mind, this is good. I mean, obviously there's still hangups,
Yeah.
but that's always going to happen. It's just, this kind of dogma is too powerful. Everyone
mean,
has their own journey.
The fact that we have like over 30,000 people watching like a really analytical,
nuanced
debate
I mean,
debate about this.
that is pretty
socialism
cool.
And social democracy is pretty
Yeah,
cool.
I'm happy to see that. And like Hasan said earlier, I mean, I think there's been a massive sea change in this country in the last decade, largely thanks to Bernie Sanders. But I would even go further back and say like the Occupy stuff and the financial crisis is when it really started to creep into the consciousness. But I can't imagine having this conversation when I was like a teenager. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like it would be a non-starter in this country. And
we're both radical, by the way, as we're saying.
Yes, you
Sure.
yourself, in the eyes of the broader American
Even
public,
now,
are
I would be considered radical by
compared
almost
to someone
everybody.
like myself.
Yeah.
Yes, people will go, "Oh, he seems reasonable," which I personally love. I think that's a fucking great thing.
I don't think
because
they'd
the
say
more
that. That'd
insane
be
I
good, though.
look, the more sane you look. And in the short term, what you're advocating for is unironically a good thing,
Props.
which is why I also
You look crazy for once. I look sane for once.
no, but that's my point. Is that's why I also
We're working in the same.
that's why I also try to engage in movement building in the other
Come on,
direction as
dude.
well. Whenever there's because there's plenty of people who fucking hate me on to the left of me who have like radical, Maoist third worldist opinions or whatever the fuck. But I never give that any kind of light or any kind of attention or dunk on it because I feel like, yeah, they look crazy or whatever. Who gives a shit? Ultimately, if they are working in their own way to erode the power that capital has, then you're good in my book. And that even extends to social democrats to the right of me as well.
So just to summarize my point before we move on, it's essentially this. I believe social democracy can address all the issues that socialism attempts to address and also offers a more realistic and a proposition for an organization of society. That's it. But let's move on.
It is 12:20. I should just point out. I
We
don't
should
know
keep
how much
going,
we've
right?
been
I
going
wanna
for
keep
about
doing
2 hours here.
If you need to bail, that's fine. But I have more questions.
Okay, what do you have? I'm down to
All right,
keep
go.
talking.
Let's
Can I just point this
go.
out real quick? You sent this a moment ago.
Yeah, my dad
More
got caught.
questions.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him.
Every time.
Every time.
Every
So
time.
funny.
One of my
Dude,
parents.
to be fair, Predicatons has gotten me as well in the
Right,
past.
yeah, he- But
like-
this was my parents. Every time we do a clickbait title, they go, "Dan left. AB died.
AB's dead?
AB's dead."
What?
Yes.
And in the role of a lifetime, Gary.
All right, let's talk about some like realistic or not realistic. Let's talk about some actual applications of socialism today, because I kind of want to understand it. So let's look at China. So
Oh no.
I know China's done a lot of good for the massive amount of its populace. They've uplifted them out of poverty. They gave them access to health and housing.
Bye, Alameda
And on the
Express.
whole, the
Get good sleep.
Improved literacy rates.
yeah, everything across
Rapid
the board.
urbanization, rapid development.
The exactly the quality of life of the average Chinese person is absolutely catastrophically improved.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Then-
Now you tell me when I ask
Wrong word, but you got spirit.
you, is
Seems
China?
pretty radical for you to even admit that, in my opinion. But okay.
Well, hold on. I've never denied that.
Okay.
But my question is is China socialist or not? Because you always say China isn't a socialist country.
I think China, if you ask them, is a transitional socialist state. Do I think that it has certain socialist characteristics?
Who
Absolutely.
would say that in China?
What do you mean?
You said if you ask them.
The CCP.
The
would
government,
say
the
that.
CCP.
Oh, okay.
That's
That's like
their
their thing.
main thing, is that this is like
They say we're
socialism
transitional.
with Chinese characteristics. We are a transitional socialist state. Every
Okay.
communist party will always say that they are trying to implement a transitional socialist state. Obviously, that socialism has to be adjusted to the material conditions and the needs that the people have. So socialism can.
Last week you were telling me China isn't a socialist country.
I was excited when Bernie won Michigan. Yeah, same. I thought things were gonna go different. Did Hasan ever explain what he thinks socialism is? Not really. Like, he talked about like a stateless, classless, moneyless society, like briefly, but then like just didn't really ever go back to that.
So I was curious what you meant by that.
It's not socialism in the sense that like there is collective ownership over the means of production across the board. It's state ownership that benefits the interests of the citizens, as you've also admitted or recognized.
It's not an admission. I recognize
Well, it's
that.
an admission if you're living in the Western world, because in the Western world,
It's
everybody.
undeniable. It's just a fact.
Yeah, but people will use. Here comes the.
Well, I'm not
copium.
one of those people. I'm not one of those people.
You know.
You know what I mean?
Okay.
So, well, okay.
Do you
so
want- do you
here's
want
what I'll
clarity
say
on my
about
Taiwan,
Here's what I'll
statements?
Hold on, we'll get to that.
Before we get to okay.
Here's what I'll say about China. China's economy was extremely stagnant for a long time.
Mm-hmm.
And even if you compare it to Taiwan, who separated from them in about 1950s, if you compare,
Well, more to that separation, I think.
sorry,
There's a little bit more to that separation, I think.
Man, he's really gonna die on this hill, isn't he? He's really gonna die on the hill of Taiwan. Oh my goodness, dude. Why? Why on earth?
well, we'll get into more depth than that. But my point is, around the 1970s, 1980s is when China's economy started to boom.
Yes.
And the reason for that boom was because they started to open up their economy.
Oh, dude.
And lean into more
Ethan knows better history than Hasan. He does. I like him so much.
capitalistic notions.
They
and
they got an influx of foreign capital.
And,
yes.
and that is when
They got an influx of foreign capital due to the policies of Dengism. Dengism created free trade economic zones, i.e., zones where people could privately own businesses. And then they systematically leveraged the massive amount of labor that they possessed as a country to make themselves where people, sent jobs overseas. It just became China. The factories moved to China.
the average quality of life of the average Chinese person was vastly improved.
So here,
and before that, the Chinese economy was extremely stagnant, and the quality of life was not good.
yeah. So here's how that works, right? There is plenty of trade that occurs with other countries as well that do not have a mandate of trying to do even development, right? Let's not use the word socialism here. Let's just say urbanization, even development, like uplifting. Chinese people will say Chinese prosperity, right? Plenty of other countries that get foreign capital do not necessarily develop in that direction in the same way that China did. The reason why China was able to do so is not necessarily because foreign capital came into the country. It was because of what they did with said foreign capital. If China had developed in a similar structure with, like, you know, Western-backed kleptocrats that control it, like an oligarchy in the same way of the democratized market and the dissolution of the USSR did, then China would objectively be in a similar situation to Russia and the Russian economy in general. Russia made all of its, or the USSR made all of its collectivization in that time frame, in a very short time frame, without 400 years of like slavery and all of the many benefits that gave to the Western world, and went from fucking potato farmers to people that beat the United States to the space, to be the first person to go to space. Yuri Gagarin shouts out. Similar structure existed, and similar thing happened in China as well after foreign capital came in. But it wasn't necessarily because foreign capital came in. It was what they did with that foreign capital.
Mm-hmm.
Does that make sense? So in that situation, because money is just money, right? If there was like, I don't know, if we lived in a very different
what
world.
Was the money for? It was for cheap labor.
Yes, absolutely.
And so, in a sense, they're serving capitalism. They're taking the money.
It was
they're serving capitalism.
The Dingus Gambit is that
the
utilize
Dingus Gambit.
It's just like utilizing the
Deng was the leader that
interests
did the
of.
Oh, that was his name, Dingus.
No,
Deng.
Dingus.
Is that you can take advantage of Western society has this division of power where there's an imbalance there, where capital owners and their capital interests are better represented by their bourgeois government. So they will, if we offer them, you know, cheap manufacturing, and then take their IP and start slowly but surely developing our country through rapid urbanization, like taking all that foreign capital and like building roads, building hospitals, building trains, and whatnot. We will be able to inevitably improve our material conditions as a collective.
In doing so, they've also entrenched themselves in a capitalistic model, I think.
Yep.
And not totally.
Yep. Ethan's nailing this, dude.
Right? But to an extent. And I think to that extent, it was a great benefit to them to operate in that middle ground. And I'll say this, since that's happened, you know, that's when you started seeing all these Chinese billionaires, which is not a good thing, I'm saying. But
Because
like
it's
you,
but it's global capitalism.
that's the
the problem.
inevitability.
It's impossible to escape global capitalism under a global capitalistic structure.
Then why are you defending China, bro?
Unless you are forced to exist or operate outside of those boundaries in the form of like Cuba, for example.
Well, we both agree on a realistic approach. So in that sense, we agree that's why I believe social democracy is the way. But, you
Here,
know.
AB wrote something if you want to read it.
Oh, yeah. We were saying about
should read
how
it
the
instead of me.
CCP. I didn't see the second part. Since established in 1921, CCP has proclaimed itself to be a Marxist-Leninist party and has consistently referred to its system as socialism with Chinese characteristics. In essence, CCP views itself as overseeing a transitional socialist state working towards the eventual realization of communism. Because communism is a bit different. It's not like when you have like a strong central leader.
No, communism is
What?
when after a successful stage of development in a transitional socialist state, where the scarcity problem has been solved, and there is no interest in like capital accumulation, and the state eventually withers away, yielding a borderless, moneyless, stateless society.
It's the
You don't need borderless. Like if you don't have a state, you don't have borders.
Star Trek future you were talking
Star
about
Trek,
earlier.
Yeah, I'm sure
But not
China's well
entirely,
away.
because there's definitely
Critics
still a
often
state
point
in
to the
Star
gap
Trek, but-
between the party's rhetoric and the realities of it, noting the prominence of capitalistic practices, the wealth gap, and the absence of political freedoms as challenges to their characterization as a transitional socialist state. But isn't that just like, okay, but we kind of agree on that. So let me ask you this. One of the reasons that China is able to govern so effectively, and we agree, they get shit done fast.
Yeah.
And that's how part of, again, how their economic growth was so quick and strong.
Yeah.
They can act. They don't have to be bogged down by Congress and shit.
Can I cut in here really quickly? That's a dangerous prospect that capitalist countries are also reckoning with, for the record. And under a capitalist country, if they want to continue consistently competing with China, for example, one of the things that the EU did recently was talk about the government-backed subsidies in the form of EVs and how Chinese development is impossible to compete with because they're offering insane subsidies that offer Chinese EVs and is like basically destroying the EV marketplace for European car manufacturers. So they want to create an investigative team and stop that from happening somehow, or possibly even implement tariffs.
By the
Now,
way,
that in and of itself makes the Chinese centralized planning structure significantly better than capitalist ones in the form of global trade. That will create, in my opinion, a very scary future for Western liberal democracies, where how do you implement that kind of central planning, which already exists, but how do you make it work?
So he's basically bought the state line from China, hook, line, and sinker, right? The state line on Dengism is essentially, oh, no, we might be doing capitalism, but we're doing capitalism because we're going to eventually dominate the world market, and then we will, be able to slowly incorporate other places in, and we'll be able to do socialism better. At some point. And it's not effective in that regard. I think it's an effective tool for modernizing the country. I don't know that it's an effective tool for socialism.
First, fascism.
Okay.
And that's what I'm
Hey, can't find a
genuinely
name I
afraid
like.
of.
How you doing?
Well, I mean,
Barbarism.
China's not that far off from it in its current state.
What do you mean?
With they have basically a all-powerful leader. Everything's owned by the government. The only difference is they're not at war. Basically, that's the only missing factor.
Yeah,
They are building their military.
Yeah.
And threatening countries like Taiwan. So they're pretty close to fascism right now, I would say.
They're building their military
Government
but
rules
what they've
culture,
done, but what they've done with that
business.
military is very different than what the American military is.
Okay,
done. I mean,
whatever.
they don't have 800
they have
bases.
a large military and they're threatening.
It's always a
people with it.
hypothetical. And
I'm
it's
just
the same
saying,
with
China's not that far from fascism.
It's the same with
True, Ethan. Excellent job. I'm sorry I didn't put it back. My bad. I'm so sorry. Ethan is absolutely banging out good points here.
It's like
if
right
China's
there.
not that far from fascism. America is literally 10x the Nazi Germany fascism. Though
I disagree.
Are you fucking kidding me, dude? Why are you dying on this hill? Is he like taking money from like the CCP? What's the difference between Sweden and China? The difference is China is an authoritarian country that allows capitalism to occur. And I would also say that China's version of capitalism isn't even sockdem. Sweden has strong worker protections. In China, like a couple years ago, there were news stories about how they were putting like suicide nets outside of factories. Okay, he said U.S. is 10x as fascist as Nazi Germany. China's just capitalist, and its government is authoritarian. With some disturbing leanings towards fascism, as it goes forward into a future where it's not having unprecedented economic growth. I think there are some compelling cases to be made that it's even, fascist or has many fascistic properties right now. So China's not sockdem. No. Also, chat, we've been going for almost 7 hours now. If you're enjoying the stream, please hit the follow button over on Twitch, hit the subscribe button on YouTube, hit the like button on the stream, And also, please consider dropping some subs or donos. I would very, very much appreciate it, because that is what puts food on my plate and gives me the ability to have an apartment and not die. So, if any of you can support me, it would mean the world to me. Thank you very much. Let's see. Yes, and if you'd like to gift subs, you can just click the little subscribe button at the top of the page, and there should be an option to gift random subs to folks. Let's keep going. Oh, just out of curiosity, how many people we got watching? Oh, it's 7 hours into a stream. How many people we got? Okay. All right. We got about we got like 140 people in here. That's not too shabby. Hapsley, I'm so sorry. I missed your oh mommy. Oh mommy. Damn. Yeah, we're doing pretty okay. Thanks to that Vosh raid. Some rare metals for the EV batteries are mostly in China. True. China and Africa. A lot of rare metals out there. Still here? Well, that was for you. All right, here we go.
Admit.
China's closer because they have
What?
they have
You
the
said
one.
they built a military, but they haven't even
That's not
fucking
the only
used
thing I
it.
said. They have a government control of business, manufacturing,
Okay.
of social life, of the press. Okay.
Okay.
They have one strong
These are
leader,
authoritarian. Yes, these are authoritarian constructs for sure.
and then
But
the only
fascism
thing
has a.
missing from that is basically they have strong nationalism.
I agree with that.
And they have
yes.
and the only difference basically now to go full fascist is if they were invading countries, which they're threatening to do
yes.
right now.
So on that same metric, you realize that the only difference in America is the simple feeling that you are free and that you have all manner of different freedoms. Whereas
We do have freedoms of expression.
We have freedom to say,
we have
yeah,
freedom of
I agree.
religion. We have
Yes.
freedom of assembly. Those are big deals.
But
I know you don't
material-
think you don't want to.
No.
Those
This
are
is a huge
those are
deal.
Big deals,
Of
yeah.
course, it's a.
Okay,
Of course,
sorry.
it's something
I don't want to put words in your
No,
mouth.
of course, this is
I'll
something
take
I
that back.
willingly recognize.
Yeah,
Which
I'll
is why I
take that
say,
back.
like, I'm not living in fucking China right
But
now. It's
I
not like
don't-
there's.
I don't
It's not
think
like they're
it's
on tier one
fair
cities.
to say, well, America is.
Yeah.
And I'm not being an American simp. I'm just saying that.
The
you
idea
brought
that
up
like
American fascism, like China fascism is better than
okay,
American
here's
fascism.
the difference because fascism, okay, fascism is supposed to be a means of control with a oftentimes capitalist understanding of the economy and effectively to organize the economy and continue
I don't
organizing
think
the economy.
Capitalism doesn't have a lot to do with fascism. I don't think.
Capitalism has everything to do with fascism.
I mean,
Capitalism.
You're striking on one of the biggest political philosophy debates of the 20th century.
Capital
essentially.
fascism
Okay,
is
so-
is restoring
Right.
order by
I don't.
you
think,
know
yeah, there-
whipping the fucking masses.
A lot of people
When-
define
but that-
fascism as capitalism in crisis.
Yes.
So I think about it more about like, yeah, maybe it's like capitalism gone fucking totally
Gone
off the rails. Maybe, yeah. Because
Yeah,
it's just
fascism.
no
If
ethical. They have
fascism had
no
nothing to do
ethical
with
hang-ups.
capitalism, then all of these supposedly
But
populist
they're
leaders
getting
like
money
Hitler
to
and
do war.
Mussolini,
I mean,
who
that's
started
it.
off as like supposedly quote unquote socialists or even like interested in higher levels of socialization, would not have worked alongside capital owners and
They-
destroyed trade unions and communists in general. Those were the first people that they fucking butchered.
Okay, fine. I don't care about capitalism. I mean, I'm a social democrat. So, or in terms of like how fashion, I just saying,
if
I
we're
don't
gonna
think.
talk about social democrats in Germany. There's
I
also
don't think.
contention there, but
I don't think Chinese fascism is better or worse than
Chinese
American
fascism.
fascism. Why is that funny?
because I don't think that I do not think that China is fascist. I think that they are
Closer,
authoritarian.
close.
I don't think China is closer to fascism than America.
I think you could make a very good argument for China being fascist.
Because
Yeah,
because the
fascism isn't the
hypothetical,
only
because the most
authoritarianism,
significant
right?
part,
But like
the most significant part
I
that you're mentioning is like, oh, they're building their military and they don't have freedom of
own the
assembly or
press.
freedom of speech. Well,
they control the culture.
yes, this part
They
this
own
part is
all
correct.
The manufacturing.
Nationalism is the best part that you can actually
They are
identify
nationalistic.
in the problems with China. You can absolutely push
I
that
don't see where
push
I'm
that
missing.
part where it is nationalistic. Okay. However, the Chinese development and Chinese military action is either irredentist in nature, which is different than imperialist, where it's like it's more so expansive in its own limited area, rather than global imperialism, which is
China's
done with the
always taken
express
more
effort.
land.
Yeah, exactly, Gamer G. Which is why I would say, like, if you could make the argument, I don't know if I'd necessarily agree with it, but I can certainly see how it would be arguable. You know.
With the
Tibet, Taiwan, they're always
okay.
expanding.
Well, if
Now,
we're going to
the
talk about
fact- the
Tibet,
fact that
if we're going to
you-
talk about Tibet
the
and
fact that
Taiwan,
you think it's
want me to-
like okay
Oh,
because it's their
dude.
territory.
Are you gonna talk about Tibet? Oh God. I mean, okay. I guess.
Or it seems
do you
a
want me
little
to?
bit
Do you want?
silly.
No. Do you want me to describe it?
Not, I don't want to get into the Taiwan thing because
Well,
I don't
you
want
can't
to get
just say Tibet and Taiwan and then not expect me to explain the nuances.
I'm not ready for this tangent.
Because okay, Ethan, but like
Go
Tibet
ahead, go
is,
ahead.
Tibet was literally a fucking feudal slave mandate, like
So
autonomous zone.
China did them a favor.
That was one. I mean, in America, when I say something like this, people get very upset. You know, we talk about the Dalai Lama saying "suck my tongue" or whatever, but like that's not far from the norm in fucking normal Tibetan
So-
existence before the Communist Party came in and
So
took over.
China unilaterally took over Tibet,
Like
squelched
these are.
their culture. They basically are trying to, homogenize the culture.
If your culture,
They're trying to squell the religion and the identity.
the part of
they did them
feudal
a favor.
warlords and slavery, abolishing that, yes, I do think that is good.
No, China did them a favor.
I think that yes, I
was a
will be
mad-
on the record
Just
to
like
state
America did it.
that
Nah, I'm
while
not
the
gonna say
Chinese
it.
government, wait,
I'm not going to say it.
well, there is no equivalent in American intervention that you can point to in a similar capacity, unless you're talking about.
Okay, so
And I think this is a good way to describe Taiwan as well. The American federal government going into the fucking South and killing, unfortunately not all of them, but a decent amount of slavers and defenders of slavery. This is violent retribution from a powerful federal government
Hold on, Tibet was a separatist.
that squashed, okay?
Tibet is the South in the Civil War.
Yes. Tibet in the time.
What? This is... What the fuck, man? Okay, I hope he elaborates on that, because that sounds fucking crazy to me.
Time frame where Chinese intervention happened would be the South. Yes,
So
they
what
were
was
doing
the,
slavery.
What was
They
the
were
moral
feudal.
aspect of the war of China?
The interests are obviously like national security or whatever the fuck they claim,
doesn't seem-
but ultimately the reality was that beyond the material benefits, that yes, they were a feudal, oppressive, slavery-backed state, autonomous region.
Mm-hmm.
So
Just like
Notice how he can't even say state. He has to say autonomous region about Tibet. Yeah, like, also telling that this is riddled with issues. But going on what's on Wikipedia here. The serfdom in Tibet controversy is a prolonged public disagreement over the extent and nature of serfdom in Tibet prior to the annexation of Tibet into the People's Republic of China in 1951. The debate is political in nature, with some arguing that the ultimate goal of the Chinese side is to legitimize Chinese control of the territory now known as the Tibet Autonomous Region, or Zhejiang Autonomous Region, and others arguing the ultimate goal on the Western side is to weaken or undermine the Chinese state. The argument is that Tibetan culture, government, and society were barbaric prior to PRC takeover of Tibet, and that this only changed due to PRC policy in the region. The Tibetan independence movement argument is that this is a misrepresentation of history created as a political tool in order to justify the Sinization of Tibet. Despite such debate around the intention of Chinese descriptions of pre-communist Tibet, it is known that the Tibetan class system divided the population hierarchically into laity, noble laity, and monks, with further subdivisions within the laity. There are also castes of untouchables known as Ragyabpa, who performed work that was considered unclean, including fishing, metalworking, and prostitution, much as with the Indian groups identified as Dalit in the present day. Chinese government claims commonly portray Tibet from 1912 to 1951 as a feudal society, and both the 13th and 14th Dalai Lamas as slave owners. These claims further highlight the statements by the PRC prior to 1959. 95% of Tibetans lived in feudal serfdom and cite cases of abuse and cruelty, which are allegedly inherent to the traditional Tibetan system. I mean, like, frankly, even if this is true, like, I don't know. Do we invade Saudi Arabia because it has a cruel and oppressive system of monarchy? And definitely uses slave labor? I mean, again, if it was indeed, right, that they're invading Tibet to free slaves, sure, I'm okay with that. But also, India had a very strict caste system with untouchables and such, handling things like burning bodies. I don't know. China didn't invade India. That's pretty interesting. Let's see. Difficult to find academic consensus on the nature of society in Tibetan history. Sources on the history of Tibet are available from both pro-Chinese and pro-Tibetan writers. Pro-Chinese materials may be published by mainstream Western publishers or within the PRC. Tibetan material similarly may be published by mainstream Western publishers or by the Tibetan government in exile. Both sides hope to persuade foreign readers to support their own point of view through these publications. Many of the pro-Chinese works in English on the subject were translated from Chinese. Asian studies scholar John Powers concludes that ideology was the most powerful influence on the translators. In contemporary China, the Communist Party strictly controls the presentation of history, and several formal resolutions have been issued by the Central Committee which are intended to guide historians in the correct interpretation of historical events and actors. Western authors' writings on Tibet history are sometimes controversial. For example, whilst Hugh Richardson, who lived in Lhasa in the 1930s and 40s before the takeover of the PRC in 1951, writes in Tibet and its history that Chinese versions of Tibetan history are contemptible, and he considers the Chinese rule brutal and illegal. Israel Epstein, a naturalized Chinese citizen born in Poland, who similarly claims the authority of first-hand knowledge. This knowledge was gained post-PRC annexation following the Chinese takeover of Tibet, must be viewed as pro-PRC, supported Chinese rule. There are few academic assessments of the recent history of Tibet. Anthropologist and historian Melvin Goldstein, who is fluent in Tibetan and has done considerable fieldwork with Tibetans in exile and in Tibet, considers pre-1950s Tibet to have been a feudal theocracy impaired by corrupt and incompetent leaders. It was de facto independent from China from 1911 to 1949, but not recognized as de jure independent of China by any nation, even its protective power, Great Britain. Okay. The Chinese side seeks to persuade international perception as to the appropriate nature and justifiability of Chinese rule in Tibet. Their position is that Tibet truly and historically belongs to China, that affairs of Tibet are internal matters, and Tibetans seek to internationalize their cause, in part by convincing readers that Tibet was independent. Concentrating as it does on questions of national sovereignty, the official position of the Tibetan government in exile is more moderate in tone than that some of its more extreme supporters who conflate the rule of the lamas with Tibetan Buddhist ideals, seeking to promote a Buddhist dogma that competes with the Marxist dogma of feudal serfdom by portraying Tibet under the lamas as, in Robert Thurman's words, a Mandela of the peaceful, perfected universe. Tibetologist Robert Barnett writes, Chinese references to pre-liberation conditions in Tibet thus appear to be aimed at creating popular support for Beijing's project in Tibet. These claims have particular resonance among people who share the assumption based on 19th century theories of social evolution that are still widely accepted in China that certain forms of society are backward and should be helped to evolve by more advanced societies. This form of prejudice converges with some earlier Chinese views and with vulgar Marxist theories that imagine a vanguard movement liberating the oppressed classes or nationalities in a society, whether or not those classes agree that they are oppressed. Moreover, the Chinese have to present that oppression as very extensive and that society as very primitive, in order to explain why there was no calls by the Tibetan peasantry for Chinese intervention on their behalf. The question of Tibet's social history is therefore highly politicized, and Chinese claims in this respect are intrinsic to the functioning of the PRC and not some free act of intellectual exploration. They have accordingly been treated with caution. From a human rights point of view, the question of whether Tibet was feudal in the past is irrelevant. A more immediate question is why the PRC does not allow the open discussion of whether Tibet was feudal or oppressive. Writers and researchers in Tibet face serious repercussions if they do not concur with official positions on issues such as social conditions in Tibet prior to its liberation, and in such a restrictive climate, the regime's claims on this issue have little credibility. And I'm inclined to agree with that one. If you are taking at face value the claims of the People's Republic of China, and if you are just looking at the situation being like, oh, hey, they criminally punish anyone who goes in there to do research and ask questions and come to inconvenient conclusions, well, that's not really lending a ton of credibility to the official claim that they are essentially a bunch of owning, like, horrible despots. You know? Yeah, like, if you have to create a secret police force for a place you occupy, that might be a bad sign, actually. Now, I'm not saying that Tibet absolutely wasn't a feudal society with people being held in oppression. It might very well have been. I'm willing to accept that. I'm just not willing to uncritically regurgitate the Chinese government's line that they are imprisoning and punishing people for questioning. So, yeah. I also don't necessarily take at face value the claims that, pro-Tibet forces are making of, like, a Mandela of the peaceful, perfected universe. I don't believe that was the case in Tibet prior to the Chinese takeover, but it's also, it's somewhere in the middle, and it's definitely not where China says it is. Good night, slaggy guy. And also, who else said Avalon? Wait, no, who said they were going to bed? Hapsley, good night, get good sleep. So, anyway, little foray into Tibetan history, I guess.
Just like Russia's denazifying Ukraine.
No, I don't agree with that, for the record. I don't think that Russia is denazifying Ukraine. If anything, they will end up Nazifying Ukraine in the long run.
If you want to point to a modern country that you could probably fairly characterize as fascist, I would point to Russia before I point
I
to
agree,
China.
100%. I think that Russia is a significantly better example of a fascist nation state,
Yeah.
given its modern Russia, contemporary Russia, being a capitalist nation state built by oligarchs
like
that
on
were
Access.
anti-Soviet and anti-communist, that made deals with Western bankers and Westerners originally, leading up to the dissolution of the USSR, so they could literally pick apart the entire country. Vladimir Putin being another primary example of this.
Okay, good. They're fascists.
I would agree that Russia's interests are significantly more fascist than the outcomes are, because their interests do not lie around improving their productive forces or the abolition of like what Russia's doing in Ukraine is no different than what America has done in Iraq. Like, oh, we're bringing democracy. Like, they're not denazifying Ukraine. It's fucking bullshit. Whereas I will not say the same thing about like Tibet.
Well,
Like,
no,
I
I'm
can't,
not saying
I
one is
think it
better
would be a
than the other,
disservice. I think it'd be a
because all-
disservice to you.
Why can't you say the thing about Tibet when China oppresses any conclusion to the contrary? That seems weird. That Steam sound was mine. My bad.
Ukraine to make a
I'm not.
comparison between like modern
I'm just
Ukraine
saying
and
that
feudal Tibet.
you can create a pretense to take anything you want, you know.
Yeah, but there are also, but you agree, like, for example, the federal government in the Civil War did the right thing, right? It was very violent, but they did the right thing.
Yeah.
Would you agree with that?
Yes.
Okay, good. So let's talk about Taiwan then, because Taiwan in its formation is created by the KMT, or KMT General Chiang Kai-shek. I'm butchering his name,
I think that was close.
but I think it's the closest I can get to that. And in its formation, it was a military dictatorship that was fascist, openly nationalist, and there was no surprise there that the American government was backing them, right? In its entire inception.
I'll
Taiwan
admit, I don't
now
know
is
a
very
lot about-
different than that.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about
But
it.
this is very important in
But
the
Taiwan
context of like
now-
talking about
So
Taiwan.
should they be invaded for how they were
Absolutely
founded?
not.
Right.
Absolutely not. Because hey, guess what?
Everybody was
When
founded on shaky ground.
America builds you up to be a nation as a counterbalance or as the real China, as we did originally. That's why we were in support of Taiwan, because they were nationalist, fascist, military dictatorship that was brutal, comprised of dudes that got owned by fucking Mao overall, right? At a
Butthurt
time when,
losers.
and at a time when,
Yeah, worth noting, Rory O'Connor, indeed. Yeah, NATO supported the invasion of Afghanistan. They did not support the invasion of Iraq. Allied countries assisted in Iraq because they had some forces in Afghanistan, but it was not a NATO endeavor.
100%. At a time, and they
And
were
yes, Taiwan isn't fascist anymore. They've had free and fair elections for like the last 40 years.
butthurt losers that believe that like Mongolia is also a part of Republic of China. They have more expansive desires, more expansive territorial
They ever
desires than
attacked Mongolia.
that. Well,
they
they can't
invade?
do anything.
Well,
they're
yeah.
they're military.
Well, yes, Netanyahu, Hasan suffers from American diabolism. Okay, he believes America bad in any and all cases. Okay, and sometimes things that other countries do wrong are America's fault,
military,
Who
according to American generals' assessments,
which is silly as hell.
was fucking dog shit.
I think Taiwan's a better example then.
So Taiwan,
But wait, I'm not ready.
but Taiwan in its
This
inception.
tangent is out of control.
Wait, but like you want me to
We'll go back to it.
these things don't happen overnight. If you assume that it's like a war between good and bad, or that it happened overnight, it materialized out of nothing, then yes, that is infinitely more susceptible to Western framing, to be like, these are the good guys, these are the bad guys, they want to do this thing, and then you make comparisons to like reasonable wars or whatever, and then all of a sudden we are not factoring in the understandable, whether I agree with it or not, doesn't matter, the understandable desires of national security from the Chinese nation state that is in an openly contentious yet still very favorable trade relationship with the Western world. Why the fuck would they want a American military base in a nation state that was developed by America, originally a fascist, nationalistic, brutal military dictatorship? Why would they want that to be an American base 1 mile off their fucking coastline?
Okay, you're right.
So that is
no,
precisely the
fine.
reason. So that's
concede
precisely the
that,
reason
yeah.
why.
Again, it's Taiwan is like 100 miles away from China. Like it's not 1 mile away from the coastline. It's like it's like 110 miles. Like it is a long ways away. But also Mexico has military bases real close to America. So should we claim Mexico and invade? Like what this is silly. This is silliness, bro. Why do you got to die on this hill time and time again?
The people of Taiwan who recognize that reality, while they yearn for independence, they recognize that reality that it will never happen as long as China has a military or a powerful economy, and as long as America has a legitimate interest in Taiwan being an American base of support to inevitably control China, dominate China in some way.
What the fuck are you talking about, man? Taiwan is not a base to control China. Taiwan is a military ally, and they are provided arms specifically because the people of Taiwan know that China would like to have sovereignty over Taiwan. But this is ridiculous. The United States has carefully crafted a diplomatic niche for Taiwan to sit in, where it is, for all intents and purposes, independent, an independent nation, but that is armed to the teeth in case China ever tries to invade. However, because of that diplomatic niche, if China ever does try to invade, the United States is going to come to Taiwan's aid. So there is just like a diplomatic, like, I guess, wall around Taiwan. A great diplomatic wall, if you will. And it's there so that millions of people aren't killed during an invasion. Like it's really easy to be like, oh well, the United States is just bad and we should pull out of Taiwan and leave them to their fate. It's crazy, man. Yeah, no. If China could, China would annex Taiwan.
Okay, hold on. Let me go back because we did like the monster tangent here.
Okay.
I was saying one of the reasons China's so effective is because of their one-party state. Without opposition, they're able to move fast and effectively. So, do you think this is a good model? Do you think the one-party state is a good model? 'Cause the outcome of that
why?
one-party state is also massive human rights violations across the board.
I mean, I don't think that. I think that America is a one-party state.
I don't care about America.
No.
I take it back. I remember earlier in this stream, I said that I think that Hasan has decent domestic policy. I take it back. I take it back. I take it the fuck back. Oh my god, dude. I think America is a one-party state. Fuck off, dude. Wait, how can you be someone who pays attention to politics and think something that smooth-brained? He have absolute dogshit international policies, not just Ukraine? Well, yeah. No, like I said, he has terrible foreign policy. And I mean, all his foreign policy takes are terrible. The Democratic Party and the Republican Party are the same. They're both the same. They're the same, guys. I I'm getting real close to being done with this. Oh fuck, we still have like 45 minutes. I committed to this. Chat, if you have any love of me or my content, at the very least make some donos or gift some subs or something to make this worthwhile. Let's go.
Oh, but it's important to understand because, like, the one-party state is an inevitability under any kind of formation of the government. The government is going to yield results that are either positive for the people or negative for the people.
Even if
Some
it's
of those
marginal, there
social
is still a difference. Even if it's marginal, there's still a difference. For example, abortion, which I consider a human right. It's marginal.
I agree
but
with
there's a
you
difference.
on that. I think that it
But I don't want
yields-
to talk about America. I want to talk about China.
Well, the reason why we're talking about America is to put it into a framework that is understandable. Like, that's the only reason why I always bring up. People always say, Hasan, your only assessment on the situation is America bad. It's significantly more nuanced than that. The reason why I always go back to America is to help Americans or Westerners
I
understand Chinese governance
I
and how
understand
it's
what you're
not all
saying.
that different.
You say they don't just pretend to have two parties.
Yeah.
Now, I disagree with that. I don't think it's like super wrong. I think there are marginal differences in the parties. And I do think there's space potentially, although it's super unlikely. It's happened in American history for a third party. It's probably never going to happen again, but it has happened before.
Yeah, the Civil War.
And so, but like the consequence
the
of
greatest
hold on.
material differences. Okay, but the greatest material differences were ever
I shouldn't do
represented in
that.
American history was during the Civil War.
I take back the
Okay. The greatest material differences, like genuine material differences in the form of how to produce cheap commodities like cotton, okay? Well, in the northern states, they backed the abolition of slavery. Southern
Yeah, if any of you from YouTube or Twitch want to come over to riverboat.gg, we got some people here who want to gift you some subs.
states didn't. That was a major point of contention. That was probably one of the last times where there was like a real and significant difference in an agreement, I guess, a difference in opinion that led to a very violent conquest of the South that wanted to secede and was forced to not.
The one-party system in China does result in a lot of human rights violations. Does the ends justify the means in that case?
I don't think
the
so.
Control.
I don't think it does.
Okay.
I think that in Cuba, which also has certain restrictions on civil liberties, for example, there is a better argument to be made that the ends justify the means in Cuba, because Cuba is an island that has been under embargo, and since its inception, since the Cuban Revolution, after we backed Batista and wanted to ensure that Cuba was still a tourism destination and sugar plantations with slavery, and then lost, we immediately said, okay, fuck this shit, Cuba, we are going to do everything in our power to stop you from developing. In that situation, because it's a tiny island nation that is in the ass cheeks of the largest imperialist superpower on the planet, it's understandable to have certain restrictions on civil liberties, and by the way, ironically, Cuba is like way better on abortion, gay rights, and whatnot, which we can get into if you want.
No.
But that's a consequence of direct democracy, even though Cuba is a one-party state as well.
Okay.
Like,
I mean, there's plenty of I know plenty of I'm not super familiar with the politics, so I don't even want to speak on it necessarily, just because I don't know a lot. I do know that a lot of Cubans that I've met fucking.
I don't know that
I
Cuba.
can't believe I've not only put up with this, but paid for it. Chat, let's not do this again.
Paladin.
DWA.
Paladin, thank you for the $10 dono. I really appreciate that. Oh God. Thank you also for being the first chatter to support stream financially in like the last 3 hours. I appreciate it. I do have to say, he just said like Cuba's better on like LGBTQ rights, on like queer. Did he actually say that? Because pretty sure Cuba only legalized gay marriage like last year. This conversation was far more uncomfortable than I expected. Yeah, I've had to pause champ far more than I wanted to.
Hate the Cuban government.
yeah, because they're in America.
They're not like rich. They're like
No, it doesn't matter. They're
okay. So they're
like, they don't have to be rich. But they're in America, which
so
means
admittedly, I don't know.
like they had a disagreement in the lightest terms. They either were forced to run away or literally had in the lightest terms, a disagreement with the Cuban government.
Mhm.
So of course they are not going to be fond of the current Cuban
but
government.
Isn't there, when you're looking at a country like China, who's able to act so efficiently, and if you're looking for some democratization or like some equality of outcome in terms of income for the lowest people, seems like a potential and almost like inevitable outcome is some of the stuff that you see in China, like one cultural identity, one religion or non-religion, like this need to be homogenous so that people are compliant and they live that way.
This is state development 101. Every nation.
Is there any chance Biden can do anything about Cuba? Biden could lift the embargo like tomorrow if he wanted to. He just hasn't because he's old and remembers Cuba being scary. And probably also is trying to curry favors with American Cuban diaspora.
State does
So the
some form of this.
reason that has happened in China is why all these mass human rights violations are able to exist. Like re-educating people, mass detention for people who are religious. You know what I mean? Forced labor camps. They fucking, and I know you deny that they are organ harvesting, but I do believe that they do that or did do that. Maybe they stopped.
Organ harvesting. Organ harvesting did happen in China.
Yeah.
What you're talking about is like Falun Gong propaganda, which is that
No, I'm
like
not.
they have a. No, well, there's two different types. What we're talking about is like, were there criminal components and certainly
It was state-sponsored organ.
No, I don't
Yes, it
know.
was.
If it was state-sponsored organ
The evidence
harvesting,
suggests that it was.
The state actually, but watch out. She's right behind you. It's okay. If it was state-sponsored, the state would not have cracked down on it inevitably.
Well,
they did.
They realized how bad it looks. It was the evidence
Why
that
would
I've
they? But
seen
if
is
they're
that
authoritarian, why would they
involved.
care about how bad it looks? You said that they have labor
care.
camps.
China doesn't care about appearance.
Well,
they do to
But
it.
if they're
Of course they do.
authoritarian, why would they care?
They you literally spouted Chinese propaganda about Tibet. And you're like, oh, why would they care about how they look? It's like literally illegal to like go to Tibet and like interview people and come to a different conclusion than the state line. Like, what are you talking about, dude?
Well, I mean, they have labor camps, you said, which is, by the way, ironic because America still has a much higher prisoner density than any other nation on the planet, and slavery is not abolished in America.
We can
The
criticize
13th
America
Amendment is
all we
slavery.
want, man.
Well, my point is,
They literally have like labor camps in. They have like forced labor camps in China. What are you talking about, guy?
yes, it's wrong in China as well, but of course it's wrong in China as well.
Okay, forget about that. I mean, like, what about, for example?
Now you're doing whataboutism, by the way.
No, I'm not. I'm gonna tell you why. I'm specifically. Let's use this example because it's the best one. The Uyghur, I'm sorry, I don't know how to say their name, detention camps where they re-educated and eliminated their cultural identity and religion. And also, frankly, it's almost impossible to do that and not like think of them as others, where they also, are under horrible human
mass
rights.
surveillance, even including like certain representatives living with people and families. Like some of this is like people will say, "Oh, this is Adrian Zen's propaganda," and some of it is very real, 100%.
Don't you think it's Chinese propaganda to be like it wasn't as bad?
I'm not saying it wasn't as bad.
Okay, good, because I thought maybe you said that.
But hold on, no, I think that my analysis on the matter is fairly nuanced, but still incredibly critical of the Chinese state. I have never said that mass surveillance, mass imprisonment, even execution in certain instances, and China's development,
this is the outcome of their homogenous socialist society.
The reason that the Chinese nation state claims they did this, and Xi Jinping famously even, I forget when he said this was a while back, but basically said something along the lines of like, we learned how.
Hey, Dances with Disaster. Thanks for jumping on over to riverboat.gg. I appreciate it. Hasan always gives me the same vibes as one of those dude bros who smokes way too much and thinks he's deep. Yeah, and like that is a good asset for bringing in those types of dude bros and like other like normie folks. But it becomes a detriment when we're trying to talk about these things. 100%. China's capitalist. Yeah, China's hella capitalist.
How to deal with, we learned how to deal with Islamic terror from the American nation state.
Okay.
And that is why we had to deal with the Uyghurs. I don't agree with what they did. I think that it's fucking bullshit.
Do you think it's necessary to maintain their socialist homogeny?
It's not a socialist homogeny. Now we're talking about cultural homogeny, right? That's what you're saying.
Right, but it's all yeah,
'Cause
but it's connected in my mind.
The separatist movement within Xinjiang and some of the aspects of that did include, knife attack.
As promised, BWA still have a blue sky invite.
I've been lurking here a while, just silently. Well, I appreciate it, Dances with Disaster. And Malachi, thank you very much for gifting a tier 1 sub to Dances with Disaster. Very kind of you.
Attacks and the like. They don't have a lot of guns in China, luckily.
Mhm.
The criminal component of that should have been dealt with on an individual basis rather than dragnets and collective punishment for the entirety of Xinjiang, which is what China did, and re-education camps and mass surveillance, which exists still to this day. Xinjiang, or any kind of separatist movement in Xinjiang, has now been absolutely squashed, destroyed, eviscerated, and not only have they done that, but also on top of that, they've basically softened, like you said, or I guess the term that Westerners will use is Hanified Xinjiang, and have now use their their cultural output as like an export. Even like you could just go to Xinjiang and see how wonderful everything is, that kind of thing.
Like, I'm sorry. Man, that sounds really fucking bad. That sounds evil, even. Like, this is like if the United States invaded, like, Nigeria and was like, put re-education camps across the country and was just like, hey, everybody, you can come visit Nigeria now. Look at how white we made it. Look at how Americanized we made it. Like, I feel like if you reframe this as something America did, Hasan would unequivocally condemn it as one of the most atrocious and evil things the United States has done. Like, really up there, you know? And so he's just kind of like, yeah, you can go there now, and people say it's fine.
You found it. God damn, that's so funny. Mr. Xi urged the party to emulate aspects of America's war on terror after the September 11th attacks from documents leaked in 2019.
And that justifies them doing terrible shit? Like, what? Come on, dude.
Just to frame this for people that aren't familiar with the history, the crackdowns over there were a result of a rise in terrorism in that region. There were bombings and stuff going on. And so all those camps and the re-education, all of that was a response. It was essentially a crackdown. And
yes, but it was a completely, for the record, completely unjustifiable, way over the top, fucking dragnet. Yes,
right, exactly.
Yeah.
Or what the United States did in Afghanistan after September 11th. I mean, we rocked that country for 20 years as a result of a terrorist attack.
I'm defending America or something.
That's really funny you should say that, because that is the automatic position of people in the West, though, is that, like, whenever I make a comparison to America, like if I compare Russia to America, people think I'm doing that to defend Russia. And it's like, no, that is the worst comparison I can make for a country's actions, because my opinion on American, the American superpower is that it is incredibly bloody and incredibly unjust. But the reason why people immediately go and say, what the fuck, why are you bringing up America in this situation, is because they inherently, without recognizing it, will defend American foreign policy because they are under the understanding.
I agree, most people.
Yeah, but it's pretty weird when someone's asking you about a situation in China, and you're like, okay, but have you heard that America is bad? Like, just engage on the topic of the question, man.
Do that.
Yeah.
But so my ultimate question is, do you believe that this cultural homogeny is required in a socialist or communist society?
Yes, I think that some form of positive social cohesion needs to occur if you are going to build a nation state. And this happens in public education. I think that public education.
Okay, but we're not talking about public education as in like, oh, they go to state-sponsored schools or something. We're talking public education as in they get taken away to camps where they're getting sterilized and forced to unlearn their culture. Like this is like Hasan. This is like, honestly, this is the equivalent of like Hasan defending residential schools, like the residential school system for Native Americans that happened across North America. Like that is what this feels like, honestly.
Education is very valuable, and I'm 100% in agreement. If it's being done in a more positive way through public education, then it's great.
Right, but
If
not
they're
like
doing,
erasing their ethnic identity.
Yeah, if they're doing it in a negative way, in that
That's what they're doing. That the entire point was to re-educate the Uyghur Muslims into not being Uyghur Muslims.
situation where like education
What's a positive
moves
way?
to
Example.
re-education, a positive component would
Yeah, no, you know what, Ethan? Excellent question. What would what's a positive way of educating someone out of being what they are?
be something that we unfortunately do not have in America either. Would be to have regions
Yeah.
that still have their own ethnic identities preserved through their own board of education and are allowed to exist. This is a major problem with the USSR as well. This happened in the USSR where there was a Russification of all the nation states that were under the banner of the USSR, which ended up creating.
Oh yeah, it's all the same. It's all the same, you see. Yeah. I mean, like, guys, you can quibble, right, about like what the curriculum is in schools, and you certainly should. Okay, there's a lot of white supremacy in the U.S. educational system. All right, but at the end of the day, there's a big difference between, hey, child, you have to go to a public school, and hey, everyone of this ethnicity, you have to go to this camp with all of your worldly belongings, and we're not going to let you leave until you are able to convincingly act like you are not the ethnicity you are. There's a pretty big difference there. I don't think that's difficult to understand for most people.
A fuck ton of division, and also like suppression of religious freedom. Religion is something that is so personal and so important for human beings
Marx's
and their
theory,
identity.
Isn't Marx's theory around like we have to get rid of a religion? That's
No, I mean
communism?
no, and also
Is
I
it
don't even
not?
care what Marx's own personal perspective on religion is ultimately, because I'm looking at real implementations of socialism throughout historical materialist socialist nation states.
you don't believe
and I'm saying that that's
required?
bad and wrong. It is demonstrably bad. It was bad in Afghanistan. It was bad in the USSR, and it's certainly bad when China does the same exact shit.
So you're saying yes, it's required, but nothing different than what you see in countries today. That's considered good.
That's
Yes,
fucking
allowing
crazy,
people to
dude.
have
a
their
national
own-
identity.
allowing people to have a national identity while simultaneously reinforcing their ethnic.
They aren't allowed to have an ethnic identity. That's why they were sent to the camps, dude.
differences or their diversity of culture is absolutely a necessity for nation state development if you want this nation state to succeed. And
Okay, I
I'm
got
giving an example of why it didn't work in
I got you.
in the USSR.
By the way, I would urge you to look more into the organ harvesting thing because I do believe that did happen by the state. They were harvesting the Muslims' organs, man. Like the wait time on the
But you're saying in modern China?
no, not in modern China. I don't think. Well, it was modern China. It wasn't that long ago, but I don't think they're doing it.
You're
now.
saying the state was harvesting the organs of Muslims.
Yeah, who were in that detention camp to give to their citizens. That dude, the wait time for organ here. Listen to this. One of the most cited pieces of evidence is the rapid growth of China's organ transplant industry in the early 2000s, with much shorter waiting time for organs than other countries. The Chinese government has attributed this to the use of organs from executed prisoners, but the critics argue that those numbers do not match up. The prisoners of conscience, so there's
I
Also, that
believe
sounds
the
like
crackdowns literally
What?
came.
I'm sorry, if it was in the early 2000s, it would have been before the crackdown on the Uyghurs.
I don't know when did that.
So it sounds like it was just the general
That's what I was
prison
trying to
population.
say. There was a
not-
criminal component. I'm not saying that
Hold on,
organ
hold on. When
harvesting
did
did
that
not
happen, the
happen.
detention?
Organ harvesting certainly happened. There was a black market for organs, 100%, not just for Chinese citizens, mind you. That is like literally massaging the narrative to fit the Uyghurs being harvested for organs.
I like
because
it. Respect.
Well, that's
Oh.
Uyghur is how you're.
They're
you know what's funny
Turkish,
about
so
this?
yeah.
They're fucking Turkic.
Yeah.
Like, it's called East Turkestan. You know what I mean? Like,
Right.
it's not like the other side of my family. My mother's side is literally their last name is Uyghur. So this is not like random individuals that I have no affinity towards. That I'm saying like the Chinese nation state should oppressively fucking crush
I'm just
them.
saying.
I mean, I don't think you have affinity to the Uyghurs who are living in China right now. I gotta keep it 100. I don't believe him. I don't believe that he has an affinity for these people. Again, you are basically defending like residential schools, but for everyone of every age in the Uyghur Muslim category in China.
And
It's
that
so
you
it's
should-
always additionally funny when some fucking dumb fuck from Iowa is trying to tell me about fucking Muslim oppression. Why don't you care about Muslim oppression in Xinjiang? It's like, what the fuck are you saying? Anyway,
Well, what the fuck are you saying? Like, for real? You're just like, oh, yeah, you know, the Chinese government uprooted, like, the Uyghur Muslims and put them into camps against their will and wouldn't let them leave until they unlearned how to be a Uyghur Muslim. And you're like, yeah, you know, I really feel for these people. Do you? Do you really feel for these people who are having their culture stripped from them? Do you? For fuck's sake, man.
anyway, sorry, I get very heated about this because
Do you? Because you seem like you're heated about people being upset with you defending cultural genocide. Yeah, you seem more upset with people being upset with you for defending cultural genocide than you are at the actual cultural genocide.
it's like people are so merciless. Just like people are merciless with you when they say you're a fucking tyrant or you're a capitalist pig dog or whatever the fuck. People are infinitely more merciless when you deviate from the foreign policy norms that have been mandated by
What do you mean he's raising awareness? He's not raising awareness. He doesn't think it's a big deal.
Americans through our mainstream media.
Okay, so in short, I think I got my answer on that, which is, you know, the China Tribunal. Okay, whatever. I want to move on to Taiwan. So last time we were
I just want to point out it's 1 o'clock. We're pretty far
we're
over
almost to
already.
the end.
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
good.
it's fine. We can.
Okay,
I think
just-
this is
just
very
keeping you
valuable
aware
and
of the
very
time.
good.
Good.
So I'm perfectly fine talking about this.
Okay, great. Love that. So last time we were talking about Taiwan, you had mentioned one country, two systems. What did you mean by that? Because I didn't know anything about that when you said it, but I've read about it now.
So since the Nixon era of normalizing relations with China, America's understanding of China has been that it is one over-encompassing nation, and that Taiwan, which certainly does want an independence movement or has a robust independence
Oh boy. He's about to say something extraordinarily wrong.
movement, is simply Chinese Taipei. The American understanding and the global understanding is the same, that there is a different autonomous organization inside of Taiwan, an autonomous government inside of Taiwan, but it's still under the Chinese umbrella. My opinion on the matter does not deviate away from the American foreign policy on the matter. And the reason for that is because it also does not deviate away from the collective Taiwanese understanding on the matter, which is that if there's two different forces here at play. Taiwan independence is not something that even Anthony Blinken or the American state backs. Why? Because it would be incredibly disruptive to
Let's talk about what the
our
people of
largest
Taiwan want.
trade partner. Great. The people of Taiwan want independence
Yeah.
in the future. possibly in the future.
Mhm.
The reason why they take that position, well, if you were to ask them without any sort of Chinese influence, like without any sort of like mainland China influence, would you want independence tomorrow? They would say, yes, that is the majority
So,
opinion.
well, what they say is that we already have the independence.
They say
China
we
has
already.
China has no influence over Taiwanese economy or government, and
Yes,
they don't
and
touch
yet,
it.
and yet, from a global perspective, they are still considered to be Chinese Taipei.
Right, because
Why? You weirdly left out why. It's because they have a gun to their head, and if they declare independence, that gun has its trigger pulled. And they get fucked. That's why. China will invade them if they declare independence. But as long as they don't declare independence, they don't get invaded, and they are still they are still autonomous. They are still able to conduct their own affairs and govern themselves. So yeah, the only reason they are not an independent state is because of the coercive threat of China. And the only reason the United States doesn't support Taiwanese independence, at least on officially, is because if that happens, the United States is obligated to defend Taiwan. And if it's defending Taiwan against China, then that entails a nuclear exchange, and well, it's nuclear war, baby. Like, no, of course we don't want that. So yeah, Taiwan lives in this weird little diplomatic bubble that's been carved out for it. But obviously they want independence. If they wanted to be part of China, they could do that tomorrow.
people doesn't want to rock the boat.
Exactly.
But the Taiwanese
And that is
people
my perspective
believe
as well.
that we are already independent. So, but
Okay.
you believe that this is China's statement,
then
one
there's
country, two
So
systems.
then there's no addition.
Oh,
Please have this money which you can use for goods and services.
Matt at Yahoo, thank you very much for the $10 dono. I very, very much appreciate it.
Additional need for state intervention from Western forces. Then
Well, but China is, you know,
China is what?
it is being provocative
What are they doing?
towards the Taiwanese.
What are they doing that you would consider to be provocative towards the Taiwanese?
I mean, they have military station around. They're doing war games and shit like that.
You know where Taiwan is in proximity to mainland China, right? It's 1 mile off their coastline.
Okay,
So whenever people
well,
say China
pretty
is
obvious though.
China is violating their
Listen,
airspace,
we know what China says it. The government even says it that we're gonna fucking take Taiwan if y'all don't play ball.
yes,
So we don't need to pretend like they're
because
not doing it.
China, no matter if I agree with this or not, right? Because I want autonomy for
Damn. Mr. Anderson, thank you for the 5 gifted Riverboat Jack memberships on YouTube. I very, very much appreciate that, friendo. Thank you so much. Hell yeah. See some more heart emojis in chat. That'll be nice.
the people of Taiwan. I want them to do whatever the fuck they want, self-governance, right? So I understand that, and I also simultaneously understand, one, the history of the Taiwanese nation state being propped up and why it was propped up. And more importantly than that, I understand that the Chinese government, which is a different government than ours, right? They are human beings over there that have their own concerns, is not going to want a fucking American military base 1 mile off of their coastline. That is a perfectly reasonable thing to never want. And given the historical reasons as to how Taiwan has been created as a separate nation state with its own expansionist interest in the Republic of China, the entire mainland China, including Mongolia, that's like its founding mandate, that it is...
How's that going for him? How has their expansionist mandate been going for him? Exactly, Hasan. They're really expanding into mainland China, are they? Yeah.
Understandable for China to not want that to happen, which is why they constantly counter American saber rattling with their own version of saber rattling.
Except Hasan has it reversed. China is doing the saber rattling about invading Taiwan. And they're doing it because the economic progress that they've been making at unprecedented rates for decades now is starting to slow due to COVID, as well as some other domestic issues at home, which is in turn making people more dissatisfied with the single party authoritarian dictatorship they live under. And they can't have that because they have billions of people. They need to keep people happy. So they're shifting to more nationalistic rhetoric, and that in turn gives the Taiwan in turn gives them a target for that nationalistic fervor. This isn't new information. And the idea that, oh, well, the United States, they wouldn't want an independent Taiwan because the United States would have a military base. We already basically have a military base there. That's just, Taiwan is just a gigantic military base for the United States, essentially. Socialism, indeed. But no, this is very bizarre and weird, and I cannot believe he's continuing to die on this hill.
This does not mean that the Chinese state is nice. This does not mean that the Chinese state is genuine or wants to
30
implement
troops are
communism in
stationed in Taiwan.
What?
30 U.S. troops are stationed in Taiwan.
There's no way you think that is the only material
I don't know
support
what
that
you
America
read.
is offering Taiwan.
30 U.S.
Taiwan's
troops.
entire standing army would not exist without U.S. support since its inception.
Okay, but America.
Taiwan's
You say America has a military base there as one of the, and that would be a
no,
good
no,
reason,
no, no.
But I don't.
No, I'm
they don't
saying
have
I don't want it to turn. I do not want further conflict. The people of Taiwan do not want further conflict, which is why the overarching assessment is like, we're independent, we want to maintain independence, we want to be fully independent, but we don't want to rock the boat.
But it seems.
But I don't think the U.S. is even proposing building a military base on Taiwan. I don't think that's a thing that the United States is doing because of the diplomatic situation Taiwan is in. This is very, very strange.
Seems like if China was to just invade Taiwan and like, look, we're over it.
It would be devastating. It would be awful for Taiwan. It would be awful for China. It would be horrifyingly bad.
Mm-hmm.
It would be disastrous.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, which is why the United States isn't trying to build a military base right there currently.
We are in agreement right there, right?
Yeah,
like,
of course.
okay, so we both want no further
nightmarish.
bloodshed to happen. And that's what the people of Taiwan also
but in a
say they
sense,
want as well.
You also kind of see where China's coming from.
I absolutely understand why China would feel like this is a major issue with their national security concerns.
Wait, why do we care about this and not other humanitarian issues in other nations? Well, we can care about multiple things at once. We can pat our heads and rub our tummies.
The example I will give you is this.
The reason we care slightly more about this issue is that this particular humanitarian issue could lead to a nuclear world war, which I think is maybe worth thinking about and considering a little bit and having accurate media messaging on.
Let's say,
Hasan.
just like England and France tried to do during the Civil War because they had material interest in the cotton trade continuing with chattel slavery.
Do you think Ethan knows Hasan isn't a good representation of most socialists? No, I don't. Which is why I'm frustrated by this conversation.
Let's say they offered material support to the southern states that wanted to secede, right, in order to continue slavery, okay? And they were actually successful to a certain degree because third parties like Imperial Japan were also invading mainland America, okay, in this process. So the Civil War ended in a way where chattel slavery continued in the South, and every abolitionist was executed, and they called it, instead of white terror, let's say they called it black terror, okay? They executed mercilessly and ruthlessly any abolitionist that lived in the South. And then after years and years of this fascist white supremacist implementation, hyper-nationalist implementation, the southern states that had successfully seceded, okay, kept building a robust military apparatus through surplus military supplies and weapon systems that other...
Dude. Again, he has the worst foreign policy ever. These situations are not remotely analogous. Man, I never knew this about him. Man, he ain't right. Well, he typically has good domestic policies when he talks about domestic political issues. This is all absolute nonsense. And honestly, after this, like, I'm even a bit suspect of his domestic politics.
Other countries that were foreign adversaries to the United States of America started giving them even more and more of this, and then and also said the real America is the South America. Southern states are the real America, and they will one day take over the rest of America.
You're saying,
and that they will inevitably take over the rest of America, and that's going to be the real America. We're going to help them do that. And then
you're saying Taiwan is comparable to the South seceding.
Taiwan in its inception is identical to the South.
How long after this?
It is absolutely not. Like, it's actually far more accurate to say that, you know, mainland China is comparable to the South's secession if the South had then gone on to steamroll across the rest of America, and, like, I don't know, Hawaii was like the last refuge of Americans for some reason, even though that doesn't make sense on a timeline scale. This is lazy. This is lazy and inaccurate. Just talk about what actually happened. You don't have to analogize like this very, very poorly. And, like, man, I'm frustrated. I am frustrated and dealing with my emotions mostly internally.
South seceded, did the war begin?
What do you mean?
How long between the South seceding and the Civil War happening?
I mean, there was a period.
Oh man, dude. I mean, there was a period of like what like a day or two.
There was a period of time. No. There was a period of time leading up to that where there were abolitionist movements that happened. That's why people say that John Brown's like execution.
But Taiwan was independent
like a
lot
pivotal
longer.
point.
I mean, they've been separate for a long time now.
Yeah,
From
no,
like
I understand. Which is why I'm saying, like, imagine if the South was able to successfully secede.
Yeah.
Right. And
America.
Well, if it successfully seceded, then it wouldn't be part of the United States anymore. That's definitionally by secession.
And almost
take it back. Northern America wanted to.
No, Northern America is like, we're worried about our own
genetic
shit.
bomb.
We can't fucking deal with South America right now, right? Like Northern America, the Federation, let's say, okay, is now working on improving their.
Did this guy go to college? I mean, I think so, but apparently not for any of the things he's talking about today.
Own productive forces, doing trade deals and whatnot with the rest of the world, and they start rapidly urbanizing, rapidly developing, okay? And, you know, the New Deal only happens there or whatever the fuck. Meanwhile, the southern states are entirely propped up by a foreign adversary, okay, that is infinitely more powerful than Northern America. And they keep saying, we're going to take over the entirety of America. It's one America, okay? And
okay,
but because the northern states are able to improve their conditions, have favorable trade deals with the rest of the planet, they inevitably get to a point where they want to maintain their hegemony, they want to maintain their security, their national security. Do you think it would be appropriate? To rock the boat per se and allow the South to continue developing and continue having a massive military? And inevitably, like you send envoys like Nancy Pelosi to Southern American states to fucking say, hey, look, they're democratic now. Like, yeah, sure, they were designed around slavery, but they have a democracy now, and I think that it's okay and appropriate to fucking keep building their military, make it as robust.
I gotta be honest with you. This is maybe the most dog shit take I've ever seen from Hasan. This is like I don't know. How long are you supposed to cut off diplomatic relations with a country that like has shitty origins or has had like a shitty past? Is it 50 years? Do we need to wait another decade? Like what how long? How long? You know? Just gonna look at chat real quick. For this analogy to make sense, the Confederacy would have had to be overthrown, but the democracy that replaced it was forced by the USA through threats of blockade to do Confederate cosplay. Oh, Genetic Bomb, you're calling me Amy Schumer. I see. I got you. I was wondering that the A Schumer wasn't making sense to me. Also, I think I'm much prettier than Amy Schumer. There's an economic link between the South and North created by slavery that had to be severed to maintain northern states' international trade, but slavery had to end. Well, yeah, of course. You forgot? You're just saying A Schumer. I didn't know what that meant. Took me a minute. I'm sorry. I've been streaming for 8 hours. You try being on camera for 8 hours. It's hard. Maybe you should act as a moderator. Okay, like I said earlier, I believe it comes down to the reason for why he believes the things he believes. He doesn't believe what he believes because of leftist logic. He believes what he believes because of luck combined with contrarianism, with a leftist/tanky slant towards American bad brain. That's why he doesn't debate other people. A debate would require one to know how to actually argue one's beliefs, even when pushed against. I mean, I think he's been riddled with, like, you know, leftist tanky talking points with a hefty dose of American diabolism. But I do think at his core he does want to do good lefty things. I do think that is the case. And also, we all have a degree of moral luck in believing what we believe. You know, we've been born into the situations we were born into, we've done the things we've done, and we've arrived at these conclusions. And we could very easily have been born into different circumstances, so. Startin' Park Racing, are you okay? People need to stop valuing his opinion and get their own. True. They should get mine, because mine are correct. All right.
Robust as
By the way,
possible.
the South seceded just because we were talking about it. It was like 3 months between the war and the.
But leading up, the build up to that was significantly longer.
Yeah. Okay, so I understand your position on Taiwan. I get all that. You know, from a.
But
I don't. The
but
one
living
country,
in,
two
living in
system
California
thing is silly though, because.
But living in California, you personally understand it, right? Like living in a blue state, you understand why that would be like genuinely like you would understand how blue states in America would have security concerns if like southern states had seceded successfully
I agree.
And kept saying like, no, the rest of America is ours.
Mm-hmm.
After they fucking lost too.
Well, I mean, this was 70 years ago that Taiwan, that the separation
Taiwan now
happened.
is not a fucking fascist nationalist military state.
I don't think that how it was founded matters at all.
70 years is not significant in development. Of course it's.
That's my point.
No, it's. What do you mean?
I don't think that you should be like, oh yeah, Taiwan was a bunch of losers that went and started their own country, and like, so they're not entitled to a national identity. I don't think that matters.
70 years is a blip in time in as far as talking about a fucking empire or a history that spans over like.
I don't care, but that doesn't matter, right? We're talking about human beings.
Yeah, and
we're talking about human beings, and we're talking about geopolitics. We don't have the luxury of just being like, oh, they were bad 50 years ago. We can't have any diplomatic dealings with them. We have diplomatic dealings with North Korea, and they're terrible. Like, what are you talking about, bro?
Now they are democratic, which is great, and I understand their want in autonomy and not being under like some form of crushing civil liberties that the Chinese
But
state
the
will bring.
one country, two systems isn't
Yeah.
real. That's not a real thing.
What do you mean?
It's not a real thing. It's one country, one system. Like at Hong Kong, that's what they want to do. They say Taiwan, we'll do the one country, two systems, but that's propaganda.
What do you,
True. He's correct, though. Hey, level 6 Laser Lotus. I love the community reference in your username.
no, but that's the
Good night,
American
Dances with
policy,
Disaster.
which they did with China. They have
Right.
America said that they would not support an independent Taiwan, and that Taiwan is a part of China.
Well, the key there is just, never having Taiwan declare independence, huh?
But internally, Taiwan still has.
It's interesting that he leaves out the other bit where the United States has said they don't support an independent Taiwan. However, they also they also absolutely will come to Taiwan's defense if its autonomous activities are ever threatened. So I think he's leaving out a little bit of what the United States has communicated there. That's very interesting. Which you would know if you looked up the webpage on the US relations with Taiwan. Which you can do by Googling US relations with Taiwan and clicking the first result. We went over this like a day ago, but for the sake of this, I'll go over it right now. Through the American Institute in Taiwan, a non-governmental organization mandated by the Taiwan Relations Act to carry out the United States' unofficial relations with Taiwan, our cooperation with Taiwan continues to expand. Taiwan has become an important U.S. partner in trade and investment, health, semiconductor, and other critical supply chains, investment screening, science and technology, education, and advancing democratic values. The United States' approach to Taiwan has remained consistent across decades and administrations. The United States has a long-standing One China policy, which is guided by the Taiwan Relations Act, the 3 U.S.-China joint communiques, and the 6 assurances. We oppose any unilateral changes to the status quo from either side. We do not support Taiwan independence, and we expect cross-strait differences to be resolved by peaceful means. We continue to have an abiding interest in peace and stability across the Taiwan Strait. Consistent with the Taiwan Relations Act, the United States makes available defense articles and services as necessary to enable Taiwan to maintain a sufficient self-defense capability and maintains our capacity to resist any resort to force or other forms of coercion that would jeopardize the security or the social and economic system of Taiwan, which is basically a lot of words that boil down to the United States cannot officially recognize Taiwan as independent. Taiwan cannot officially declare itself as independent. However, by living in this kind of diplomatic gray zone, China cannot annex Taiwan either, and cannot send military to enforce any decree it might make regarding Taiwan. So basically, it's not part of China, is what I'm saying. So I don't know. I feel like Hasan is pretty blatantly misrepresenting Taiwan on this.
As autonomy, which is what is currently happening, and the Chinese state sees it as a autonomous region that is still under the Chinese banner that ends up getting military support from Western forces.
Let's talk about Ukraine, and then that's my final one.
Okay.
So we were talking about Ukraine, and
God, I have brain
your
cancer.
position was that the support for Ukraine is 100% manufactured.
No.
That's what you said last time.
No, I think that all matter of American foreign policy is greatly influenced by manufactured consent because of our interest in, doing whatever the fuck we want to do there, whether it be like bringing Ukraine into the Western sphere of influence or it's not genuine because they want like genuine emancipation for Ukrainians.
So, so last time you guys compared it, you said, well, nobody gives a fuck about Georgia when that got invaded. Therefore, the fact that anyone cares about Ukraine feels like manufactured.
It's not even just Georgia.
Well, you guys know that, but you guys realize there's like a massive. I didn't know anything about the Georgian War. I learned about it. There's a huge difference. You guys understand?
well,
that.
I mean, the scale is.
It was a 5-day war.
Yeah, it was 5
They
days
expected Ukraine to
versus-
drop in 5 days, and if it did, we probably wouldn't be talking about it. Because
That's true. That's true.
so like what happened was Ukraine mounted this miraculous defense, and they've got Russia, a fascist country, on the back foot. And we all like when fascism.
I don't think Russia is on the back foot.
Yeah, people forget when Russia invaded Ukraine, people were really expecting Ukraine to fall within like a couple days, like within a week. It was expected to be kind of like just an absolute slaughter, you know?
I think it's just like extending the harm.
Well,
and only
specifically because of like the air capabilities of Russia, which have absolutely not translated into domination. Well, the thing is, Ukraine has a decent sized standing army, but they don't have like the necessary air support really. But Russia hasn't been able to really anywhere maintain air superiority, and that absolutely changed the calculation.
furthering
we
conflict.
inflicted so much, and I stand with the Ukrainian people because I think Ukraine is a force for good in the world. They're on.
Can I
and
just,
I think
can I
Russia's
just
a
stop you
force
for a second?
bad.
Because you said 100% manufacturer consent. Like
That's what
nothing
you
is,
said.
Nothing is genuine. I said 100% manufacturing consent is a like leading role in this.
If you want to amend
and the
it,
reason why
that's
no.
fine.
The reason why I take issue with this is because it's like stating like I don't give a fuck about Ukraine. Of course I give a fuck about people in Ukraine. I want the war and the bloodshed, the unnecessary bloodshed to end. Okay. My assessment on the situation might deviate from NATO like bloodthirsty NATO defenders or whatever the fuck.
You feel like we shouldn't even be doing anything in Ukraine?
No, I don't.
No, we were told that because Russia was one of the largest military forces on Earth. Like again, God, what was it? What was it? The was it the Gulf War? Yeah, it was expected to be something similar to the Gulf War. Yeah. Which lasted, from August of 1990 to February of 1991. When basically the United States just rolled in, kicked Iraq's ass, and then rolled out. That's what was expected. That did not happen.
Nothing.
No, I don't. I think
you
that
don't
Good night,
think so?
Oh,
You
no,
think
I
we-
think
Hey,
that,
had her
of
hair.
course there's a necessary intervention that must happen. I'm not
okay.
saying that at all. I mean, I fucking raised hundreds of thousands of dollars for Ukrainian refugees. Like, I'm sorry, this is such a silly fucking thing that, like, not from you, but I hear so much from dipshits on.
No one's saying America's benevolent or good. Why are we pretending to that like that's the thing that's being said here? I don't understand, chat. I don't understand.
Line.
Well,
You
let's
just want to
get
fucking
well,
cut
this
propaganda.
Is good, so you can say exactly
Suck my
what you mean.
dick. You know?
So you do
Fuck.
believe that America's actions in Ukraine are the right
I
ones?
covered it earlier.
I think that
Distron.
America's actions to a certain degree in Ukraine is understandable. It's reasonable. It's certainly what the Ukrainian people want. But I think America's interest in Ukraine is not genuine. It's not genuine emancipation. It's more so a continuation of the bloodshed,
Well,
which
who
is
cares if it's
demonstrated not
genuine?
by me, but by American politicians like Chris Murphy, who have openly said on the record that for 5% of our military budget, we've been able to cripple a foreign adversary's military budget without a single American service member dying in the process. I would say that is profoundly successful. What are we doing in Ukraine? We're sending our refurbished old weapons and weapon systems to Ukraine. We have to replenish those weapon systems. It's a never-ending cycle.
Okay, because the reason
Yeah. Yeah, it turns out, chat, that when nations do things internationally, they might have ulterior motives. It's true. It's true. Did you know that when they send all of that aid to poor countries that are struggling, it's not actually just to help those poor struggling countries, and also sometimes to further certain economic goals or certain certain trade deals? That, oh man, it turns out international geopolitics isn't based on altruism. That's crazy. That's crazy. Of course not. Yeah, America is an empire. Yeah, it looked at a crazy authoritarian regime with nuclear weapons and thought, hey, this is also an opportunity for us to weaken that unstable authoritarian regime that has nuclear weapons that it keeps threatening to use. And you know what? Maybe not having that country be super powerful would be a good thing. America's still bad, but also that's some calculus I can understand and maybe get behind. In like that one particular situation.
The reason I ask is because there seems to be a somewhat of a sentiment in the left circles or social. I don't know how to even describe it now. I don't know, but that the proxy war people say in Ukraine is unjustified.
It is a proxy war.
No, I know, but they're saying we shouldn't be supporting Ukraine and the whole thing.
Yeah,
Russia should just take Ukraine. And
no, I can't speak for other. I can't speak for other leftists. I don't know what the fuck they say, but plenty of those people also despise me and say that I'm like not pushing Z or whatever. So it doesn't fucking matter.
I thought I heard Richard Wolff have some kind of thing like that.
I can't speak on Richard Wolff either. There's disagreements that I have with Richard Wolff. He had
so you're down with what's happening. Down with what's
I'm not down with what's happening in Ukraine because I want the bloodshed to end, and the only way to do that is by bringing China to the table, bringing America to the table. The real actors here.
You think Ukraine should make some secessions to Russia?
I think the original 6-point plan that was a continuation of the Minsk Accords that were tried twice and failed twice would be a far preferable situation than like endless bloodshed over, inches of territory where, people are being fucking slaughtered endlessly.
I don't think the Ukrainians would describe it as inches of territory.
Wait, what do you mean?
Well, you're saying they're fighting over inches of territory.
He's just saying in the context of how stagnated the war has become. Like the back and forth is pretty much ground to a halt at this point, and
this is what I mean. It's like a very cynical interpretation of what I'm trying to say. It is inches of territory physically when we speak about it.
But you're
you mean when we're talking about Russia invading Ukraine, it's in the interest of territory? Oh, that's crazy, dog. You mean the Ukrainians and the Russians are making judgments based on territory gains during a fucking ground war? Oh, wow.
I guess a lot. I think
dude.
Ukrainian people get angry when they hear you talk about it because they.
That's understandable. I mean,
I
get
feel
it.
Like
they want full-throated support. They want and expect full-throated support, right?
Like they understandably want that, and they want more than that. They also wanted Article 5. They wanted full NATO protections. And
that doesn't matter because they're not part of NATO, dude. Chat. Okay, in case any of you have been brain poisoned by this, I need you guys to know. I need you to know that you can't actually join NATO if your country is engaged in a territorial dispute. And do you know what constitutes a territorial dispute? Russia seizing Crimea in 2014. So there has been no chance of Ukraine joining NATO since 2014. The idea that, they wanted X, Y, and Z from NATO. That's too bad. They're not a part of NATO. They're getting support from NATO-aligned countries. And, of course, they have diplomatic relations with NATO, the organization, but, like, they're not able to join NATO. they are trying to join. Yeah, but you know what? They can't join. Like, they aren't eligible to get in. They can take actions that ready themselves to be joined if they ever either relinquish the claim on Crimea or retake Crimea. Then they can join after that has been resolved. But until then, doesn't matter if they're trying to join, they can't. For the very specific reason that NATO and the countries aligned with it don't want to be dragged into a dispute because they're in a defensive alliance. They don't want to be dragged in to an ongoing war for like this very reason that's included in the terms of NATO. But they'll bend the rules for Ukraine? No! Ukraine isn't becoming a part of NATO right now. I think them aspiring to join is same threat to Russia. It's not. If anything, Russia was a main threat to Ukraine, as evidenced by the seizure of its territory in 2014. Man, dude. I can't. This is so frustrating. Yeah, I don't know. If Russia's goal was to prevent other countries from joining NATO, they failed utterly. 2 nations have joined NATO since they invaded.
And NATO nations.
They don't like that you say that they should secede territory to a fascist invader.
It's not even secession of territory. It's like prior agreements that neither
What?
party has held on to. The real
You fucking liar, dude. You Weasley fucking liar, dude. Ukraine has never, ever committed to giving the Donbass to Russia. That has never happened. The fuck you talking about, guy?
real Ukrainian criticism in this situation comes from people who say, well, Hasan, how can you say that when Russia has not held on to their obligations? And that is true.
There's no agreement between Ukraine and Russia about limiting Ukraine's ability to govern the Donbass, or govern Crimea, or join NATO. There was no agreement. What are you talking about?
Russia has not held on to their side of the bargain on the Minsk Accords, but neither has Ukraine. And my point is, ensuring that with an international cooperation.
I don't know anything about that accord. What is that?
The Minsk Accords.
Yeah.
The Minsk Accords don't apply.
So this, again, goes deep into fucking history. And you can't always say, like, oh, I don't know the history, so I don't know. And then repeat, like, mainstream media propaganda, you know?
Well, I don't.
Bro, that's really fucking rich coming from you after this 3-hour-long conversation. This is crazy, dude. This is crazy, dude. Yeah, just real quick, let's go over the Minsk agreements, okay? What are the Minsk agreements on the Ukraine conflict? This is from last year. All right, U.S. authorities have warned Russia not to invade Ukraine and urged both countries to return to a set of agreements designated to end a separatist war by Russian speakers in eastern Ukraine. Here's Minsk 1. Ukraine and Russian-backed separatists agreed to a 12-point ceasefire deal in the Belarusian capital in September of 2014. Its provisions included prisoner exchanges, deliveries of humanitarian aid, and the withdrawal of heavy weapons, 5 months into a conflict that had by then killed more than 2,600 people, a toll that Ukrainian President Vladimir Zelensky says has risen to around 15,000. The agreements quickly broke down. Violations on both sides. Then there was Minsk 2. representatives of Russia, Ukraine, and the Organization for Security and Cooperation in Europe, OSCE, and the leaders of two pro-Russian separatist regions signed a 13-point agreement in February of 2015. The leaders of France, Germany, Russia, and Ukraine gathered in Minsk at the same time, issued a declaration of support for the deal. It set out military and political steps that remain unimplemented. A major blockage has been Russia's insistence that it is not a party to the conflict and therefore is not bound by its terms. So, literally, Russia doesn't acknowledge the Minsk II agreements. Yeah, here they are though, because in case anyone cares. Immediate and comprehensive ceasefire, withdrawal of all heavy weapons on both sides, monitoring and verification by OSCE. To start a dialogue on interim self-government for the Donetsk and Luhansk regions in accordance with Ukrainian law and acknowledge their special status by parliamentary resolution. Pardon and amnesty for people involved in the fighting, exchange of hostages and prisoners, provisions of humanitarian assistance, resumption of socioeconomic ties, including pensions, restoration of full control of the state border by the government of Ukraine, withdrawal of all foreign armed formations, military equipment, and mercenaries, constitutional reform in Ukraine, including decentralization, with specific mention of Donetsk and Luhansk, elections in Donetsk and Luhansk, and terms to be agreed with their representatives, intensifying the work of a trilateral contact group comprising representatives of Russia, Ukraine, and the OSCE. So, again, Russia's response to Minsk II, just to clarify, was to say, nah, we aren't party to that. And they didn't pull out any of their agents from the Donetsk and Luhansk regions, and they continued to fester for another, 8 years until the current conflict. So, the current conflict is actually born out of Russia's refusal to adhere to Minsk II. They aren't in agreement about the agreement. Yeah, exactly. So, again, Hasan bringing up the Minsk agreements as like, oh, well Russia, might not be doing their part of it. Russia doesn't even recognize these agreements.
Don't.
Okay.
I don't know anything.
Didn't Russia threaten nuclear retaliation if the U.S. sent troops over to Ukraine? Well, yeah, but frankly, that's kind of justifiable. We don't want U.S. troops in Ukraine. If the United States were to get involved directly, or any NATO country were to get involved directly with troops, like that's World War III scenario. Like nobody wants that.
About it.
Ukraine as a nation state has even predated, or some form of Ukraine has predated even the Russian nation state, or the Russian Empire, I guess. And its nation state development project has always hinged on excising Russian influence. However, under the USSR, Ukraine, which was called the Ukraine originally, which just means the border, okay, was seen as, had plenty of Russian sympathetic people that lived in the eastern regions. And that sympathy only grew the further east you went, the closer you got to current existing Russian territory.
I wonder if that had anything to do with Russia pumping fighters and money into eastern Ukraine in an attempt to destabilize the country. I wonder.
Now that is no longer the case. Make no mistake, I'm not saying that at all. And that is no longer the case almost entirely due to Russia's actions in that area. Blowing the shit out of Kharkiv is going to make sure, is the fastest way to make sure that there is no sympathies for your government whatsoever, ever again for the rest of your life. So that's all gone away. But originally the contention was LPR and DPR, through Russian influence, and this is the Ukrainian assessment of the situation.
This is everybody's assessment of the situation, by the way.
Two areas wanted autonomy.
Why are we involved again? Because Russia taking over one of the largest countries in Europe is somewhat troubling, especially as it's an authoritarian nuclear power taking territory in Europe. Not a really great historical precedence. on that one. While its leader talks about how it's going to rebuild the Russian Empire. Probably bad. Probably something to be opposed, maybe. Like, I would hope people would oppose the United States if we invaded, Mexico.
And we're getting backed by the Russian government, and Western involvement that wanted to keep Ukraine in the sphere of the West did not want to give the actual protective assurances, to Ukraine, but wanted to play the delicate balance of like saying, you know what, yeah, maybe we'll get you into NATO, with no real interest in getting them into NATO. Maybe we'll get you into the EU,
So how did
with no interest in
Ukraine
getting them
violate
into
their
the EU.
agreement?
What?
How did Ukraine violate their agreement?
There was mass shelling on both sides, like back and
Yeah. On both sides. The one side that just hadn't ever acknowledged the agreement in the first place.
Talking about the current
shelling.
war.
No. Back and forth shelling that has been happening since 2004.
Wait, what are you saying? We got told Putin wants an empire. He went on fucking state television and ranted about it in an address to all people in Russia. Come on, crawl in the wall. What are you doing? And again, are we attacking him with our empire? Because last I checked, Russians could just go home. They could just stop invading Ukraine. For fuck's sake, man. This is not an equal, like, everything's fine here. We'll just sit here. Because both sides are bad. No, one side is very clearly the aggressor, and it's the side that's invading a fucking country. Jesus Christ, man. Like, there are complicated issues in geopolitics. This isn't one of them.
Okay. So it was a non-aggressive
with 13
agreement?
or 14,000 people dying.
Okay, so I don't know anything
in
about
totality.
that either.
So at the time there was a agreement called the Minsk Agreements. There were two versions of this, which neither side agreed upon, which meant that LPR and DPR would still remain under Ukraine, but would have autonomy. Okay. And Ukraine understandably did not want this because that would mean that Russia would have.
This, by the way, is not what was in the Minsk Accords. We just went over them. This isn't what the Minsk Accords said.
An outsized control on Ukrainian affairs and Ukrainian politics, which it already did through Russian loyalist leadership that they had. That was obviously squashed because
the whole of NATO Security Council is giving aid because they don't want Russia to invade a country right next to them. Yeah.
There's always been this back and forth between Western influence in Ukraine, wanting to move them into the Western sphere of influence, and Eastern influence, Russian influence in Ukraine, which wanted to maintain Ukraine's status.
A proxy war is when a war is started by a country that doesn't take part in said war. Russia started the war and is taking part in said war, so it's by definition not a proxy war. That's a good point. Thank you. All-seeing dude, you've been making good commentary. All stream. What a champ.
And wanted to change Ukrainian affairs.
Okay, so they were both attacking each other, and you think the attacks were equally provocative? And again, I don't know anything about it.
I think that this was another instance of proxy war, 100%.
Okay.
Like there are people who wanted to be a part of Russia, and at the end of the day, though, like the reaction from the Ukrainian government to that was understandable. They wanted to protect their own interests. They wanted to protect their own borders. They wanted to protect their hegemony and national security interests. But there's a difference between like what they did in Crimea, for example, and what they did with LPR and DPR. What do they?
Is there? Because they basically did the same thing. They sent a bunch of people in to foment like Discord, and then they were like, they held a referendum. Ignore the fact that we had Russian mercenaries and black ops, just all around while they did the referendum. It turns out Crimea wants to be part of Russia. Haha. See ya. And then suddenly Crimea was considered part of Russia. and they rolled in a bunch of military, and Ukraine didn't really get a say in any of that. Just want to interrupt this brain rot to let you know you're looking absolutely beautiful as always. Thank you very much, Trans Girl Jade. I appreciate it.
They do in Crimea, there was a referendum. People say it was bullshit referendum. It was under gunpoint, which is understandable to say that because that is what happened in Crimea. But Russian territorial.
I mean, is North Korea funding them? I thought North Korea was just sending them like ancient ammunition.
Claims the Crimea as a Russian territorial claims that Crimea had more historical prescience and the highest level of support for Russian expansionist policies in Crimea specifically because of its military base that the Russian military operated out of. Okay, and what did Ukraine do in that situation? They cut the water supply. They immediately fucking broke a dam, a USSR era dam that was offering supply, like water for the Crimean citizens that they said they, cared about.
You're talking about that recently? That happened?
No, that dam has been destroyed when Russia invaded Ukraine.
But essentially, I wanted to clarify.
Like they cut Crimea off and not in the same.
What? I'm sorry. I need to look at a map real quick. Okay, wait. This is from earlier this year. Yeah, no, this is the Kakovka Dam. Why did he say it wasn't the Kakovka Dam? Why did he say it wasn't that? Let me just take one quick look at something. Okay. Where is it? I don't want the Kakovka Reservoir. I want the Kakovka Dam. Like, where did it used to be? Location. Dnipro River. Oh, come the fuck on. Why is this so hard? Okay. So it looks like the dam would be yeah, all right. So, I just have to say that Hasan is full of shit. And the reason I say that is because this is the Kakovka, reservoir up here, and part of the Dnipro River, right? And the Kakovka Dam is right here, which you'll notice is on the Dnipro River. And you'll notice that doesn't go into fucking Crimea. That doesn't go here. For fuck's sake, man. Like, oh, yeah. No, by the way, right? So Nikopol is right up here. And just a couple days ago, just yesterday actually, UN shocked by situation in Nikopol after Kakovka Dam disaster. The river in the area of the city of Nikopol has almost no water left after the Russians had blown up the Kakovka hydroelectric power plant dam. This is from a UN resident and humanitarian coordinator in Ukraine. Quote, I was in Nikopol last week on Monday, and what is absolutely shocking is that there's almost no water left in the river, she said. Brown noted that the water level there is extremely low, and access to clean water is a top priority for the people living in Nikopol. The UN and local authorities supply Nikopol residents with drinking water. There are 20 sites around the city in huge containers that are refilled 3 times a day. There are WhatsApp groups run by local organizations to inform people about the water supply. All in all, the UN and its partners have delivered food, water, funds, medical assistance, protection, and transport to the affected areas as part of the response to the Kakovka Dam explosion. Again, Ukraine didn't blow up the Kakovka Dam. And just as a... just fucking... Sorry. I'm frustrated. I'm angry after all of this. But, you know, we're going to take a quick look at this. You'll notice here that the Kakovka Dam is right in between Ukraine and Russian forces. At least in territory that they control. And it's almost like Ukraine wouldn't blow up a dam that provides electricity and clean drinking water to major cities along the river. They wouldn't fuck over the entire city of Nikopol just to do minor damage to Russian encampments. Okay? This is ridiculous. This is silliness. This is silliness right here.
Same way that they wanted to deal with LPR and DPR.
I wanted to clarify your position.
Yes.
Because it seems like there's a lot of confusion, so it's good to clarify. You do support...
This will not clarify my position. In the eyes of people who
Why?
want to say that
You
I'm
say
like
you
anti-Ukraine,
believe
people
it.
are still going to fucking yell at me.
But you said that you believe what America's doing in Ukraine is right.
I believe that Ukraine has a right to emancipation. What America should do in Ukraine is offer security commitments and assurances, and you can only get that by arriving at a table where you don't fucking destroy the bargaining chips, and instead allow the original security commitments to continue. I
don't know.
There are no original security commitments that Russia agreed to. There are none. What are you talking about, sir?
What do you mean by that? You mean
So
at the table
Ukrainian
with Russia?
envoys and Russian envoys got together in Antalya and put a 15-point security plan together as they were negotiating the terms of a
You're saying
ceasefire
Ukraine
agreement.
and Russia, we need to get
Is
them-
this the Minsk II agreement? Because Russia claims that it doesn't have to adhere to any of that. So your point is invalid.
And I mean that it's not that easy, I would assume.
Well, there was moves that were being made to arrive at that.
Seems like Putin as
like a year ago.
he's kind of like a fascist leader is
Yes, Putin's interests are
to take the whole thing.
Putin's interests certainly are nationalistic. There's obviously material benefits to Ukraine because Ukraine would be a competitor to Russia as far as like oil and
You
gas.
think the Ukrainians should go to the table and make concessions to the Russians?
I think that Ukrainians went to the table and made concessions to the Russians originally.
Yeah.
And it was actually a very clever move by Zelensky to, like, for example, push the Crimean referendum 15 years down the line in order to not deliberate on that aspect right now, because Ukrainians want Crimea back as well. They want LPR and DPR to be Ukrainian.
Mm-hmm.
And Zelensky knew that that was going to be an impossible thing to deal with, because he's right now, on the one hand, you have Ukrainians with interest in emancipation, ridding the Russian scourge from their borders, and taking back all of their territory from Russia, which includes Crimea as well. So he has a delicate balance where he has to make sure that those guys are not pissed off and overthrow him, and then or that America somehow gets involved and overthrows him, while simultaneously ending the war.
I'm assuming where people get mad at you is just the suggestion that Ukraine should make concessions to an aggressive fascist invader, because, as we know,
Ethan has had the best points throughout this entire thing, and it's infuriating.
European fascist invaders. People often wonder,
they don't stop.
If we didn't make concessions to Hitler, would the war have happened? People wonder that.
Yeah, there's a difference of there's a difference of talking pre-World War II and post-World War II, because we do have mutually assured nuclear destruction.
I was about to say it's
so
unfortunately the nukes change all the calculus with that.
So that's the difference there, and that's a very significant one, because Article 5 dictates that any kind of NATO nation that Russia tries to attack, okay, because NATO was developed against Russia, USSR, communism. It was anti-communist.
Well, no. Article 5 is not specific to Russia. The only time Article 5 has been invoked was to invade Afghanistan in response for 9/11, which made no sense, but whatever. Hey, do boots.
Institution in of itself immediately means that all other nations, according to Article 5, are drawn into war with a nuclear superpower like Russia.
Right.
So there's a difference. Plus, one other aspect of this is that Russia kind of showed its ass and its capabilities, and where those capabilities end as far as ground war goes, which is the reason why you see Finland and Sweden, which previously had long-held neutrality, not direct agreements, but long-held neutrality. I wouldn't say treaties, because it's not an official treaty, but just didn't join NATO.
An understanding.
Immediately joined NATO. Why? Because they realized they don't have any fucking power. What are they going to do? Go to Finland? Get the fuck out of here. They can't take over Ukraine. They said it was going to be a day. They suck. They don't have the power.
So also, I don't know the exact name of it, but I know Ukraine surrendered their nuclear weapons, which is one of the...
By the way, this is what's left of the Kharkovka reservoir that, used to be completely full of water. Here's a guy standing in it. That's what's left of the Kharkovka reservoir. Yep, certainly seems like something Ukraine would want to do to itself for no tactical gain whatsoever. Yep, totally makes sense.
The best things you can hope.
Worst things you could do. Never give up the nukes.
But in terms of a humanistic, a political move, it's bad. But as a humanistic thing, that's
obviously we should get rid of nukes. Yeah.
Some say Ukraine had no way of utilizing those nukes because the control mechanism was in the USSR, so in Moscow. But but you still shouldn't have given your nuclear stockpile.
So your point is that they should never have done that.
No. I think we'd be looking at a very different world if, for Ukrainians at least, if
with the benefit of hindsight. How could you say that?
Yeah, I mean, honestly, in the modern day, the case for denuclearization is pretty weak on a geopolitical level, unless you are in a defensive alliance like NATO, in which case, sure, denuclearize, it's fine.
I mean, I don't think they would get invaded right now if they had nukes, right? I mean, if you have nukes, you don't get invaded. That's just kind of how it works.
Anyway, we made a guarantee to them that you give up your nukes and we'll got your back. And so I do feel like that's a pretty important agreement to uphold. I mean,
what?
You're talking about American promises to Ukraine in exchange for
surrendering their nukes.
Yeah, America never actually followed through on any of their promises. America's still not following technically their promises of defending Ukraine. They're just giving Ukrainians weapons. Ukraine is currently sitting in a very unique position that I see happen in the same cycle of violence in the Middle East all the fucking time. America goes to a militant group and says, hey, we're going to give you weapons, you want autonomy, specifically Kurds, right?
You think
Which
every country should have a nuclear bomb?
I think every country...
citizen?
Yeah, no, they would, oh man, that would, the not so discreet wolf, that would actually be a great plot for a film at some point. Just like unleash the super weapon, and instead of like a nuclear weapon, they like summon the spirit of the White Death. That'd be pretty metal. That'd be pretty cool, actually.
Citizen should have
in this
one.
current...
Every citizen of America.
Yeah,
That's Tim Pool's.
I think
That's
in the
Tim
current
Pool's position.
formation, if you have a nation state, you have to have a fucking nuke. Otherwise, America will come and fuck you up.
So you think every nation should have a nuclear
I think
program?
either every nation has a nuke or none of them have it. And I would obviously want none of the nations to have it.
But less
which
is
is why I
better.
was in support of the Iranian denuclearization.
The spirit of the White Death. Do you guys? In World War II, there was a sniper called the White Death, who basically was. I think he was like a Finnish guy, who was just like, man, I really hate Nazis, and then he just like put on a snowsuit and like took a can of beans and then went out into the woods and basically made it his mission to single-handedly kill as many Nazis as he could. I think he wound up killing like 500 or 600 Nazis. It's pretty crazy.
Agreement. I thought that was good, which, you know, Donald Trump fucked up.
Oops.
I believe an individual citizen in this country has a right to own.
Do you believe
a
every
nuclear
person should
warhead.
have a nuclear bomb? That's
Yes.
the socialist vision.
Yeah, he also had half his face blown off by a grenade, so he's not the best looking dude, you know, after the fact, but still, good on him.
Yes, I think everyone should
America.
have a nuclear bomb.
I mean, that's the only equality that we can really. Everyone should have a nuclear silo in their garage. So, okay. In short,
Oh, sorry, not the Nazis. He went and fought the Russians. Yeah, sorry. Russia during World War II invaded Finland, and he wasn't super happy about that. So he went and decided he'd have a little target practice, and killed over 500 Soviet soldiers. Jesus Christ. Cassifel, thank you very much for the subscribing. How you doing? Pretty awful. Yeah, World War II was not a great time. Oh, is both Nazis and Russians? He used a rifle with an iron sight? Yeah, he wasn't like using like the most advanced stuff by any means.
you support Ukraine. What the Allied powers are doing to support them is right.
No, because America's interest in Ukraine is not one that is genuine. America.
No geopolitical posturing is genuine. What the fuck are you talking? Oh man, I don't know. He said he likes me, but I don't know if he likes me for real. Maybe he's just saying that. Yeah, all countries are doing things for ulterior motives on a geopolitical scale. That's every country. That's every single goddamn country. Doesn't mean they can't do something good sometimes, even if they have an ulterior motive.
America's interest in Ukraine is just
I don't
fucking
care about
withering.
the interest. I don't
No, but that's
care about America's
important
interest. I'm
because-
asking.
Wait, similar to American sniper propaganda, but targets Russians, so U.S. adopted as some sort of hero? I don't think he's hailed as a hero in the United States. He's more of like a fun World War II fact in the United States, I guess. But also, yeah, I think you know what? If a foreign army invades your country, I think it's pretty based and cool to go out and kill 500 of your adversary. I think that's pretty cool. Yeah. You know what? If there was a Viet Cong soldier who claimed to kill like 500 Americans, I think that's pretty cool too. Not for the Americans, obviously. But you know, we did kind of have our ass beat in Vietnam.
asking what you think.
Because no, America's interest in Ukraine is
It's got
incredibly
nothing-
important.
What do you think is the right thing to do in Ukraine?
I told you what I think the right thing to do
Then I
is.
asked to clarify,
Instead of
and you said
fucking up the
no.
deal, instead of fucking up the deal that Ukraine had with Russia by Boris Johnson fucking showing up in the middle of that, going to Kyiv directly.
Dude, do you think what's happening there is right? If not, why?
Do I think what's
The
happening?
Allied
You ask me a
power.
question, I answer it, and then you move on to something
No,
different.
because I asked you.
I'm telling you what I
do
want.
that.
Because you're just going like, oh, Boris Johnson ruined the only peace talk we've ever had. Nah, they're having peace talks every day, bro. They're entire branches of the government called diplomatic embassies that handle this shit. Goddamn.
Allied powers is what they're doing there, right? You said no, but I just got done having this whole conversation where you said yeah.
I think what the Allied powers are doing, as far as giving weapons to Ukraine with no end in sight, because they see it as a great way to fucking
What do you mean with no end in sight? It's been happening for a year. They're currently entrenched. The Ukrainians are currently slowly making their way through the Russian lines. Ukraine has made it all the way in some places to the Russian trenches. What do you? I'm sorry. What did you want them to just Thanos snap the Russians out of the way? What are you talking about, bro?
A great way to continue the harm done to a weak Russia that they can simultaneously claim is really fucking powerful is only going to continue this.
War happens all the time everywhere. It's not conspiratorial crawl in the wall. It's just a thing that happens. It's always good business.
War rather than try to fucking implement security commitments.
We don't need to be
get to
conspiratorial about it.
A unilateral agreement or a bilateral agreement where and not just fucking Russia and Ukraine, but bring China to the table and put an end, do a ceasefire and put an end to this war is infinitely better for Ukraine, in Ukrainian development, Ukrainian economy, Ukrainian citizens not fucking dying senselessly under a artillery shelling campaign that's literally happening.
Yeah, and why are the Russian why are the Ukrainian citizens dying senselessly again? Is it because Ukraine invaded some country? Again? No, it's because Russia's invading them. Is currently doing the invasion. Gotcha.
You know what's really fucking insane about this? Russia is getting artillery shells from North Korea, and America is America's telling South Korea to give artillery shells to Ukraine. It's fucking nuts. Both sides are just fucking shelling each other.
They need shells.
But it's so stupid.
Who's gonna
Ukraine
make
is
the
now
shells?
also using depleted uranium as well on its own fucking soil.
Okay, so
that is
your
going to have damaging
position
implications.
Yeah, well, you know what else has damaging implications? The Russians using spider mines all over the goddamn country. To the extent that, it's going to be 200 years and they're still going to be finding mines in Ukraine. It's currently the most mined country on Earth. For fuck's sake, man.
Is that
That's
the
gonna have
Allies
damaging-
helping Ukraine is good, but that Ukraine needs to be more willing to make concessions to
Not just
Russia.
Ukraine. Allies need to be more willing to some in certain instances even push Ukraine to make understandable concessions.
Like what? What do you want them to do? Because the last I checked at what the Russian demands were, it wasn't, oh, just give us Donbass. It was, oh, we want the unilateral surrender of Ukraine. You know what? Let's check what are Russia's demands for peace. Okay, this is from... Well, we have a bunch of different demands. We have some from 2022. Do we have any from this year? Tools, anytime. Let's look at the past month. Okay, yes. from September 2nd. Here are what Putin's terms are here. Find them here. Okay. Let's see. Well, we'll just go over this real quick. Putin is waging a forever war. The West can't pull the plug on Ukraine now, by Simon Tisdale on The Guardian. Moscow won't stop short of subjugation of Kyiv. That's why the NATO allies must ignore talks and start fighting to win. They still don't get it. Even after 18 months of horror in Ukraine, too many prominent politicians in the US and Europe appear unable or unwilling to grasp the existential threat that Vladimir Putin's Russia poses to all. They continue to assume this war, like other conflicts, will eventually end in negotiations. Yet the Kremlin demands nothing less than Kyiv's total capitulation, and that is not going to happen. Pressure for talks is gaining momentum as a military breakthrough eludes Ukraine's forces. At the front, frustration leads to escalation and an alarming geographical widening of the war. Last week, multiple drone attacks deep inside Russian territory violently dramatized this concern. Fear of nuclear confrontation, rising hunger in grain-starved poorer countries, and public war fatigue all fuel talk of talks. Nicolas Sarkozy, a former French president who should know better, is the latest to join the ranks of the most hard-right and hard-left French, German, and Italian politicians who want to kiss and make up with Putin. Parroting Russia's demands, Sarkozy said Ukraine must accept the permanent loss of Crimea and other occupied territory and be excluded from NATO and the EU. Russia and France should reestablish neighborly relations, he said. So again, what is being offered here is basically Ukraine completely surrendering its sovereignty and half of its territory. This is not a viable peace agreement. It is a deliberately it's a deliberate attempt to basically say we're going to keep invading you. It's specifically designed to be untenable, you know? Pressure in the U.S. to cut aid to Ukraine and force a peace settlement looks set to grow regardless of whether Joe Biden is reelected next year. If victorious, Putin-fan Donald Trump may impose a quick deal and pull the plug on Kyiv. After 40-nation talks held recently in Saudi Arabia, Josep Borrell, the EU foreign policy chief, said he's planning a high-level gathering on Ukraine, probably at the UN General Assembly later this month. But Borrell is not among those seeking to pressure Ukraine to stop fighting or give ground. Sounding pessimistic, he sharply criticized governments for failing to arm Kyiv earlier and better. When one decides to help a militarily invaded country, hesitating can be very costly, Borrell said. Had decisions been taken faster and with more anticipation on some of the weapon systems we ended up sending, then probably the war would have taken a different path, and in any case, we would have saved lives. The ears of Germany's foot-dragging chancellor, Olaf Scholz, among others, must be burning. All of this toing and froing presupposes, however, that Putin is willing to talk, a highly questionable assumption. With winter returning amid battlefield stalemate, and with swing elections in Europe and the US forthcoming, he probably thinks he has time on his side. Russian public opinion may also be shifting, not so much in favor of the war as against the shocking thought of defeat. Recent polling cited by Carnegie analyst Tatiana Stanovaya found the Ukraine drone attacks may be rallying Russians behind the Kremlin. The attacks did not in any way increase public desire for peace talks or a Russian withdrawal, Stanovaya wrote. If anything, the country is becoming more committed to the fight out of a desperate concern for its very survival. It's even worse than that, suggested Brookings analyst Konstanz Stelzenmüller in a complacency-shattering new essay, The Return of the Enemy. The Kremlin has repeatedly made clear that only Ukraine's complete surrender is acceptable as the basis for a peace agreement, she wrote. The free democracies must now understand that they are dealing with a phenomenon they had believed to be historically obsolete, state rivals who see them as ideological enemies. In the age of convergence that followed the end of the Cold War, the idea of rival blocs fighting as mortal foes appeared redundant, Stellens-Mueller argued, but Putin and his ilk never accepted George H.W. Bush's New World Order. For Putin, the prosecution of a continuing anti-Western struggle is the war's wider context and purpose. Other factors render a meaningful peace process implausible. Any armistice freezing the status quo would reward Russian aggression, and most Ukrainians would rather perish first. A settlement lacking reparations or accountability for war crimes could never stick. Conceivably, Russia could be forced to conclude that the price of pursuing Ukraine's subjugation is unsustainably high by, for example, losing the support of key non-Western power like China, or if the so-called Global South turned away from it. But since neither scenario is likely, one stark conclusion appeared unavoidable. Helping Ukraine means helping it to win on the battlefield. Ending the war must be about ending Russia's imperial ambitions in this part of Europe, urged commentator Judy Dempsey. European governments cannot afford to accept the war in Ukraine as the new normal. They should rapidly increase military support to ensure Kyiv's victory. Yet Putin, implacable, impervious, homicidal, is not budging. Media frenzy over the Wagner mutiny showed just how frantic Western hopes that he will be toppled from within. But they were dashed. Now he's doubling down on his personal crusade, a geopolitical Russian renaissance, for which he will risk all. If a Ukrainian truce were somehow agreed, Putin would most likely treat it as a tactical pause, preceding his next onslaught. Western leaders, principally Biden, Emmanuel Macron, Scholz, and Rishi Sunak, must recognize this reality and finally start fighting to win. Here's what to do. Welcome Ukraine. No, this is fucking stupid. Welcome Ukraine into NATO and the EU without further delay. Offer security guarantees in safe sea lanes now, backed by NATO firepower, red lines, more arms, planes, and no-fly zones. Warn China, Iran, North Korea to back off, stop talking about talks, except there can be no peace with Russia until Russia unconditionally withdraws. Will the politicians get it at last? Let's hope so, because while Putin rules, there will be no quick way out, no middle path, no easily accessible diplomatic fudge. Ukraine must win, or we all lose. That's from September 2nd. So, yeah, no. NATO should by no means accept Ukraine into it until this is resolved. Yeah, no. Other than that, everything else was pretty much fundamentally correct, I believe. Russia does not want peace. Again, people who keep saying, oh, we need to pressure for peace, we need to pressure for peace. Sure, by all means, go for it. But I don't think we're going to get that from Putin, who has made it clear time and time again that really what they want is for Ukraine to fuck off and just surrender. Completely, utterly. Anything less than that is unacceptable. I said thank you for subscribing, Cassifel. I'm sorry you missed it. How do we know? He's fucking said it on state television, dude. That's how we know.
Because
like
the
giving
idea
up land.
What?
Like giving up land.
Not giving up land. No, it's not giving up land. But pushing a referendum 15 years into the future for Crimea is a really solid middle of the ground approach that Zelensky's own team actually put forward, which I thought was great.
Do you think Zelensky's a provocateur?
No. What?
Oh shit! I have a doctor's appointment.
What the fuck? Wait.
Oh, I'm just
get out of there.
Because that's a position.
Get out of there, bud.
I'm not saying that you ever said that. What?
You said it like I've said it.
No. I was just getting your opinion on it. Just because I've heard people say that, and I was just doing it. I was just checking your opinion on it.
No,
What time is it at, Lena?
It's at 2.
That's my last part, though. Basically.
No, I don't think Zelensky is a provocateur. What?
Like a bad faith actor.
No, I think Zelensky is certainly a self-interested politician who definitely wants emancipation.
Self-interest, literally, yeah, meaning his. Well, anyway,
Yeah, no, he wants Russia to no longer have control over Ukrainian territories, which is perfectly reasonable. He also has to strike a delicate balance because
Okay, but that's a perfectly reasonable thing for him to desire, but it's not reasonable to offer him arms and aid because the people offering arms and aid might have ulterior motives. Man, silliness.
As I correctly pointed out when the invasion first happened, whenever an irredentist or imperialist power makes a move on another nation, you embolden some of the most reactionary forces.
Beatrix Rex, that's a good point. Hasan thinks supporting the growth of other empires will undermine U.S. hegemony. Same mistake W.E.B. Du Bois made supporting Imperial Japan. Good point. Good point.
And they are seen as liberators because in that moment, they are the liberators. The ones who have the violent means to push back are going to be seen as protectors. That only grows nationalistic, hyper-nationalistic sentiment, and that is never productive. That is never good. That's not good for workers' rights. That's not good for future prospects of Ukraine. And I think that blowback, who knows what's going to happen, but is terrifying.
I have to leave, bro.
All right.
But it's 1:30. I thank you for going so long. How long have we been going?
No, you know who needs to leave?
3 hours.
Vladimir Putin
I agree.
needs to leave.
He needs to leave those people alone. Hey, Putin,
I'm going to
leave
say
those people alone.
And I know that's controversial, but he's got to leave.
This is probably our longest episode, and we did it not even mentioning a single current event.
We did mention that Rupert Murdoch died. That turned out to be misinformation that we were spreading. But
no, I said, is he dead?
Oh, okay. No. He's not dead.
Not yet.
Ugh, too bad. Okay. Dude. We did it. My opinion of Hasan has dropped considerably. This was utterly painful and frustrating on a level that I can't fully articulate. I cannot believe you all stayed with me through that. I think that was actually that segment where we covered this was actually 6 hours long. Because I've now been streaming for 9 hours. And I think I started this segment on hour 3. This was insane. What a journey. We've all changed together. We've all grown. Yeah, the mask among us have beards. The feminine among us have emotions. And the sun is out, the birds are singing.